Sheng rubbed his temples and squeezed out of the subway from the company building. The night breeze mixed with the smell of street barbecue smoke hit his face. She glanced at her phone. At 9:30 in the evening, the apartment was still in an old community 5 kilometers away. Behind her, Shen Qingqing's laughter rang like a bell, tugging at her arm and shaking her. Sheng, you worked overtime again today and vomited blood, right? Your eyes are red, like a rabbit. Qingqing blinked and put on delicate smoky makeup. The designer's occupational disease made even her complaints seem exaggerated like an artist's. The oversized sweatshirt she wore exuded a faint scent of lavender perfume, which always relieved Sheng's fatigue. Fortunately, the project deadline is driving me crazy. Sheng smiled and patted her hand. Jiang Chen was walking next to him, his tall figure blocking half of the street lights. He was an engineer, and he always looked rational and cold. He was holding a supermarket bag in his hand, which contained the strawberry yogurt that Qingqing loved to eat. Stop complaining, the elevator to the apartment is better than climbing the stairs. Jiang Chen whispered, his voice as steady as his character. He glanced at Qingqing and said, the legend you mentioned last time, the elevator falling curse or something like that, don't scare Sheng. The three of them walked and chatted as they turned into the 20-year-old apartment building. The elevator door opened with a ding, and a woman was already standing inside. Luo Li, Sheng had never seen her before. She had long hair shawl and her pale face looked strange under the dim light of the elevator. She was wearing a long black dress and staring blankly at the elevator button, as if she was waiting for a non-existent floor. 4th floor, let's go together. Sheng nodded politely, and the four of them squeezed into the narrow space. The elevator door slowly closed, and the air suddenly became sultry, mixed with Luo Li's faint smell of damp earth, like rotten leaves after the rain. Qingqing leaned on Sheng's shoulder and scrolled through her phone boredly. Hey, have you heard? There is an urban legend in this apartment. The old elevator broke down and fell into the abyss of the treacherous forest. It is said that the branches and leaves inside whisper, like ghosts whispering. If you listen to it for a long time, you will be haunted by hallucinations, reincarnation, and death, and you will never come out. Jiang Chen sneered and adjusted the bag, it's just an urban ghost story. The elevator is a mechanical failure, so there is no abyss. Qingqing, stop reading those horror novels. Luo Li suddenly turned her head, the corners of her lips raised slightly, and her voice was as low as the wind blowing through the treetops. No, that's true. Rustling, they are calling. The four of them were stunned. Qingqing giggled, and poked Sheng, these sisters look really alike. The abyss of the forest sounds scary, and the cracks on the sea floor swallow souls, ha ha. Sheng's heart tightened. The woman's eyes were so weird, like a reflection in a deep pool. But she shook her head and suppressed her uneasiness, stopped making trouble and pressed the floor. The elevator started with a buzz and slowly rose. The lights suddenly flashed, and the red numbers jumped to the 3rd floor and got stuck again. Qingqing frowned. Oh, is this broken elevator having a seizure again? Suddenly, violent shaking came. The elevator swayed from side to side like a drunkard, and the walls made a sharp scraping sound of twisted metal, as harsh as fingernails scratching a blackboard. The lights flashed wildly, alternating between darkness and orange, illuminating everyone's distorted faces. Ah! Qingqing screamed, grabbing Sheng's arm tightly, her nails digging into the flesh. Jiang Chen stabilized his body and protected the two women. Don't panic. Maybe the rope is stuck. But Luo Li didn't move at all, just lowered her head and murmured, coming. Sha sha. Jiu Sheng's heart was beating wildly and his stomach was churning. She forced herself to take a deep breath and grabbed the armrest. Jiang Chen, try the emergency button. But the elevator was out of control. There was a roar and a free fall. The world was spinning, gravity was like a giant hand pulling, the bodies of the 4 people bounced up and then fell down, the sound of impact and screams mixed together. The clear scream tore the eardrums, Sheng. We are going to die. Darkness swallows everything. Countless images flashed through Jiu Sheng's mind, her parents' smiling faces, Jiang Chen's hug, Qingqing's silly smile, and then, boom. With a muffled sound, the elevator hit something, and severe pain shot up from the tailbone to the spine. The lights flickered on and off like fragments. In the dead silence, the door slid open with a creak. Jiu Sheng gasped and climbed up. His knees were bruised and the smell of blood filled the air. The first time she saw the outside, her pupils suddenly shrank. Not the basement, not the floor. In front of me is a dense forest. The towering ancient trees have twisted roots, and their branches and leaves are intertwined like dead bones. The air is damp and biting, mixed with the stench of rotting leaves and mold. Moonlight? No, it's a weird blue-green phosphorescence that shines down from the tree crown, illuminating the vein-like vines on the ground, slowly squirming. Where the hell is this? Jiang Chen's voice trembled. He rubbed his head and got up. The engineer's rationality collapsed. The bag was smashed, the yogurt was spilled on the floor, and the strawberry pieces looked like flesh in the phosphorescent light. Qingqing huddled in the corner, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse. Sheng, we fell from the building? A dream? It must be a dream. Luo Li slowly stood up, her skirt covered with mud. She licked her lips. Welcome to the abyss. The branches and leaves whispered. At first it was like the wind, soft and gentle, and gradually it became clear, like countless voices whispering close to the ear. Come, stay, for eternity. Jiu Sheng's mind was buzzing, and those sounds penetrated into her ear canals, triggering hallucinations. She saw her mother's body crawling out from a gap in the tree, with pale hands grabbing at her. Hallucination. She bit the tip of her tongue sharply, the taste of blood sobering her mind. Don't listen. That's an illusion. She stumbled forward and pressed the button inside the elevator. No response. The door was stuck, and the vines outside wrapped around the elevator frame like living things, making a slippery and frictional sound. Display cracked, black screen. The power is out. We are trapped in another world. Jiang Chen's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Sheng, why are you calm? This is impossible. The elevator fell to at most a few floors underground, not the forest. Qingqing hugged her knees and cried, I heard it. The rustling sound is calling my name. Qingqing, stay, it wants to eat me. Luo Li chuckled, her eyes like wolves. They always start with the cowards first. Jiu Sheng took a deep breath of moist air to suppress the fear surging in his heart. A 27-year-old white-collar worker, she is used to the pressure of deadlines and facing the night alone. But this is hell. She glanced at the 3 of them. Qingqing collapsed, Jiang Chen was dull, and Luo Li smiled slyly. She was the only one who could still move. Listen. Jiu Sheng's voice was firm, and she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and pulled him up. The elevator is broken. Wait for death. Go out and find a way. Jiang Chen, you are an engineer. Check if there are any signals or exits outside. Qingqing, follow me. Luo Li, whatever you know, just tell me. Jiang Chen was stunned and looked at her pale but stable face. Sheng, aren't you afraid? Afraid. But you have to live if you are afraid. Sheng gritted his teeth and stepped out of the elevator first. When you step on the soil, it becomes as wet and soft as if you were stepping on a corpse. The rustle came closer, the branches and leaves swayed, as if an invisible hand was touching the back of the neck. Qingqing followed up tremblingly and tugged at the corner of her clothes. Sheng, you are so brave, my legs are weak. The four of them stepped into the forest. Under the phosphorescent light, the tree trunks were carved with runes, like distorted human faces. The air is filled with the salty smell of sea water, and there are faint waves? Impossible, this is the woods. Luo Li walked at the end, humming a strange tune, rustling, whispering the mystery, cracked, or trapped forever. Jiang Chen tried to dial the number using his mobile phone, but there was no signal. He murmured, this tree, its veins are moving, like blood vessels. Sheng took the lead and walked around a clump of vines. Suddenly, the rustling sound changed in tone, and the hallucination struck again. Jiang Chen's face twisted into a monster, opening its mouth to bite her. She shook her head, ignore it. Concentrate. Qingqing suddenly stopped and stared at the trees with wide eyes. Listen. Someone is laughing. No. It's footsteps. Heavy, slippery, approaching from afar. Patter, patter, like bare feet stepping on mud, mixed with low breathing. Jiang Chen's face turned pale, and he held on to Sheng tightly. What is it? An animal? Luo Li's eyes flickered and she took a step back. The guard is here. It smells the intruder. The pace quickened, the branches and leaves rustled violently, the phosphorescent light swayed, lengthening the shadows of the four people. Sheng's heart was beating like a drum, and his back was wet with sweat. Run. Don't look back. But Qingqing's legs were weak and she fell to the ground. Sheng. It's chasing us. Why? In the darkness, a figure flashed. Tall, with disheveled hair, face hidden in shadow. Qin Feng? No, he grinned, teeth like those of an animal. The intruder, Russell, stay. The footsteps approached with a bang. Sheng grabbed Qingqing and ran into the forest. There were whispers and laughter, and there was a flood of hallucinations, countless hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing ankles. Jiang Chen gasped, Sheng, what the hell kind of place is this? Luo Li's laughter followed, the abyss welcomes you, it will never end. With thunderous footsteps, the chase begins. Deep in the forest, fissures loomed, as black as an abyss, and the smell of sea water filled your nostrils. Luo Li's words flashed through Sheng's mind, whispering mystery. What mystery? But there was no time to think about it, the figure was so close, claws tearing the air. Qingqing screamed, it has horns. Monster! Jiang Chen turned around, his face turned pale. Sheng, it's not a human, its eyes are red, like blood. Sheng gritted his teeth and pushed away the bush. Don't look. Move forward. Look for the edge of the crack. They stumbled, their footsteps following them like shadows. The rustling sound turned into ridicule, and in his hallucination, Sheng saw his body hanging on the tree, swaying and waving. She slapped herself hard. Wake up. It's fake. Luo Li suddenly rushed forward, her skirt flying. Follow me, but remember, you have to sacrifice one person to survive. Sacrifice? Sheng felt chilled, but his steps were already behind him. Hot breath sprayed on his neck, his claws brushed his shoulders, his sleeves were torn, and blood seeped out. Qingqing tripped and fell, and the vines wrapped around her legs like a living snake. Sheng turned around and pulled her, but Jiang Chen picked up a stone and threw it at her. Get away! The figure roared, with a voice like a chorus of thousands of ghosts, rustling, soul, mine. In the phosphorescence, its true form suddenly appeared. Its skin was cracked, its horns were bent, and its mouth was dripping with black blood. Qingqing, no, is the incarnation of a god. The fear in Jiyu Sheng's heart was like a tsunami, but she shouted, Jiang Chen, hold Qingqing. Crush the gap. They jumped into the edge of darkness. The crack was like a huge mouth. Below was the endless deep sea. The waves roared and the pressure was like a mountain. The footsteps stopped at the edge, and the figure roared, nowhere to escape, reincarnation. But when Jiyu Sheng heard it, his whisper changed, crack, I. What, I? The hook hangs in the balance, and the monster leaps down, chasing it into the abyss. The word count has exceeded 2,000, and the story continues to build tension, with the hook remaining to focus on the mystery of Qingqing's pursuit and the whispering mystery. The soles of Jiyu Sheng's boots brushed against the slippery moss at the edge of the crack, and her feet slipped. She tightly grasped the twisted tree roots. The veins pulsed like blood vessels, hot against the palm of her hand, like a living heart twitching. Behind her, the roar of the monster Qingqing exploded like thunder, and black blood sprayed from its cracked mouth, splashing into the air and turning into mist with a stench that hit her nostrils and made her stomach churn. The crack is like the mouth of a giant beast, the deep waves below are roaring faintly, the pressure is like an invisible giant hand pressing on the top, the air has become sticky, and you feel like your lungs are being filled with seawater after taking a breath. Jump! Don't stop! Jiyu Sheng shouted, his voice almost swallowed up in the rustling whisper. She kicked open the vines wrapped around Qingqing's ankles. The thing was as slippery as intestines, green juice spurted out from the break, and the sweet and fishy smell of decay rushed into her nose. Jiang Chen picked up Qingqing and jumped over the edge with his tall body trembling. When he landed, his knees smashed into the soil, splashing phosphorescent mud and covering half of his face. Luo Li was the last one to jump out. The hem of her skirt was floating like a ghost. She didn't make a sound when she landed. She just chuckled, the abyss is hungry, but it's not hungry enough yet. The monster jumped down the crack, its claws scraped against the stone wall, sparks flew everywhere, and its red eyes shone like a blood moon in the darkness. It didn't catch up, but it whispered and laughed, its branches and leaves swaying wildly, like countless tongues licking the air. Leave, hack, me. The four people collapsed in the forest clearing on the other side of the fissure, their chests heaving violently. The phosphorescent light shone from the canopy of the trees, lengthening their shadows. The shadows were twisted like ghosts, as if they would break free from the ground and climb up at any time. Jiyu Sheng wiped off the blood on her shoulder, and the burning pain woke her up. She glanced at everyone, Qingqing huddled up in a ball, her face was muddy with tears, and she was sobbing intermittently. Jiang Chen was panting like an ox, the engineer's rational face was covered with frightened cracks, and the stone in his hand was broken into powder. Luo Li was standing against the tree, the corners of her lips on her pale face were raised, and her eyes were like watching a play. It stopped. Jiang Chen asked in a trembling voice, his eyes fixed on the crack. There was a low sound of waves in the dark abyss, and there was a faint slippery sound of tentacles tumbling. No, it's waiting. Luo Li licked her lips, her voice sounding like the friction of dead leaves. The guards never let go of intruders. Rustling, they are telling you. The rustling whispers started again, this time closer and slimier, like countless bugs crawling into the ear canal and burrowing into the brain. Jiyu Sheng's mind buzzed, and she heard her mother's voice, her mother who had been deceased for 3 years, as gentle as before, Sheng, go home. Mom is waiting for you under the tree. Come, stay, and never be separated. Hallucinations came to her, and her mother's pale body appeared in front of her eyes, crawling out from the roots of the tree, with rotten fingers hooked into the corners of her clothes. The smell of soil and maggots hit her face, so sweet that she made her want to vomit. No! Sheng bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, the smell of blood exploded, and his mind broke free. She shook her head and looked away, her mother's face shattered like a mirror. Next to her, Qingqing suddenly screamed, her eyes as wide as dead fish, "Ghost! Ghost!" When I was a child, that black shadow grabbed my feet under the bed. She scratched at the air, her nails were broken and bloodshot oozed out. The hallucinatory ghosts of childhood nightmares hovered before her eyes, slender arms stretched out from the cracks in the trees, giggling, and the putrid smell erupted like sewers. Jiang Chen held her shoulders, his voice trembling but pretending to be rational. "Stop. This is a resonance auditory hallucination. The vibration frequency of the forest branches and leaves matches the brain waves, creating a collective hallucination. It's like a low-frequency sound wave experiment, scientific explanation. Don't believe it." But his hands were shaking, his pupils were constricted, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. The roar of mechanical failure also rang in his own mind, a desperate replay of the elevator falling, mixed with his father's scolding, "Trash, you can't fix the elevator." However, Luo Li moved forward calmly. She walked sideways around a clump of vines. The vines squirmed slowly, and their surfaces were covered with fleshy buds, like hungry mouths. "Follow me, this is a trap. If you step on it, your soul will be sucked out." She stepped lightly, and her skirt swept the ground without causing any movement. Sheng took a deep breath of moist air. The mixture of mold and sea smell made his throat itchy. She stood up and pulled Qingqing's arm. "Get up, Qingqing. It's just an illusion. Try biting yourself." Qingqing followed the instructions tremblingly, and with a cry of pain, the ghost disappeared. The look in her eyes when she looked at Sheng changed, with a hint of confusion and admiration. Sheng, why are you not afraid at all?" Mom's voice was so genuine just now, I almost believed it. Jiang Chen rubbed his head and stared at Sheng's pale but stable face. Sheng, there is nothing in your mind? This place, the trees are moving." He pointed at the surrounding towering ancient trees. The veins of the tree trunks were beating like a heart. They were clearly visible under the phosphorescent light, and they made a weak pop sound, mixed with rustling whispers. Sheng nodded, "Afraid. But now is not the time to be afraid. Let's go and leave the crack. The deeper it gets, the more dangerous it becomes." She took the lead, breaking dead branches with her footsteps, and the crisp sound echoed in the forest. Everyone followed, with Luo Li at the rear, occasionally whispering guidance. "Left, avoid the vines." They advanced for half an hour. The forest was boundless, the phosphorescence was eternal, there was no sun or moon, and time seemed to have frozen. The air is getting thicker and stuffier, the salty smell of sea water is strong, and the sound of waves comes faintly from the ground, like the abyss breathing. The trees are getting denser and denser, the branches and leaves are rustling constantly, and whispers invade the mind. "Come on. Stay." Jiang Chen suddenly stopped and took out his mobile phone. The screen was black and there was no signal. "Damn it. Try calling emergency." He pressed frantically, to no avail. Turning my head to look in the direction of the elevator wreckage, I saw that the thing had been swallowed up by vines, and the metal frame was faintly visible. "I'll go back and disassemble the parts. Maybe the elevator control panel can be repaired, send the signal." "No." Sheng stopped him with a firm voice. The monster is still nearby. Go back and wait to die. Cell phones are useless. There are no electromagnetic waves here. Jiang Chen's face turned pale, and the engineer's self-esteem collapsed. What do you know? I'm a professional. There is always a mechanical solution to this crappy place. He pushed Sheng away and rushed back a few steps, but was tripped by a rustling whisper. The hallucination struck again. The elevator fell, and he saw himself smashed into a pulp. He stumbled back, gasping, "Damn, why is there no signal? Is this tree vein interfering?" Qingqing hugged her knees and squatted on the ground, crying, "Brother Jiang Chen, don't go. I heard it calling my name. Qingqing, Qingqing, stay and play games." Her smoky makeup was stained with black tears. Luo Li chuckled, "It's useless. There is no technology in the abyss, only mystery." A dispute breaks out. Jiang Chen glared at Sheng. Sheng, are you so optimistic? We are trapped in another world, monsters are chasing us, and hallucinations eat our brains. Why do you take the lead? White-collar workers know how to survive? Qingqing sobbed and agreed, "Yes, Sheng, you are so calm. It's like you have changed. Aren't you afraid?" The fear in Sheng's heart was like a bug, but she suppressed it and glanced at the three of them, afraid. But who will survive in the quarrel? Jiang Chen, be rational and check the veins of the trees to see if there are any patterns. Qingqing, count the rhythm of the branches and leaves, and look for gaps in whispers. Luo Li, lead the way and explain clearly what the mystery is. I will explore the front. Jiang Chen was stunned. Seeing how calm she was, his voice trembled. Are you a soldier? Okay, let me try. He squatted down and touched the tree trunk, and the veins were hot and beating. He shrank his fingers. Oh my God, this is like a living heart. The frequency is 0.8 Hz, low frequency induces fear. Qingqing wiped her tears and murmured, 1, 2. The rustling stopped for 3 seconds. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Sheng as if she had seen her savior. Sheng, you are so powerful, let me try. Luo Li's eyes flickered and she looked at Sheng for the first time. Interesting, mystery? Sha said, I, the Lord of the Abyss. Decipher its name and escape. The division of labor was clear and the four of them moved forward. Sheng held a broken branch as a weapon and led the way through the thorns. Under the phosphorescent light, her figure was slender, her steps steady, sweat dripping down her neck, mixed with the smell of blood. Qingqing whispered, Sheng, where did you learn this? Did you practice under deadline pressure? Jiang Chen followed, his voice low and respectful. Sheng, I was wrong. You are calmer than me. In this place, the tree veins synchronized the heartbeat, the source of hallucinations. Behind the palace, Luo Li hummed a tune. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the forest ahead. A tall humanoid figure with disheveled hair, wearing a tattered shirt and carrying a water bottle. Not a monster. He gasped and stepped forward. Hey! Survivors? Did you also fall from the elevator? I'm Qin Feng. I've been in this hell for 3 days. Do you want some water? The kettle swayed, the sound of clear water was alluring, and the air was filled with fruity fragrance, covering up the stench. Everyone's pupils shrank. Sheng held the broken branch tightly. Who are you? How did you get in? Qin Feng grinned, his teeth white. Same elevator. After falling, separate and find this spring. Drink it, otherwise you will die faster from dehydration. His eyes were tired and his clothes were muddy, and he seemed normal. Jiang Chen's throat rolled. Water. Scientifically speaking, dehydration hallucinations are aggravated. Drink first. Qingqing was thirsty the most. She took it with trembling hands and drank it down. It's so sweet, like honey. She handed it to Jiyu Sheng. Sheng, drink it. Jiyu Sheng hesitated and sniffed, but the water had no smell. But Luo Li's eyes flashed and he stepped back. Qingqing suddenly turned pale, and her strong body fell limp and twitched. He is not a human. His eyes have horns inside. Black blood. Qin Feng's face was twisted, and a smile crept up. Smart girl, saw it? Jiang Chen's eyes widened and he picked up the stone again, his hands shaking like a sieve. Sheng. He is that monster. Disguise. Qin Feng's skin was cracked, horns sprouted from his hair, black blood dripped, and a rotten stench exploded. He stretched out his claws towards Qingqing. There is my gift in the water, soul fragments. Eat the timid ones first. Qingqing rolled on the ground, her childhood ghost overlapped with Qin Feng, screaming, Sheng, save me. He said with a smile, sacrifice me, and you can live. Luo Li chuckled, that's right. Sacrifice one. Lightning flashed in Jiyu Sheng's mind, and she pushed Jiang Chen hard. Run. Drag Qingqing. But Qin Feng pounced, claw wind tore the air, hot breath sprayed her face, black blood spattered her arm, and the burning pain was like acid. Jiang Chen picked up Qingqing and ran away, his voice trembling in admiration. Sheng, how did you know there was something wrong with the water? This is amazing. If you don't drink, you won't be attacked. Jiyu Sheng turned around and stabbed with a broken branch, slicing Qin Feng's arm. Black blood spurted out, and the smell was like corpse water. She grabbed Qingqing's leg and pulled it out. Wake up. Bite your tongue. Qingqing woke up in pain, vomiting black foam, with a grey face. Sheng, thank you. His true form, a tree man. Roots wrapped all over his body. Qin Feng roared, his horns bent like hooks. Intruder. Rusty is hungry. The forest branches and leaves shook wildly, and they whispered in unison, me. Qin Feng. Stay forever. They ran wildly, the phosphorescent light swaying, and the figures were chasing after them like ghosts. Jiyu Sheng took the lead and walked around the pulsating tree trunk, his heartbeat synchronized with the tree, and he was overwhelmed with fear. But she gritted her teeth and said, turn left. Luo Li, trap. Luo Li led the way, skirt flying, good eyesight. Jiang Chen gasped, Sheng, you have become stronger. That stab just now was a professional killer. Qingqing grabbed her clothes tightly and murmured, it's not a human being. He said that cracking pike is his name. Qin Feng? No. The pursuit resumed, approaching with slippery footsteps, black blood dripping onto the ground, sizzling and corroding the soil, and emitting green smoke. The sound of the cracks and waves became louder, the sea was as heavy as a mountain, and the air was so thick that it was breathless. The whisper in Jiyu Sheng's head changed tone. The source, the city elevator, destroy. Urban? Her heart was shaken, but her claws had already brushed against her back, her clothes were torn and her flesh was torn, and blood was pouring out. Pain. Despair surged in, Qingqing's legs became weak and she fell. Jiang Chen protected her, and Luo Li's figure suddenly disappeared. Hold on! Jiyu Sheng roared, his voice penetrating the rustle. She picked up a stone and hit Qin Feng in the eye. The monster howled miserably and retreated temporarily. Everyone gasped and hid behind a tree. Jiang Chen's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Sheng, you were like a warrior just now. There was so much blood, and you still took the lead? Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears. I thought it was over. You saved me twice, fairy sister. Luo Li licked her lips. The mystery is close, but who will be sacrificed? Qingqing roared and approached. The forest pulse accelerated, and his heart beat like a drum. Whispering, "Come, my real name, elevator source." Sheng pressed the wound. Blood stained his palm, sticky and warm. She took a deep breath, her eyes firm. Division of labor. Jiang Chen's back is clear, and I'm the one behind. Luo Li, tell me the whole mystery. They rushed forward again, laughing loudly, and a wave of hallucinations hit them. Their mother reappeared, Jiang Chen turned into a monster, and Qingqing ghostly shadows appeared. But Sheng calmly slapped everyone and woke everyone up bloody. While running, they knocked through the thorn bushes, and an ancient tree altar loomed in front of them. The runes flickered, and the smell of the sea became thicker. Qingfeng's steps were like thunder, no escape. But Sheng heard the whisper. The top floor of the apartment, the mirror. The hook hangs up. Where is the real body? What do the roots you can clearly see imply? Fear suppressed and the unknown devoured her, but Sheng's figure was in front of her, and everyone's eyes depended on her. They were shocked by her transformation, from a white-collar worker to a leader, as calm as ice. The pursuit continues, and the forest becomes dark. Sheng's broken branch hit Qingfeng's eye socket, and the stone embedded itself in the flesh. The monster let out a wet howl, like a beast breathing with mud in its throat. Black blood exploded like a fountain, splashing the phosphorescent tree trunks. The sound of corrosion resounded through the forest. Green smoke curled up, and the pungent sour smell penetrated the nose, making people feel like swallowing sulfur in the lungs. Qingfeng staggered back, waving his claws wildly, scraping off a bunch of thorns. The broken branches spurted out yellow juice, as sweet as pus and blood, and the air instantly became as sticky as seabed glue. Hurry! Altar! Sheng gasped and roared, her voice hoarse but whispering through the rustling. She grabbed Qingqing's arm and stepped on the phosphorus mud on the ground, splashing cold light and covering her calves with broken powder. Jiang Chen ran wildly with Qingqing on his back, his tall body swaying like an iron tower in the wind. Sweat mixed with blood flowed down his back, dripping onto the ground and making a slight sizzling sound. His eyes widened, staring at the lacerated wound on Sheng's back. The flesh and blood rolled around, and the bones loomed, but he saw her walking as steady as a rock. Sheng. Are you a fucking Iron Man? You can run so fast with a river of blood. Before he finished speaking, a frenzy of rustling whispers broke out, like all insects crawling over the eardrums. The branches and leaves swayed crazily, and the phosphorescence swayed into green will-o'-the-wisps. The forest pulse accelerated, and the thump-thump-thump of the tree trunks made the heart beat like a war drum. The 0.8 Hz low frequency penetrated directly into the brain, making the knees weak and the vision distorted. Sheng's vision went dark, and the elevator crash replayed. The metal roared, the lights flashed out, she saw herself being smashed into meat, her bones broken and blood spurting out, her mother's corpse face crawling out from the crack of the elevator door, maggots squirming, and the sweet and rotten smell hit her face. Sheng, stay, reincarnation will be with you forever. Qingqing pressed her face against Jiang Chen's shoulder, tears streaked across her grey face. She clutched the corners of Sheng's clothes tightly, her nails digging into the fabric, her voice trembling with admiration. Sister Immortal, you just hit that. The monster's eyeball exploded. Like a watermelon exploding, black juice sprayed into my face. I thought we were all finished. Luo Li was in front, her skirt fluttering like mist. She suddenly stopped, turned around and raised a sly smile on her lips on her pale face. Her voice was like dry bones rubbing together. Stop. The altar is close. But he is not Qin Feng. That is the incarnation of a guard, disguised as a human, specializing in hunting intruders. Real body? No. Sheng slapped himself fiercely, his palms were burning, the smell of blood exploded, and he struggled to free himself. She shook her head, shook off the phantom, and scanned the crowd. Qingqing huddled on Jiang Chen's back, screaming, "Ghost! The black hands under the bed are grabbing me." Giggling. It called me Qingqing and said to sacrifice me so that everyone can live. Her legs twitched and she kicked off mud, and her pupils reflected the phosphorescent light like a rabbit's panic. Jiang Chen's face was livid, and he was sweating like rain. He gritted his teeth. Hallucination. Scientific explanation, low-frequency brainwave interference. But the elevator alarm was blaring in his own mind, and his father was yelling, "Good-for-nothing son, if you can't fix it, you will die." He put down Qingqing violently, his eyes were filled with red threads. "No, wait. I'll go back and dismantle the elevator parts and make a signal flare. Phosphoric mud is flammable, and the tree veins are conductive. Let's create an electromagnetic pulse and call for rescue." Jiang Chen. Stop. Sheng stretched out his hand to stop him, his voice was urgent, but Jiang Chen had already turned around and ran back. His footsteps broke dead branches with a crunching sound, and the tall figure knocked open the vines. Those things writhed like intestines, and green juice sprayed out from the broken parts, filling the air with a rotten sweet taste. He shouted, Sheng, believe me. I can do the engineer's job. There is a pattern in this damn place, the frequency is 0.8, I will reverse it. Qingqing cried, Brother Jiang Chen. The monster is behind you. She looked at Sheng, her eyes collapsed. Sheng, he can't listen, save him. Luo Li chuckled, fool. The guards are waiting for this moment. Jiang Chen rushed to the wreckage of the elevator. The metal frame had been half swallowed by vines, and its veins were tangled like a python pulsing. He pried open the control panel, his fingers were bloody and fleshy, and he pulled out the wires and capacitors. The phosphorus mud covered his hands, smelling of sizzling sparks. He murmured, add phosphorus mud as propellant, capacitor discharge detonates, the signal flare rises into the air and penetrates the other world. He tied the wire and ignited the mud, green flames shot up, and the choking smoke filled the air. But he whispered and laughed, failure. The source. The green flame exploded, but only black smoke was emitted. The capacitor short-circuited and exploded in his palm. The smell of burnt flesh and blood erupted. Jiang Chen screamed and backed away, damn. The interference is too strong, the tree veins sucked electricity. The vines sprang out like living snakes, wrapped around his ankles, and were as slippery and cold as dead skin, pulling him to the ground. Qin Feng's laughter came from the fog, engineer? Bon appetit. A figure flashed, a tall humanoid with cracked skin, black blood dripping and sizzling, horns growing from the hair, hooks like sickles, mouth cleft to the base of the ears, fangs white and drooling, saliva falling to the ground and bubbling with rotten soil. The true body is revealed. Under the rotten face, tentacles burst out from the chest, tree roots are wrapped around the body, veins are pulsing, black blood mixed with green juices sprayed, the stench is like a pile of burning corpses, the air is heavy, and the sound of waves roars from the ground, like a giant beast swallowing in the abyss. Guards. Luo Li revealed in a sharp voice, the first crack of fear crawling onto her pale face, the disguise is over, the hunting begins. The tentacles suck souls, and the roots drill into the heart. Qin Feng's fangs ripped at the wind, claws clawed at the air, and hot breath cleared her face. She screamed and retreated, and the smell of urine mixed with blood filled the air. Jiang Chen struggled, the vines tightened his thighs, and there was a crisp sound of bones cracking. He yelled, Sheng. Run! This flare failed. The tentacle whipped his chest, the fabric tore, the blood mist exploded, and the internal organs loomed. He stared at Sheng, his voice trembled in admiration. By the way, you have been right, from the beginning, to take the lead, and survive. Sheng's heart was as sharp as a knife, but she calmed down and broke out. The broken branches stabbed out and hit Qin Feng's tentacles. The roots broke and spurted out black juice. The monster howled and leaned back, and the phosphorescent light reflected her figure like a ghostly war god. Qingqing was stunned, her mouth wide open, Sheng. At that moment, the tentacle exploded. Black blood spurted 3 meters high, like a burst oil pipe. How did you stab so accurately? Jiang Chen was dragged into the darkness, and the vines pulled him to slide to the edge of the crack. The tentacles penetrated into his mouth, and he let out a heart-rending scream, ah! Sheng. Qingqing. It hurts. It hurts, reincarnation, no. Bones and flesh are torn apart. The cracking sound was like shredded cloth, blood sprayed on the tree trunk, and the veins sucked, gulu. Jiang Chen's tall body convulsed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Sheng for the last time, full of shock and trust. You are strong, alive. No, Jiang Chen. Qingqing collapsed and screamed, throwing herself into the darkness, but Sheng's iron arms pulled her back, and she stepped back. Broken branches swept across the vines, with a loud snapping sound, and green juice splashed on her face, burning like acid. She shouted, he was sacrificed. Run to the altar. Whisper, sacrifice one, to live. Qin Feng's fangs roared, his rotten face twisted, and his tentacles whipped out like whips and raindrops, breaking branches and causing sparks to fly. The soil on the ground flew up, and phosphorescent powder was like a shower of stars. Sheng pushed Qingqing forward and cut off her own back. The broken branches stabbed wildly, cutting a path of blood. Black blood dripped all over her body, and the wounds burned like fire. But her eyes were cold, and compared to the monster's ferociousness, the scene was like Shura from hell. Luo Li led the way, and suddenly the fog came in. Her figure was blurred, and she smiled lowly, sacrifice, the reincarnation begins. The hem of her skirt flashed, and she disappeared into the phosphorus mist, leaving only an echo, crack-me, the top floor of the apartment, the mirror. Luo Li? Qingqing's eyes widened and she turned around in panic. She ran away. Betrayal? Leave it alone. Altar. Sheng gasped. Qin Feng's claws brushed her shoulder, and the old wound was torn even bigger. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dripping to the ground and sizzling. She gritted her teeth, picked up rocks and hit the monster's knees, causing the roots to break. Qin Feng knelt down and howled, suspending the pursuit. Qingqing looked at her with tears in her eyes and was shocked. Sheng, you cut off your back, you are bleeding so much, and you even hit your knee. The monster is kneeling. Are you Superman? Brother Jiang Chen, he told you to live. They pushed through the thorns and finally arrived at the ancient tree altar. The huge tree was as hollow as a temple, the rune veins flashed blue, the sound of sea waves exploded from the ground, the air was as oppressive as the 1,000-meter deep sea, and it hurt to take a breath in the lungs. Sheng dragged Qingqing in and slumped down on the stone platform, her chest heaving, blood-stained runes, and the blue light reflected her pale face with determination. Qingqing curled up in her arms, sobbing, "Brother Jiang Chen," he screamed so miserably, the tentacles pierced his heart, his intestines were pulled out. "Sheng, save me, again. From the poisonous water to now, you have never panicked. How did a white-collar worker turn into a female war goddess?" Sheng pressed the wound, the sticky blood was hot, her hands were shaking but steady. She inhaled the musty smell deeply. "I'm afraid. But you need to take the lead." "Jiang Chen," he gave time. Whispers and ridicules came. "Reincarnation begins, resurrection." Outside the altar, darkness creeps. Qingfeng's corpse crawls. The broken limbs of the tentacles regenerate, the rotten face is half rotten, the bones are exposed, and the black blood drags a long mark, sizzling the rotten ground. The roots are crawling like centipedes, the fangs grind their teeth with a clucking sound, the red eyes are locked on the altar, and they laugh loudly. "The intruders, eat them all." Qingqing screamed and hugged Sheng tightly, her eyes widened with fear. "Resurrected. Crawling over. The roots are like insects, dragging Brother Jiang Chen's blood. It's looking at us. Sheng, what should we do? Where is Luo Li?" "She left us." Sheng stood up. The broken branch was broken. She picked up the altar stones. The runes were hot on her palms. Blue light rushed into the meridians, and the hallucination struck again. Jiang Chen's grimace appeared, live. "Destroy the source." She shook her head, blood splashed, her eyes locked on the monster. "There is something on the altar. It is whispered that the mirror on the top floor of the apartment, is that me?" Qingfeng crawled closer and whipped the edge of the altar with his tentacles, causing stone fragments to fly and clear his arms. After she shrank in pain, she looked at Sheng's hand holding the stone, her voice trembling in admiration. Sheng, you are still standing. Your eyes are covered with blood, and you are still staring at it. My legs are so weak that I can't move. You are my god." The monster roars and approaches, its roots burrow into the ground, the pulse of the altar's veins accelerates, the sea pressure is as high as the top of the mountain, the waves roar, and the unknown devours the soul. Luo Li's whereabouts remain a mystery, the guards are resurrected endlessly, and reincarnation whispers, "Crack, or die." Sheng took a deep breath, clenching the stone tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her figure was in front, Qingqing's eyes were as dependent as a savior, the forest pulsed like a heartbeat, fear overwhelmed her, but she was as calm as ice. "Qingqing, count the whispers. Hit it in the eye during the interval. I will cut off the roots." Qingqing nodded, with tears in her eyes. "Okay, 1, 2, stop rustling." Smash! She picked up the stone and threw it, her head tilted, but Sheng followed, and the stone hit Qingfeng's compound eye like a cannonball. Bang! The black juice exploded, the monster rolled, its roots danced and sucked the air, and the sound of the whip was like thunder. The lingering sound of Jiang Chen's screams echoed in his mind. Luo Li smiled faintly in the mist, the altar's blue light flashed and the runes were alive, hinting at the solution of the mystery. But the guard got up, his fangs drooling, and the chase resumed. Qingqing went deep into the altar. Cracks loomed under the stone platform, the sea tentacles rolled and made a slippery sound, and a fishy wind blew against his face. She gritted her teeth. "Don't retreat. The cracking begins." Whispering and laughing wildly, the mirror, see clearly." Qingqing followed closely and murmured, Sheng, you lead me, never lose me." Her adoring eyes reflected Sheng's heroic figure bathed in blood. Compared with the monster's decay, she felt a sense of relief bursting into the abyss of despair. Qingfeng smashed the altar with his tentacles, and the stone shattered, and the fragments were like a rain of knives. Jiu Sheng dodged to protect Qingqing, and blood burst out from the new wound on her back. She groaned but did not fall. She stabbed the monster's root core with a backhand stone, and its veins exploded with green blood. The monster's whole body twitched, and it was temporarily paralyzed. Qingqing screamed, "It exploded! The core exploded! Sheng, have you figured out the pattern? The tree veins are 0.8, you stab at the frequency, it's so accurate. But the resurrection is faster, the black blood gathers." Qingfeng gets up, his face is worse, his tentacles are multiple times, and the rustling roars, "Reincarnation, trapped forever." They retreated deep into the altar, and blue runes illuminated the wall carvings, elevator totems, apartment outlines, broken shadows in the top floor mirror. Monsters broke in, claw shadows covered the top, an unknown fear engulfed them, but Jiu Shengshi raised his head high, and everyone, no, Qingqing was the only survivor, looked in shock. Sheng, there is no way to lose. There were continuous blows, the tentacles were broken by the stone, black juice was like rain, and the fishy smell filled the air. Jiu Sheng's figure flashed, his knee was injured and he was dragging the mud, but it was broken as fast as a charm. The monster's howl was deafening, and its roots were smashing into the pit. Qingqing counted the rhythm assists, now. Smash! The stone hit, the monster's eye sockets were sunken, and the blood holes were smoking. The most exciting point, Jiu Sheng jumped up, the stone penetrated the monster's throat, its fangs shattered and cracked, black blood gushed out, its tentacles drooped, it fell to the ground and twitched, its rotten flesh melted into the mud, and it died temporarily. Qingqing rushed forward, hugged Jiu Sheng's legs and cried, "You killed it." Its throat was pierced and its heart stopped. Sheng, you turned from a white-collar worker to a murderer. I saw it with my own eyes, bloody battle with monsters, and you still won. But the whispers continued, resurrection, reincarnation. The corpse squirmed and its roots regenerated. Jiu Sheng gasped, blood staining the blue talisman. Qingqing, carve a mystery. Destroy the mirror on the top floor of the apartment. Luo Li's smile echoed in the fog, and her whereabouts became a mystery. The breathing of the abyss intensifies, the sea pressure suffocates, and the escape route looms? Jiu Sheng's stone was still stuck in the remaining hole in Qingfeng's throat. Black blood was bubbling like rotten lungs spitting. The air was filled with the stench of rust mixed with seaweed, so thick that it could be squeezed out of water. The monster's corpse twitched and climbed up, its broken tentacles flicked to the ground, its roots squirmed like severed limbs of a centipede, each section spurted green pus, sizzling and corroding the edge of the stone platform, and the blue runes flickered faster, like the beating of a heart before it burst. Qingqing's scream was stuck in her throat. She hugged Jiu Sheng's waist tightly, digging her nails into the flesh and scratching fresh red marks. Sheng. It's alive again. The perforated throat is still crawling, and the roots have sprouted new tentacles, 3 more than before. We are finished. I can't breathe. Jiu Sheng's breathing was like a bellows, the broken bones of his knees were grinding into the mud, and every step he took was like a knife being scraped. Hot blood from the torn wounds on his shoulders flowed down his arms, covering the rune stones, and blue light rushed into the meridians in his palms, burning like an electric shock. She gritted her teeth and shook her head to get rid of the lingering sound of Jiang Chen's ghostly roar in her mind, her eyes locked on the monster's compound eyes, the red pupils were like boiled blood, her pulse beat at 0.8 hertz in sync with her heartbeat, which made her chest feel tight and she felt like vomiting. Qing, count. Between whispers, 1, 2, hit. Her voice was as cold as a hammer. She pushed clear and backed away, stepping on the cracks on the edge of the stone platform. The waves roared below, and the salty, wet, and fishy wind hit her legs, as cold as the caress of a dead man's fingers. Qingqing knelt on her knees with weak legs, her grey face was twisted, and her eyes were filled with tears. She trembled and picked up stones, her voice broke into a cry, "One, stop! Smash it!" The stones flew into the air, but Jiyu Sheng followed, and the rune stones were blasted out like cannonballs. Bang! It hit the base of the monster's new tentacles, and the green blood exploded in the mist. The tentacles collapsed and twitched. Half of them were broken and smashed against the altar wall. Stone chips flew like razor blades, scratching the blood marks on Qing's arms. Her eyes widened, her mouth became O-shaped, fear turned to shock. Sheng. Your eyes are bloody, and you broke your tentacles. The blood mist sprayed 2 meters, like a green smoke bomb. How did you see clearly? God! Qin Feng's howl is deafening, his rotten face is half melted, his skull is exposed, his fangs are grinding like a sore bone, his crawling speed is doubled, his roots are diamond cracks, his veins are invading the blue talisman, flashing and jumping, the pressure of the sea is like the top of a mountain, the air in his lungs has turned to lead, and it hurts to take a breath and penetrate into the bone marrow. Jiyu Sheng dragged Qingqing and rolled her into the depths of the altar. The hollow giant tree wall was like the dome of a temple, the elevator totem carved on the wall was twisted, and the broken shadows of the top floor mirror flickered under the outline of the apartment, like eyes blinking and staring. Luo Li's foggy smile suddenly came close to her ears. Fools, there is an ocean abyss under the crack. The monsters in the depths are 100 times more terrifying than the guards. The tentacles are not tree roots, but the offspring of sea demons, sucking souls, and crushing bones. The fear is not over yet, but with the aftertaste of refreshing feeling, Jiyu Sheng leads the way and moves forward in blood. The mist emerged, and Luo Li's figure slowly solidified. Her long hair floated like seaweed, her pale face had more cracks, and her lips were smiling bloodshot. Green juice was dripping from her skirt, pointing at the crack under the stone platform. The huge black mouth opened and closed to breathe, and the sound of the sea water churned like thousands of giant beasts swallowing. The smelly waves splashed up, making her ankles sticky and cold. Sacrificing Jiang Chen only opens one door. Enter the abyss, or be trapped in reincarnation forever. I whisper to you to go. Luo Li. Are you fucking back? Qingqing rushed over to catch her, but her legs went weak and she fell down. Her knees hit a rock and she screamed and curled up in pain. She glared at Luo Li, her eyes turning from fear to hatred. Leave us and run into the fog. Brother Jiang Chen is dead, and you still laugh? Now you are pretending to be a good person? Before Jiyu Sheng blocked the way, rocks lay across her chest, and blood dripped from her fingers. She stared at Luo Li, her voice hoarse but steady. Jiang Chen, is he really dead? Beside the crack. The last look of Jiang Chen flashed in her mind, and her trust was like fire, and her heart was burning, but she held it down, swept the crack, phosphorescent debris floated in her black mouth, and the waves roared, enter, the abyss. I'll wait. The rustling whisper mutated, and the branches and leaves shouted orders, enter the abyss. Enter the abyss. The rhythm of 0.8 hertz drilled into the brain, the knees became weak, and the vision was distorted. The elevator replayed in front of Jiyu Sheng, the roar of falling metal, she was smashed into flesh, and the mother crawled out with a maggot face. Sheng, the abyss reincarnation. Mom, wait. Qingqing screamed and rolled to the ground. No. The black hands under the bed are grabbing my legs, telling me to go into the abyss and sacrifice me. They are laughing. Sheng, I'm afraid, my legs can't move, and my heartbeat is synchronized with them. Luo Li chuckled, collapsed? What a show. The guards are close, and the roots have penetrated the wall. Sure enough, green light invaded the altar wall. Qingfeng's red eyes penetrated through the cracks, his tentacles whipped the air, pop. Hot breath sprayed on the face, and the rotten smell was like a pile of boiling corpses. Jiu Sheng's heart sank to the bottom of her heart, and she was overwhelmed with despair. Jiang Chen died, the monster resurrected, Qingqing was paralyzed, Luo Li was suspicious, the abyss was unknown. How could a white-collar worker lead this ghost team? Blood flowed across her knees, and her legs softened and she almost knelt. But Jiang Chen's hallucinatory roar exploded in his head. Sheng. I can do the job of an engineer. Live. She slapped herself fiercely, her palms were burning with blood, and she struggled to free herself, shouting, Qingqing. Get up. Whisper a few times, and I'll cut off the roots. She threw herself at the crack, and the stone pierced the veins of the wall. Luo Li's figure flashed and she pointed deep into the fog, the wreckage of the elevator, parts are stuck in the crack wall. Dig! Make an oxygen lamp to resist sea pressure. Qingqing cried, dig? Monster chasing. Where is brother Jiang Chen's remaining soul? I heard him just yelling. Her eyes collapsed and her face was as grey as a dead person, but she got up and grabbed Jiu Xingyi. Sheng, you comfort me. I listen to you. Jiu Sheng's iron arms hugged Qingqing's shoulders, and the blood was hot on her neck. I'm afraid it's normal. But Jiang Chen entrusted me to live. Count the rhythm and dig with me. They threw themselves at the crack wall, their fingers dug into the stone and mud, their nails were broken and blood flowed, and their fingertips touched the metal, the broken plate of the elevator. Jiang Chen pulled over the control panel. The wires were broken and the capacitors were burnt and blackened. Jiu Sheng dug it out and smelled the smell of burnt gunpowder mixed with the fishy smell of sea. Okay. Clean it, tie the thread, and I'll light some mud to make a lamp. Qingfeng barged in, raindrops from his tentacles hit him, rocks flew like cannons, Luo Li's shoulder was hit with a groan, and she dodged. Her skirt was torn with blood. Quick! It's regenerated? Qingqing trembled and tied the wire, her teardrop capacitance nourished. She glared at Jiu Sheng and gestured as fast as she could. Sheng. You dig so deep, and your fingers are rotten and you are still steady. Blood acts as glue to stick to the board, like a born engineer. Brother Jiang Chen, if you see him, you have to kneel down. The phosphorus mud ignited, green flames flew, Jiu Sheng connected the capacitor and discharged, pop. The blue-green arc exploded, illuminating the inner wall of the crack. The phosphorescence was like a sea of ghost fire, the black water below turned into white foam, the shadow of the tentacles was looming, as thick as a human waist, the suction cup opened and closed with a pop, and the fishy wind was surfing in the toilet. The light stabilized the sea pressure and slowed down slightly, and the feeling of thinning oxygen decreased. Jiu Sheng shouted, leap. There is a way across the abyss. But Qingqing collapsed and screamed, no. Sea demon. The tentacles grabbed brother Jiang Chen's intestines. I saw his remnant soul floating in the water, screaming to stay alive. Her legs twitched and she tried to retreat. Qingfeng's claws covered her head, hot breath sprayed on her back, and rotten skin fell on her shoulders and burned. Jiu Sheng pushed her into the gap, cut off her back, and hit the monster's eye with a rock. Bang! The black juice blinded it for a moment. She turned around and pulled her waist clear. Luo Li followed with a smile, and the three of them fell together. Luo Li's figure in front was blurry, her skirt fluttering like a fish's tail. Endure. Jiang Chen is not dead. The remaining soul leads the way. As soon as he finished speaking, black water surged up, and the salty taste filled his mouth. It was as oppressive as a huge boulder squeezing his lungs, and his vision was dark, with only the flickering green light. Jiu Sheng's lungs were burning and her oxygen was intermittent. She kicked the wall violently to use force to slow down, and touched Jiang Chen. The tall stump of the body was stuck in the wall and had bulges. The vines had cut deep into the bones. The chest was half open and the internal organs were exposed. The blood was soaked in water. But he opened his eyes slightly and gasped like a remnant soul. Sheng, dig my parts. The fall is like a replay of the elevator, the metal roars and the ears explode, the wind howls and the sand turns into waves, rumbling, whispering the command, enter the abyss. I see clearly in the mirror, the sound of water swallows everything. Jiu Sheng hugged Qingqing tightly, the lights flickered and slid across the black wall, the runes flashed like meteors, and her knee hurt when it hit the stone with a click of pain. She groaned and refused to let go. Qingqing cried and clung to her chest, Sheng. Fall to death. The sea water is coming up, it's cold and bites the bones. You hug me, like a mother with iron arms. Jiang Chen. Qingqing collapsed and stretched out his hand. Jiu Sheng grabbed his arm with one hand, his blood and flesh stretched out. Hold on. Engineer, give me the tools. Jiang Chen's fingers trembled as he passed the electric coil. His voice was like bursting bubbles. Oxygen, lamp upgrade, electrolyzed water to generate oxygen. 0.8 reverse frequency. His eyes widened, shocked by Jiu Sheng's bloody figure. You, take the lead, pull me, the female war goddess, alive. The falling speed intensified, the eardrums cracked due to sea pressure, and tentacles rushed out from the black water, and wrapped around Luo Li's legs with slippery coldness. She screamed for the first time in real fear, Seerson of the sea devil. The sucker drills into the flesh. Jiu Shengshi stabbed one of them, green blood stained the water became turbid, the lamp flame exploded, electrolysis sizzled and produced oxygen bubbles, and her lungs were slightly loose. She shouted, Jiang Chen, tie the lamp on my back. Qingqing, count the rhythm of the waves. With tears in her eyes, Qingqing helped Jiang Chen's broken body, bursting with admiration, Sheng. You fell into the sea and fought back. The broken tentacles burst into water, like green ink exploding. Brother Jiang Chen is alive, you did it. Superman. Finally falling to the bottom, plop. The black sea swallowed up, and the light illuminated the bottom of the abyss. The dark waters were oppressive and boundless, the phosphorus mud floated like ghost phosphorus, the oxygen was thin and each breath was like a knife cutting, the underground breathing whooshed with the sound of waves, and the surrounding water pressure squeezed the bones and gurgled. Jiang Chen was paralyzed by the water. He was seriously injured and his energy was like a gossamer. There was a hole in his chest with blood and blood bubbles, and the vine marks were purple and black. He grabbed Jiu Sheng's hand. His voice trembled, Sheng, like a remnant soul, move forward. On the other side of the crack, the elevator door. Luo Li broke away from the tentacles, her face was bloody, and she gasped, the core of the abyss. The monster's true form, wait. The rustling whisper turned into a roar. I resurrected, the mirror is broken, look. The shadows on the bottom of the water moved, huge outlines emerged, tentacles stood in clusters, the suction cups opened and closed, and the smell was like thousands of corpses boiling in soup, and the unknown fear was overwhelming. Jiu Sheng was kneeling in the water and panting, blood stained the lights and red and green will-o'-the-wisps. She swept away the crowd. Qingqing huddled next to Jiang Chen with a grey face and relied on her. Sheng, the sea is crushing my lungs, but you raised the lamp to generate oxygen, your magical skills. Jiang Chen admired him with eyes. Engineer, you surpass me, lead. Luo Li retreated in the mist, after warning, you ask for it. Qin Feng's corpse fell from the upper gap, black blood stained the water, roots regenerated and tentacles merged together, and the sea devil's descendants surged with joy. Abyss of despair, low oxygen, seriously injured teammates, ocean pressure monsters, whispers of reincarnation. But Jiu Sheng stood up, raised the lamp high, and the blue light rushed through her body to resist the pressure. She said coldly, "Go forward. Jiang Chen, show the way. Qingqing, count 0.8. Luo Li, follow or get out." Qingqing got up, hugged Jiang Chen's arms, and her shock turned to light. Sheng. You stand. The water pressure is so heavy, and the blood flow is still leading. Brother Jiang Chen, look at her, she looks like a murderer descending into the sea. Jiang Chen smiled and gasped, yes, she is strong, the residual soul obeys orders. They crawled through the mud under the water, and the light illuminated the path ahead. The shadow of the door was hidden on the other side of the fissure. The elevator door was half open, but the sea demon in the middle blocked it with its tentacles, waving its thick arms, and the water flow was like a whirlpool sucking souls. Whispering mania, come into me, the abyss will always be with you. Jiu Sheng dug mud and wrapped it with rocks to make a spear. The runes were running through his arms, and hallucinations hit him. His father made a face, waste girl, drown. She swung out and stabbed out the broken small tentacles. Black juice burst into the water, and the monster roared and the ground shook. The water pressure intensified the tinnitus. Counting the numbers, 1, 2. Stab. The stone spear hit the sucker, phut. She screamed in admiration as the blood exploded into the mist, exploded. Sheng, the sea devil's sucker hole bubbled like a balloon exploding. You got it right, the water flow is 0.8 synchronized. Luo Li stepped back and smiled slyly, what a show. Jiang Chen, give her the parts. Reverse frequency lamp, explode the magic core. Jiang Chen tied the capacitor wire with trembling fingers, and used the blood paste lamp. Sheng, put it on my shoulder, charge. The remnant souls of the team advanced. Jiu Sheng broke off his back and his spear lay horizontally, bloody tentacles rained down, one was broken and then broken again, the water was red, black, and green, and the fishy smell choked the lungs. Jiang Chen crawled and gasped, Sheng, when you carried me, I felt like an Iron Man. The engineering dream was shattered, you built the road. Qingqing helped him, tears streaming down her face. Brother Jiang Chen, insist. Sheng kills the god to protect us, and the sea demon kneels down. The giant shadow force of the sea demon whipped water with its tentacle whip and hit Jiang Chen's remaining leg bones with a click. He groaned miserably and stared at Jiu Sheng, live, and trust. Jiu Sheng stabbed the core veins with his spear, at the 0.8 rhythm point, and exploded the green core with great accuracy. Boom. The water shook, the monster twitched and retreated, and the suction cup was completely rotten and floating. Qingqing threw herself at Jiu Sheng and cried, nuclear explosion. The sea devil has turned white. Sheng, you changed from a white-collar worker to a sea god of war. My legs were weak and I was floating in the water. You rushed to the first place and won the bloody battle. Impossible. But he whispered and laughed, resurrection, reincarnation. The demon corpse squirmed, its underwater breathing accelerated, and new tentacles were born. The oxygen lamp was weak, suppressing his lungs and causing Jiang Chen's energy to weaken. The door is close to the source of the mirror, destroyed. Luo Li scattered the clues to the reality, the top floor of the apartment, the gatekeeper. Her figure was blurred and left a mystery. The black water boiled like ink and bubbled gurglingly. Every bubble exploded, spewing out a salty and fishy smell that filled the nose like rotten seaweed filling the lungs. The green flame of the oxygen lamp swayed, illuminating the stone wall above the dome like the belly of a giant beast. The veins of green veins pulsated, making the chest gurgling under the pressure. The sea pressure was like a 10,000 tons of hammer hitting the heart. Every inhalation of oxygen bubbles hurt the bone marrow. Black shadows squirmed at the edge of the vision. In the hallucination, the mother's maggot face appeared, and her mouth opened and vomited. Blister, Sheng, the abyss of reincarnation, mother's hug. Sheng bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, and the smell of blood dispelled the auditory hallucinations. She carried a lamp on her back and hugged Jiang Chen's broken body with iron arms. Her kneecaps hurt like fire drills, and she sank into the black sand with every step she took. The hot blood from her shoulder injury flowed down her arms, making the electric coils sizzle. Qingqing held Jiang Chen on the other side, her grey face twisted into a dead person's appearance, her legs twitched as if paralyzed, her tearful eyes swept across the giant shadow of the sea demon. Its outline was like a mountain rising and falling, its tentacles were as thick as a human waist. The suction cups opened and closed with a snap, and green pus bubbles floated to the surface. Each one had 3 times more suction than Qin Feng's roots. The vortex of the water pulled at the ankle, like an invisible ghost hand pulling down. Sheng, the oxygen lamp is weak, the bubbles are half gone, and my ribs are cracking under the pressure of the sea. Brother Jiang Chen is burning my hands, the blood in his chest is boiling, and the internal organs are bubbling like soup. The clear voice broke into a cry, and the fear made her almost let go. Sheng pulled the remaining team forward and marched in blood. The lights flickered and illuminated the shadow of the elevator door. The sea demon chased and roared, and unknown monsters were brewing in the abyss. Qingqing's eyes were filled with absolute admiration. Sheng, lead us, never be afraid. Jiang Chen's remnant soul murmured, strong. Fear weighs deep on the bottom of the sea, and Sheng's calmness breaks out in relief. The reincarnation is not over yet, and a greater challenge looms, the true form of the sea devil, the mirror of the source. Luo Li's foggy figure was in front of her, her long pale hair was like a tangle of seaweed, and her skirt was dripping with green juice mixed with blood. Her figure was suddenly real and sometimes ethereal, and she trembled for the first time in her sly smile. Fools! The shallow sea under the dome, the oxygen is as thin as a needle pricking the lungs. Jiang Chen's fever is a cursed fever, burning the soul to death. The tentacle air comes from smelling blood. Sure enough, the bottom of the water roared and the earth shook, the black water turned into white foam, phosphorus mud ghost fire sprang up, several waist-thick tentacles emerged from the abyss, the slippery and cold water broke out, hissing, the water blast hit the dome and stone fragments rained down. The stench was like the intestines of thousands of corpses making soup. The suction cups opened and closed to spray mucus, and locked onto Luo Li's legs. Ah! Luo Li screamed for the first time in real fear. The mist dissipated. Her pale face was bursting with blood, her long hair was wildly dancing and entangled with tentacles, and her skirt was torn to expose the white flesh of her legs that were drilled by suckers. The descendant of the sea devil. The heart sucks the soul, it hurts. The intruder must die. This alien elevator curses reincarnation, and the living fall into eternal trap. She struggled and twisted, Wu's hand grasped the root of the tentacle, and green blood sprayed out on her face, but the suction cup was deeply embedded in the flesh. The sound of skin tearing resounded through the water, and the blood mist exploded and dyed the water black and red. She stared at Sheng with hatred and fear. White-collar worker, help? Or do you want me to die to find a way out? The mirror on the top floor of the apartment, the source, my gatekeeper, reincarnation will swallow you. Jiang Chen's tall body is now like a bag of rotten flesh. The scars from the vines are purple and black and go deep into the bones. The internal organs are soaked in black water with holes in his chest. His face is as red as a boiled shrimp due to fever. He is breathing like a broken bellows and vomiting blood bubbles with every word. Sheng, lamp, electrolysis upgrade. I don't have enough parts. Sea demon, chasing. His eyes widened, staring at Jiu Sheng like a ghost, and he was shocked and admired. You, the female war goddess, climb on my back, the project, I lose. Before he could finish his words, he coughed up blood and sprayed the flames of the lamp. The green light danced wildly, and the sea pressure intensified the buzzing of the eardrum drums. Jiu Sheng's heart sank to the bottom. The pressure of the sea was like a giant hand squeezing her chest. The oxygen bubbles in her lungs were intermittent like a knife cutting. Her knees were injured and her legs were covered in blood and mud. Hallucinations came over her. The elevator fell. She smashed the meat and mud, and her father screamed, "Waste girl, drown in reincarnation." Jiang Chen's broken body is heavy as lead. Qingqing was paralyzed. Luo Li was entangled and roared. The sea demon's tentacles were approaching with raindrops, and Qin Feng's corpse roots were regenerated and chasing after him, whispering, "Resurrection, come into me." Despair was overwhelming. How could white-collar workers carry this sea of ghosts? Her legs softened and she almost kneeled in the water. The black water covered her neck and bit her bones. Qingqing screamed and hugged her head and huddled up. Her grey face collapsed. Luo Li is entangled. The suckers rotted her leg flesh, and blood spurted out 3 meters like red ink. She said that if you invade, you will die? We are finished already. Sheng, the sea is crushing my lungs, and my legs can't float. Her legs twitched and she wanted to retreat. Jiang Chen burned his hands and burned her arms. She pushed away with a cry, "Brother Jiang Chen, burn a ghost." The internal organs are bubbling. The heat of the curse has spread to me. My heartbeat is 0.8 synchronized, and I am whispering, "Qingqing sacrifice." Abyss mother, wait. Jiu Sheng slapped herself in the face fiercely. The blood on her palms was hot, and she struggled to regain consciousness. She shook her head to shake off the illusion, and shouted coldly, "Qingqing. Count 0.8 and soak the rhythm." Jiang Chen, point to the wreckage. Luo Li, hold on, I'll kill. She turned her back and swung the light to illuminate the road. His knees were bruised with blood and mud, and he used his strength to rush forward. His fingers were rotten and he dug into the cracks in the dome. He dug out the broken iron rod of the elevator, the broken control panel rod, with sharp jagged edges. The blue light of the rune entered the palm of his hand and burned the meridians, resisting the sea pressure and hearing hallucinations. On the chest of her horizontal stick, blood eyes lock tentacles, and the rhythm is synchronized with the heartbeat of 0.8 Hz. 1. Guru stop. Kill. The iron rod was swung out like lightning. Phut. It hit the base of the tentacle. The green core veins exploded. Black and green blood mist exploded. The tentacle collapsed and twitched. Half of it smashed into Luo Li's side, and the soul-absorbing power of the water vortex was reduced. She followed up with the second blow and stabbed the sucker with the stick. Pop. The hole in the flesh exploded like a balloon exploding. The monster roared and the earthquake occurred, and stone fragments from the dome flew like razor blades, clearing fresh blood marks on her arms. Luo Li struggled to free herself. Her eyes widened with blood on her pale face, and her mouth was O-shaped in shock. You cut off the roots in a bloody mess. The blood mist sprayed 5 meters, and the green core penetrated. A white-collar worker? The sea devil's descendants retreated 3 feet. How can you be so accurate? But Jiang Chen's residual hand grabbed her arm, burning it like a soldering iron, and he gasped and pierced his brain. Sheng, engineer, iron rod, the side of the wreckage, cut. Qingqing cried out and depended on her, Sheng. Half of Luo Li's legs are broken, and the blood is stained red like a will-o'-the-wisp. You save? We listen to you, sea god of war. The tentacles counterattacked with raindrops, the thick waste swung the water and exploded with a bang, smashing the dome and cracking a large hole. Sea water was poured in and pressurized, and the lungs were broken and painful like glass particles. But Jiu Sheng's stick danced with wind and thunder, stabbing at 0.8 rhythm, breaking 2 lines and spraying juice to repel the enemy. The green blood stained the black water and made it turbid, and the fishy stench was so strong that it squeezed the water. She gasped and pulled Luo Li's arm. Tell me. How to break reincarnation? The source of the mirror, the true path? Luo Li's legs were broken and bleeding, and the mist wrapped her wounds and she was gasping for breath. Intruders must die in a cycle. The elevator is cursed, the door of the ancient tree, the broken mirror on the top floor of the apartment is summoned. The sacrifice opens the door, but the abyssal sea demon swallows the soul and resurrects. The glimmering crack, the front. Exit. Trap. Whisper deception. The pressure on his lungs exploded, the flame of the oxygen lamp was weak, Jiang Chen burned and coughed up blood. Sheng, mask, the wreckage, distribute oxygen. Jiu Sheng swept the side of the dome, and the remains of the elevator bulged out from the phosphorus mud ghost fire. She pried it open with an iron bar, crack. The panel shattered, revealing 3 broken oxygen masks, the spare ones Jiang Chen had torn off earlier. The pipes were broken but the capacitors could be connected. She tied the thread with bloody hands. Qingqing. Distribute. Optimism, courage. Qingqing took it tremblingly, her grey face forced a smile, her optimism awakened like a fire. Okay. Sheng, I share it. Brother Jiang Chen, first, you burn ghosts, but the residual soul is strong. She buckled the mask on Jiang Chen's head. Zizzy, the oxygen tube, connected to the light for electrolysis. Most of them were blistered. Jiang Chen's lungs were loose, his breathing was steady, and his eyes were worshipful. Qingqing, brave. Sheng will lead you to change. Qingqing got up with weak legs, her face turned grey with tears, and her admiration burst out. Sheng. The iron rod chopped off the tentacles like chopping vegetables, the blood blast rushed into my face, and the salty taste choked my lungs. The river of blood in your knees is still rushing, the sea god of war kills the god. Brother Jiang Chen, look at her, she is beyond your engineering. Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly, and his residual smile trembled. Sheng, the female war god, the stick symbol is blue, counter pressure, survive. Qingqing buckled herself and handed the remaining one to Jiu Sheng. Her voice became firmer and firmer. Sheng, you are the last. My bones are broken due to the pressure of the sea, but the mask is so sweet. You cut off the tentacles to save Luo Li, and I will learn how to count your rhythm. Luo Li pushed the mask with his hand, smiling suspiciously. Here she. The white-collar leader. The reincarnation laughs at you. Jiu Sheng put on his mask, and the oxygen filled his lungs like a life-saving rain. Fetters? You know the mirror, cooperate or die. The team reorganized, and after Jiu Sheng's stick was intercepted, Qingqing's optimism and courage helped Jiang Chen climb, and Luo Li's leg was broken. The whisper of black water Gulu turned into the voice of Qin Feng. Enter, I will be resurrected, the glimmer of light will wait. The auditory hallucinations of the water bubbles penetrated the brain at 0.8 Hz, and the heartbeat synchronized with the knees. The cracks in the dome shimmer in front, blue and white like the twinkling eyes of ghosts. The floating phosphorus mud reveals the elevator totem carved on the stone wall inside the cracks. The outline of the apartment is distorted, and the broken mirror shadows flicker and stare. Glimmer, near. Qingqing shouted with courage, with a grey face and a red face under the oxygen mask, Sheng, the guiding god. The sea pressure is reduced, the light is stable, but Qin Feng ghost calls Paoli, saying that the trap is to catch souls. Jiang Chen's fever subsided, sewing, there are many parts, raising the lamp. He dug out a new electric coil with trembling fingers, and tied the lamp with blood paste, Sheng, reverse frequency 0.8, explode the devil. The tentacles regenerated and chased, the waves roared underground and the breathing accelerated, the suction cup crackled and water exploded, Luo Li's back was smashed and she groaned in the mist, come again. The descendant smells the glimmer of blood. Jiu Sheng's stick stabbed one, the green core exploded and the water shook, the blood mist choked her nose like poisonous gas, she roared, jump into the seam. Qingqing pushed Jiang Chen, I blocked it. Qingqing used her full courage and pushed Jiang Chen's body into the seam, brother Jiang Chen, come in. Sheng protects us, Jiang Chen climbed in and was shocked, Qingqing, become a warrior. Sheng. Luo Li flashed in, her legs were broken and there were blood marks, white-collar worker, you lead, bond life? Reincarnation breaks the mirror. But in the dim light, Qin Feng's true body is waiting. Jiu Sheng finally jumped, stick across the door, the tentacles whipped, pop, hot mucus sprayed on the face and burned, she stabbed the core veins and exploded with green juice, the monster retreated and roared. There was a dim light in the gap, blue and white, dazzling, but Qin Feng's whisper echoed from behind, trap. I can see clearly in the mirror. The four of them were floating in the shallow water, their oxygen masks were soaking. The sea pressure had eased slightly, but the fear of the unknown was overwhelming. Jiu Sheng knelt down and panted, the blood-stained stick with blue light running through his arms to fight against the illusion, sweeping away the crowd. Qingqing hugged Jiang Chen, his optimistic eyes exploded, Sheng. Seems safety? The light is warm, but Qin Feng Pao makes me panic, you kill the gods, bind the iron. Jiang Chen's face burned with admiration, the project, you are super, lively entrusted. Luo Li sat, slyly laughing at the game, next step? Export the dream, the trap is real. Say, believe me in the mirror clues, or suspect me to death. Jiu Sheng sneered, and the stick finger shimmered deeply, game? Live first. Qingqing, count the bubbles. Jiang Chen, upgrade parts. Luo Li, prove the value of the gatekeeper. Qingqing nodded with courage, listened to Sheng. New bond, undersea sisters. But behind the dim light, a black shadow moved, Qin Feng's red eyes flashed, and the trap was looming, and he whispered and laughed wildly, resurrection, deep reincarnation. The cracks in the black water are as warm as blood, and the shimmering blue and white pulses at 0.8 hertz. The totem carved on the wall comes to life, the shadow on the elevator door opens and closes to breathe, and the broken mirror on the top floor of the apartment floats on the surface, reflecting the distorted faces of everyone. Jiu Sheng kills the god in blood, the pure ashes turn brave. Jiang Chen's residual soul burns, and Luo Li cracks the mist with laughter. The sea pressure is hidden, the oxygen bubbles are intermittent, the dong-dong sound outside the tentacles is like a heartbeat, and the fishy smell seeps into the gaps and sticks to the feet. Jiang Chen coughed up blood, but the fever subsided, but the internal organs in the chest hole were crawling like living worms. He scratched Jiu Sheng's legs, and the bubbles in his voice were broken, Sheng, so the parts, connect all the oxygen mask tubes, double the electrolysis. Qingqing knelt down to dig, optimistic and skilled, I'll tie it. Sheng taught me how to count, 0.8 bubbles stop, pick it up. She wrapped her fingers around the thread quickly, the capacitor discharged, the lamp flame exploded green, and the oxygen bubbles filled the lungs like rain, and everyone's chest was relaxed. She looked at Jiu Sheng, Sheng. The mask is as sweet as honey, and the sea crushes the bones and becomes lighter. You lead me to become an engineering girl, brother Jiang Chen. Luo Li had blood marks on her face, and her misty legs were wrapped in green juice to heal themselves. She laughed at the game. The bond is a good show. The glimmer of light is not the exit, but the mirror door. 2 options: break it to summon the true body, or go deep into the sea demon's nest. Intruders will be reincarnated and will die. Unless the whisper of Almighty name is cracked. She pointed to the broken totem mirror, and the blue light reflected Qingfeng's face. Guard the incarnation, he knows it. Jiu Sheng touched the mirror with his bloody hand and shattered it. Blue light flashed through his brain and burned his imagination. The elevator replayed, falling and smashing into the mud. Everyone yelled, "Sacrifice Sheng." She shook her head and said coldly, "My name? Say it. The game proves it." Luo Li smiled slyly and breathed out, "According to the legend in the apartment, Qingfeng's real name, no, the source of the mirror spirit. Do you doubt me? Try breaking a piece." Qingqing shrank in fear. Luo Li. Trap? Qingfeng Pao asked the broken mirror to revive my mother. Sheng, believe it? Jiang Chen pulled Jiu Sheng with his residual arm. "Sheng, listen, but be prepared with sticks." The tentacles smashed into the wall of the crack and boom, stone chips flew and scratched new marks on Luo Li's face. She screamed in pain, "Quickly! The air is broken." Jiu Sheng's heart game. Luo Li's knowledge is suspicious. Qingqing relies on it. Jiang Chen entrusts her, and the sea pressure is afraid of the unknown, twilight, and darkness. She gritted her teeth and shattered the mirror. Crack! The blue light exploded, and the bubbles whispered and turned into a roar. "Qingfeng, I resurrected." The mirror shattered and black shadows appeared. Qingfeng's red eyes showed a shimmering light. The roots and tentacles merged into a beast roar, and the fishy wind blew at the seam. But a small door opened in the wall, and blue light showed through the shadow of the real apartment. Qingqing screamed in admiration, Sheng. Broken right? The door is open. But Qingfeng comes, the sea demons merge into one. You are the god of duel. Jiang Chen gasped, the female war goddess, wins the game. Luo Li retreated, smiling enigmatically. Okay, the next step is deeper. Bonds are born, reincarnation smiles. Jiu Sheng raised his stick, and a new game of bloody battle. Behind the shimmering door, the Qingfeng beast chased. The mirror spirit's real name was foreshadowed, and the danger of the sea demon nest was hidden. Fear pressed against the cracks. Jiu Sheng calmly led the excitement, and everyone relied on the iron fetters to start a new conflict game. The black water inside the seam is as warm as boiling human blood, and the sticky leggings make a soul-sucking sound every time they are pulled out. The rain of oxygen bubbles gurgling from the mask tube to the lungs, sweet and salty, breaking away from the sea and crushing bone pain, but the eardrums buzz at 0.8 Hz and whisper like a needle pricking the brain. Resurrection. Reincarnation is deep. After Jiu Sheng's chest was severed by the iron rod, blue light runes ran through her arm meridians and burned like fire snakes swimming around, resisting the black shadows on the edge of the hallucination. Her bloody knees were worn out when she stepped on the phosphorus mud ghost fire. Green flames licked her ankles and caused blisters. Her shoulders and arms were torn and hot blood flowed along the stick, covering the jagged edges and smoking. Oxygen bubbles rained through the cracks, and everyone gasped for breath. However, the Qin wind roared closer, and the water pressure increased again, causing tinnitus. Jiu Sheng cheered in front of the team, charged the door. Qingqing, Jiang Chen Deng, Luo Li. Qingqing shouted, 1 or 2. Sheng, Iron Mother, you are not afraid of the bottom of the sea. The war started again, and unknown traps were hidden deep. Her face was grey and rosy with clear courage, and her eyes were covered with blood under the oxygen mask. Jiu Sheng's back was covered in blood. She pushed Jiang Chen's broken body forward with her iron arms, and her optimistic shouts trembled and became firmer. 1. Stop, grunt. 2. Sheng, Iron Mother, sisters under the sea rush. 3. The shadow of the door is close, and the outline of the apartment is blinking at me. She pointed her fingers. Quickly digging phosphorus mud and binding Jiang Chen's new electric coil, the green flame of the lamp doubled, the oxygen bubbles rushed into the masks like a heavy rain, and the sea pressure in the chest was loosened like an iron clamp. Her eyes widened in admiration. Sheng. The Jin is like a god, the bubbles are so sweet. You lead me to become an engineering warrior. Brother Jiang Chen, look at it, I will surpass you in parts. Charge the door. Clear the rhythm. Jiang Chen raises the lamp, Luo Li points the way. Jiu Sheng's cold roar rang out through the mask, and the river of blood on her knees dragged the mud. She pulled Luo Li's legs with one arm, and stabbed the tentacles on the wall with the other hand. Pop. Green pus sprayed out of the mouth like poisonous mist, and the pungent smell of rotten seaweed penetrated the lungs. Jiang Chen's fever subsided and his soul was breathing steadily. The internal organs in his chest were squirming like live insects. The mask tube was soaked in black plasma. His residual arm scratched the cracks of the wall to carve totems. The shadow of the elevator door opened and closed and his breathing pulsed. He pointed at the broken pieces of the apartment mirror floating in the water. Sheng, door trap, Jingling Qinfeng has red eyes, but there are many parts, cables and harpoons, I'll leave it to you. He stared at Jiu Sheng's stick dance, his voice bursting with shock. Female war goddess, the blue symbol is bleeding and she won't kneel down, I will lose miserably. The four people squeezed into the small door, and the blue and white light was as bright as a ghost's eye. The gap expanded into a shallow dome. The black water was only knee-deep. The thick layer of phosphorus mud was floating and ghost fires were dancing. The elevator totems carved on the stone walls were alive. The mirrors on the top floor of the apartment reflected countless reflections and distorted their faces. Jiu Sheng was bathed in blood from the killing god, the iron was turned from the clear ashes, the remaining souls of the Qingjian River were burning, and Luo Li was cracking the laughing mist. The rain of oxygen bubbles slowed down, the sea pressure receded and the tinnitus was weak, but the air was as hot as corpse steam, and the green veins in the wall pulsed, thump thump thump, in sync with the heartbeat at 0.8 hertz, and the whispers turned into whispers. Enter me, the guard is resurrected. After the door was temporarily settled, Jiu Sheng knelt on the ground with a stick and pestle, gasping for breath. She smashed the phosphorus mud with her bloody knees and splashed green flames. She tore off the shoulder cloth and wrapped the stick head. The blue talisman entered the wound to cauterize and stop the bleeding. The edge of the illusion faded. She swept everyone coldly. Repair. Inventory the parts and improve. Clear and count the bubbles. Stable oxygen. Jiang Chen, upgrade the cable iron rod to the harpoon. Luo Li, tell me the full name of the mirror spirit. She dug out the phosphorus mud of the dome with her bloody hands, and found out the remaining cable bundle of the elevator. It was as thick as an arm and was 10 meters long. The broken copper core flashed with blue arcs, and the rune veins loomed. Qingqing sat down next to Jiang Chen with weak legs. She smiled optimistically with a grey face. She connected the oxygen mask tube to the light. She tied the new coil with her fingers skillfully. The lamp flame was steady and green, and the rain bubbles were even. She admired Jiyu Sheng with a mixture of tears. Sheng. The dome is warm, and the sea pressure loosens the bones without breaking. You broke the mirror and opened the door to cut the touch. God, sisters, I will count 1, 2, 3, and I will never stop. Brother Jiang Chen, give me the parts, and use the harpoon to attack the sea demon. She grabbed the cable and wrapped it around the end of the iron rod, welding the sawtooth copper core to death. The finished harpoon shot out with thick blue light and made a buzzing sound in the air. Luo Li was in front. Her long pale hair was tangled with green juice and her leg was healed. Her skirt was dripping with blood, and the mist dispersed and gathered. She smiled slyly and was tired for the first time. She pushed open the small door and the blue light was dazzling. Come in. The illusion of the apartment, the second choice of the mirror door has been broken, but the source of the whispers, the core of the forest, is waiting for you. She grabbed the stone chips by the door with her hands, and her face was covered with blood from the lacerations on her legs. White collar leader, proof of bond? Luo Li sat on a pile of broken mirrors, the blood marks on her pale face healed on their own. Her long hair swept away the phosphorus mud and swayed with will-o'-the-wisps. Her smile was low and enigmatic. It's funny to trim. Intruders will reincarnate and die. Whispering Lamai name, the incarnation of the Qin Feng mirror spirit, is not the true source. The heart of the forest, the core of the ancient tree, the heart is cursed. The rustling whispers give rise to the roar of the sea, and the elevator door summons. The broken mirror on the top floor of the apartment only leads to the door. The heart needs to be pierced, and the blood sacrifice opens the true path. She pointed at the black hole of the totem on the wall, and the shadow of the sea moved, but the descendants heard the glimmer of blood and knocked on the wall. Jiyu Sheng nodded, coldly holding the harpoon and trying to stab it. Blue light flashed through the meridians in her arms like an electric grid burning. The hallucination was suppressed. She prepared an oxygen tube and prepared it for Jiang Chen's chest hole. Stable. Clear, optimistic, and firm. Jiang Chen, the soul will not die after burning, the parts are entrusted. Luo Li, prove the value, lead the cracks. The dome is short and peaceful, the sweet rain of oxygen rushes to the lungs, and the crowd repairs the wounds. Qingqing wraps the scratches on the arms and hums optimistically. Jiang Chen wraps the internal organs with electric coils to stop creeping. Luo Li wraps the legs, and Jiyu Sheng wraps the knees with blood cloth. The harpoon blue light shines in the room, the parts are piled up like war preparations, the bonds are tight, and the whispers are as weak as the hum in the background. Jiang Chen's residual body was leaning against the wall, and his internal organs in the chest hole were chirping slowly. His burned face turned grey, and he grabbed the remaining section of the cable and tied the oxygen tube for later use. His voice was weak and he was filled with admiration. Qingqing, the engineering girl is so fast. Sheng, the harpoon and blue talisman are flying, and the green core will be stabbed. Explode. All the parts. The 3-liter capacitor lamp is doubled, the mask tube is fully connected, the iron rod is upgraded. You lead, the female war goddess is 100 times better than me. He stared at the blue arc of the harpoon, and touched the blood on Jiyu Sheng's knees with trembling hands. If you don't kneel in the blood, you can survive. Jiyu Sheng bit her tongue fiercely and the blood rushed to her brain. The clear grey face in front of her eyes was twisted into a drowned corpse. Her mouth was split and spitting out black blisters. Sheng, sacrifice me, hold me in the abyss, mother. Qingqing floated in the black water, her legs twitched and sank to the bottom. Her eyes were round and begging for help, bloodshot eyes covered by Ren, Iron Mom, save, reincarnation drowned. Jiyu Sheng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Her knees were bleeding and the river was weak. The harpoon smashed into the mud, and she heard her mother's maggot face superimposed. Good-for-nothing girl, the white-collar worker is drowning. Her legs trembled and she grasped the black water swirling in her hands. Qingqing. No. Hallucination? But the tranquility shattered and the sea pressure suddenly returned. The green veins on the walls of the dome swelled and popped faster. The phosphorus mud ghost fire jumped high and burned the feet. The air was as thick as a boiling corpse. The black water covered the knees and chest. The eardrums burst and buzzed at 0.8 hertz, roaring. Resurrection, enter me, the cycle of drowning. Qingqing screamed and curled up, her oxygen mask fogged up. Jiang Chen's whisper in her ears turned into a betrayal roar. Qingqing, throw Sheng. I will guard her and resurrect her, sacrifice her. Before her eyes, Jiang Chen's broken body turned into Qin Feng's red-eyed beast, with roots burrowing out of the hole in his chest and internal organs. She said in her arms, the project is fake, the betrayal is real. Sheng is dead, the sea devil is me. Her grey face broke down and burst into tears, her legs went weak and she pushed Jiang Chen, brother Jiang Chen, whispered that you were a traitor. Burning your soul to become a guard? Sheng, save me from panic. The sea is crushing my lungs, my fantasy mother called me Shen. Luo Li's face was cracked and bloody, her mist collapsed and her legs were broken again, and she screamed in horror. The hallucination exploded. The sea pressure caused the inner demons. 0.8 simultaneous whispers drilled into the soul. The descendants knocked on the wall, the blood smelled shimmer. I was attracted. Her sly smile turned decisive, and the mist body threw herself at the crack outside the door. The gatekeeper sacrificed, the source is revealed, the heart of the forest, the hollow core of the ancient tree, the whispering sea roar, the curse call. Pierce the blood sacrifice, break the reincarnation. Her long hair danced wildly, her legs were exposed, and her white flesh was sucked into the sucker. The black water burst into the room with white foam, and thick raindrops burst out of the wall. Boom! Green pus sprayed out of Luo Li's face, and she screamed in pain. White collar. The harpoon stabbed Qin Feng's incarnation, the red-eyed merging beast is deep. Jiang Chen coughed up blood and stared. In the fantasy, Jiyu Sheng turned into a sea demon giant shadow and wrapped its tentacles around his broken body. Sheng, kill me? The female war goddess is fake? He waved his residual arm wildly and smashed the oxygen lamp, and the green flames jumped around the room and danced wildly. Whisper, I guard, resurrection. Qingqing cried and collapsed. Her grey face was full of fear, and she pushed Jiang Chen. Luo Li is wrapped around 10. Her legs are rotten and blood spurts out 3 meters of red and green mist, and the suckers snap into her bones. She sacrificed the gods? But Jiang Chen whispered betrayal to me, and Sheng died before his eyes. The sea squeezed her ribs and cracked her heart, heartbreaking. Her legs twitched and she tried to retreat, but her oxygen tube was clogged and she coughed black water. Despair pressed on the dome, hallucinations of black shadows rained down, tentacles broke through the wall and smashed stone fragments like knives flying. Luo Li screamed and fought. Blood mist stained the room red and green. Qin Feng's red-eyed beast appeared outside the door. Roots and tentacles fit into the outline of the mountain. Green core pulsed, pop, and thick waist shook, boom. Fishy wind hit the nose like intestines boiling. Suction cups opened and closed to spray mucus to lock. Everyone. How do white-collar workers deal with their inner demons? Jiyu Sheng's knees softened and the drowned corpse appeared in front of her eyes. She whispered, sacrifice everything, and drilled into her brain. She hit the ground with the harpoon and almost knelt down. The black water covered her neck and the ice bit her bones. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with red threads, and his residual soul trembled and he scratched Jiyu Sheng's legs. Sheng. Illusion, you are a demon. But the female war goddess is real. Whispering and drilling into my chest. Guard? His internal organs squirmed faster and his blood bubbled and roared. But Qingqing cried out, "Sheng, Sheng!" Luo Li's legs are bursting with blood, she is shouting at the heart of the forest, whispering the source. Believe her? We listen to Iron Mother, high-pressure fantasy mother is called Shen, but I count 0.8. Jiang Chen grabbed the handle of the harpoon with his remaining hand, and it was as hot as a brand. Sheng, leader. I will tie the harpoon with a capacitor and explode the core. Sheng fiercely slapped her face and palms, blood boiling, and her mind broke free. She shook her head and arced the blood, and roared like thunder, blasting the room. Qingqing. Count the beats to distract the devil. Jiang Chen, the capacitor explodes. Luo Li holds up, I stab Qingfeng's red eyes. She cut off the harpoon, and used the phosphorus mud ghost fire to attack the door with the blue talisman. The harpoon swung like lightning and buzzed, the copper core blue arc thorn first touched the root, phut. The green core vein exploded, black and green blood mist water exploded 5 meters, the monster roared and the earthquake dome rained stone debris, the suction cup collapsed and twitched, smashed away, and the water swirled and weakened the soul. She followed up with the second thrust, pa. The hole bubbled and exploded. Qingfeng Beast's red eyes widened and roared, and the root whipped Sheng's shoulder with pa. Hot mucus sprayed on the face, burning the skin and causing fishy pain. Qingqing's legs went weak and she burst into tears. Her grey face turned bright and she burst into admiration. Sheng. The harpoon stabbed the roots and the blood blasted into my face. It's salty and poisonous. Your knees are bleeding and you're so accurate. God of Sea War kills beasts. Brother Jiang Chen, look at her super parts, Iron Mother leads. She counted 0.8 quickly, grabbed the remaining section of the cable and tied it to Jiang Chen's arm. She woke up optimistically and shouted, Luo Li. God of core clues, sacrifice to open the way, we pierced the heart of the forest. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, he smiled tremblingly and tied the tail of the capacitor harpoon. Qingqing warrior. Sheng goddess of war, the harpoon's blue lightning flashes through my hand, burning my soul to wake me up. Explode the core. He coughed up blood and pushed Sheng's back, stabbed the red eye. Engineering assistance. The group of tentacles counterattacked and swung the water around with a continuous boom, smashing into the dome and tearing open it. The black water pressure increased and the lungs were shattered like knives. The hallucination was crazy, clearing the drowned corpse's hand, mother's maggot roar. But Sheng danced with the wind and thunder with a harpoon, stabbed at the 0.8 rhythm, cut off the 5 juices and retreated the beast, and the green blood stained the black water, which was turbid and smelly. She gasped and cleared her arms, come together. Qingqing pushes Jiang Chen's capacitor, Jiang Chen throws his equipment, I will stab the red eye. Qingqing courageously opened up his iron arms to push Jiang Chen to the beast, brother Jiang Chen, capacitor. Sheng stabs the god, and the sea demon kneels down with the harpoon. Jiang Chen's residual body rolled forward, and the capacitor, discharged the blue arc and darted the harpoon, doubling the explosive power. Luo Li screamed, half of Wu's legs were torn apart, and blood spurted out like a fountain. She grabbed the roots with her hands and twisted them, and shouted with green blood on her face, yes. Qingfeng transformed into red eyes and weak, piercing the explosive energy to slow down the pressure. There is a deep fissure in the heart of the forest, and the core of the ancient tree whispers, breaking the reincarnation. The suction cup drilled into her bones with a snap, and her pale face stared at Sheng's harpoon dance, shock mixed with pain, white collar. The blood thorns in the roots will not kneel down to the devil. Win the bond? Qingfeng Beast's red eyes locked onto Sheng, its roots touched the top of the mountain, its roaring underground breath quickened, and its suckers snapped and locked its legs. But Jiu Sheng stabbed the core red eye with a harpoon. Phut! The copper core penetrated the pupil and the green core exploded. Boom! The blood mist bubbles exploded in huge waves, the monster twitched and the landslide fell, the raindrops on its tentacles collapsed. Luo Li broke away from the flying mist and smashed the wall. The sea pressure suddenly slowed down the oxygen bubbles and rained down again, and the lungs were like reborn. Qingqing screamed at the peak of her admiration. Her grey face burst into tears and she hugged Jiu Sheng's legs. Sheng. The red eyes pierced the bubbles and soar into the sky. The sea crushes the bones and becomes lighter. The harpoon divine weapon explodes and the beast retreats 5 feet away. Your leadership will win together, and the sea war god Iron Mom will live forever. Jiang Chen stared with a smile on his face, the female war goddess, the quasi-super god of assassination, the engineering Neil. But the joy was extinguished instantly. Jiang Chen's internal organs in the chest hole began to squirm wildly, and the bubbles of black blood whispered and possessed him. His eyes were covered with red threads, and he murmured with broken bubbles, I am the god, resurrected and reincarnated. With his remaining hand, he grabbed the handle of the harpoon and turned it. Xiang Jiu Sheng, burning as hot as an animal claw, whispered and roared into the brain, come into me. Sheng sacrifices. The phosphorus mud ghost fire in the dome skyrocketed, the black water rose up and knocked on the wall again, Qin Feng's residual roar echoed, and the mutated fear overwhelmed him. Jiang Chen has become a guard? How to break a whisper? Oxygen bubbles, intermittent hallucinations, unknown abyss fissures, blinking red eyes, etc. Jiang Chen's residual hand gripped the harpoon handle like iron pliers, and the hot palm burned through Jiu Sheng's bloody cloth knees. The skin was sizzling and white smoke was emitting, and the stench was like burning internal organs. The whites of his eyes turned red like spider webs, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints and locked onto Jiu Sheng's face. The internal organs in the half-open hole in his chest were squirming faster. Gurgling resounded through the dome, like countless slippery insects gnawing at his heart. Black plasma bubbles seeped out from the wound, and green flames shot up along the phosphorus mud ghost fire, reflecting his twisted smile. Sheng, enter me, guard resurrection, sacrificial reincarnation. Whispers squeezed out of his throat, the 0.8 Hz buzz synchronized everyone's heartbeats. The eardrums seemed to be tightened by invisible pliers, and the brain was tingling. Hallucinations reappeared on the edge, the mother's maggot face superimposed on Jiang Chen's red eyes, shouting in unison, waste white-collar workers, drown in the abyss. The black water has reached the chest. It is as cold and sticky as the boiled blood soup of thousands of corpses. It wraps around the lungs and makes a soul-sucking sound with every gasp. Oxygen bubbles intermittently rush in from the mask tube. The smell of rotten seaweed is sweet and salty. It barely dissipates the pain of the sea crushing bones, but the trachea is clogged like glass particles grinding the throat. The green veins on the wall of the dome swelled and pulsated, accelerating. The stone wall cracked and spewed stone chips flying like razor blades. Phosphorus mud ghost fire jumped high and licked the ankles, causing blisters, and the air was hot and smelly, as thick as intestines boiling soup. The roar of the Qin wind echoed outside the door, the sound of the underground breathing waves rolled, the dong-dong knocking on the wall was like a group of heirs resurrected after hearing the blood, the remaining tentacles threw water and exploded. Boom, gravel raindrops hit the dome, the green pus mist filled the air, choked the nose and penetrated the lungs, and the vision was distorted into a writhing abyss of black shadows. Qingqing's grey face collapsed and screamed, her legs were weak and she was curled up in the black water. Her tears mixed with blood covered by Ren. She pushed Jiang Chen's broken body with her iron arms but could not push it. She screamed with fear and trembled to pieces, brother Jiang Chen. The internal organs in the chest hole are grunting and crawling with red threads, like living insects. He whispered that your guard was rebelling, and you grabbed the handle of the Sheng harpoon and burned my hand. The skin is blistering, the sea is crushing the ribs, and the inner demons are dragging me down. How can we carry it? We are finished, reincarnation is drowning. Her oxygen mask fogged up and she coughed up black water, her grey face was twisted into a mask of despair, her fingers were licking the phosphorus mud, and the blood was boiling and evaporating. Luo Li knelt half kneeling on a pile of stone debris, half of her leg was rotten and the blood mist could not cover the green juice seeping out. Her long pale hair was wrapped around green veins and her pulse was pulsating. She screamed from exhaustion and turned into panic. Wu's hand grasped the black mouth of the crack beside the door. The shadow of the abyss moved like a giant beast opening its mouth. Jiang Chen is possessed. Whispering souls become the heirs of guards. The door of the chest hole is opened, and the smell of blood returns. The remnants of Qin Feng are escaping deep, and the heart of the forest is close. But my legs are broken and the fog is gone, and I can't hold on. She smiled slyly, her pale face stared at Jiang Chen with red eyes. The remnants of the project can't be burned to death. The mutated harpoon threatens the white-collar workers, reincarnation laughs at you. Sheng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, her kneecaps were ground to pieces and covered in rivers of blood, her shoulders, arms, and backs were filled with fresh hot mucus that burnt the skin like coals, her nails were broken, her fingers were bruised, and the harpoon handles were bruised with blood. In front of her eyes, Jiang Chen transformed into a Qin wind and sea demon, with red eyes merging with the mountains and pressing down on them, whispering, "Sacrifice my whole family," and piercing her brain like a rain of needles. But she bit the back of her tongue fiercely and the blood rushed to her brain. She struggled to keep her mind off the edge and locked Jiang Chen's red eyes with cold eyes. Jiang Chen. Burn the soul and wake up. Whisper 0.8 fake. I hold the harpoon. The power grid resisted the pressure, and the blood in her knees was suppressed by the phosphorus mud ghost fire. However, Jiang Chen's remaining strength exploded, and the roots of his chest and internal organs stretched out and whipped her arms with a snap. The black blood spurted on her face and burned her eyes with fishy pain. The harpoon hit the black water with a kang and splashed with waves of green flames. Despair is like a black cloud pressing down on the city, the tentacled remnants break through the wall and swing boom, the green pus raindrops lock the blood, the oxygen bubbles are cut off and the lungs are shattered like a knife, the black water rises up to the neck and bites the bone marrow. Everyone is floating and sinking hallucinations. Qingqing sees his mother's legs pulled by maggots and sinking to the bottom. Luo Li disperses into green juice corpses. Sheng's inner demons are superimposed on white-collar waste flooded. Whispering waves and roaring resurrection into me simultaneously hit the wall and accelerated. Qin Feng's roar shook the earth, and the descendants were resurrected after hearing the shimmering blood. There was no way to escape and they were trapped in reincarnation forever. Luo Li climbed up, her legs covered in blood, her pale eyes widened and trembling. You work together to stab the incarnation, and the bubbles are compressed. The heart of the forest is close, and the crack is deep. But the laughter of reincarnation, the sacrifice is not over yet. She smiled slyly at the game, pointing to the shadow of the newly cracked black mouth Hai Yuan. Qingqing howled and feared to collapse, her grey face burst into tears and she hugged Sheng's legs. Sheng. Jiang Chen's red-eyed beast's claws grabbed the harpoon and burned it through the cloth, the roots of the internal organs whipped your arms, black blood spurted out my face. He murmured, "Sacrifice you, we sisters under the sea." The whispers are in my ears, the fantasy mother screams, Shen is heartbroken, the tentacles are raining on the stone and the knives are flying. How can the Iron Mother save her? Her legs were trembling and she wanted to pounce on Jiang Chen, but she retreated, her oxygen tube was blocked and she was coughing up black fluid, Her optimism completely wiped out her fear and locked her soul. Jiang Chen's red eyes widened and he roared, his remaining body crawling like a living corpse. Guard! Sheng will die in reincarnation. He grabbed the harpoon handle and turned it to stab Jiyu Sheng's shoulder, burning and scratching the new wound, and the hot blood flowed down the stick and smoked. Luo Li's face was cracked with blood, her legs were rotten and blood sprayed out into the cracks. Escape from the cracks. Jiang Chen dragged behind and mutated and exploded. I will lead the remnants. But when the root whip hit her waist, the sucker drilled into the flesh and tore the skin and green pus exploded. Just at the edge of collapse, Qingqing's grey face was filled with fear and the fire of optimism flickered. She locked eyes with Jiyu Sheng and blood-pressure Jiang Chen, and shouted with tears mixed with blood, Sheng. 1. Gulu stop. 2. The Iron Mother will not kneel down when the red-eyed beast is suppressed. Sisters under the sea believe in you. 3. Luo Li's leg is broken and I will pull it. Her iron arms awakened with courage, her grey face became rosy and strong, and she threw herself into the black water to catch Luo Li. The fog dragged the legs, and the phosphorus mud ghost fire licked the arms and scratched the blood. Luo Li, God of core clues, sacrifice to open the way for us to escape. Brother Jiang Chen, whisper false, burn the soul to wake up. Qingqing's fingers quickly dug the phosphorus mud and tied Luo Li's legs with the fog to stop the bleeding. She yelled optimistically and trembled before shouting, Look, my engineering sister has prepared her internal organs for you. The rain of tentacles is approaching, and the cracks are black and the mouth is blinking. After Jiyu Sheng's harpoon broke her chest, blue light ran through her arm meridians like fire snakes swimming against the illusion. Her bloody knees smashed against the phosphorus mud and popped, splattering ghost fire and suppressing Jiang Chen. Qingqing. Count 0.8 distractions, grab Luo Li's legs and pull them away. Jiang Chen's soul-burning entrustment, mutate and carry it. But her knees were weak and hallucinated, the harpoon almost knelt, the black water swirled around her leg bones and cracked, and she felt at the bottom of despair. Her leader was shattered, her partners betrayed, and the abyss swallowed her. Luo Li's eyes widened in shock, her body was pulled to pieces and her blood was reduced. She screamed and turned to admiration, designing a grey face. Awakening of courage to pull my legs to pieces? White-collar workers are mutated to carry their inner demons. Proof of bond? She shook the green pus with her hand and pointed at the deep crack. Climb. The crack on the bottom of the sea leads to the ancient tree altar, and the heart of the forest is close. Jiang Chen's red eyes flashed away, and he struggled and murmured softly, Sheng, the goddess of war, the engineering kneels. But his internal organs were rumbling and crawling, and the black blood was whispering. The seam is even narrower, the black water is warm and sticky, and the legs are wrapped with bop to suck the soul with each step. The oxygen bubbles rain intermittently through the lungs, and the sweet and salty water rushes to the sea pressure, but the eardrums buzz with 0.8 whispers and the needle pricks the brain. Resurrection, chasing, reincarnation. Jiyu Sheng's harpoon thrust forward to penetrate the wall and touch the remaining party. Pop, green pus sprays out the seam, the poisonous mist fills the mouth, and the pungent smell of rotten intestines drills into the hole. The remnants of the tentacles in the rear chased after them, their waist-thick roots swung water and exploded with bang-bang to chase after the gravel. The suction cup opened and closed, hissing, to lock the blood. Qin Feng's residual roar rolled under the ground like the roar of all beasts. Qingqing's grey face was full of courage, her eyes were locked under the oxygen mask, and Jiyu Sheng's back was broken. She pushed Jiang Chen's broken body forward with her iron arms, and shouted optimistically, Sheng. The green tendons on the seam cracked against the ribs, and the green pus rain choked my lungs. But you harpooned the wall and drove away the beast with a blood blast. The sea god of war, Iron Mom, leads. Brother Jiang Chen, inside the chest hole. I sewed it, and quickly designed the phosphorus mud thread. She used her fingers to tear off the remaining sections of the cable and used the phosphorus mud as a needle. She quickly sewed the edge of Jiang Chen's chest hole, the black blood stopped seeping, and her grey face exploded with admiration. Look. The internal organs are slowing down, and the red thread is halfway back. Sheng, you lead me to awaken the warrior, Brother Jiang Chen. Sheng roared coldly like thunder and exploded the room. Using the rhythm of clearing the distractions, she pulled Jiang Chen's remaining body with one arm and pressed the harpoon handle to cut off the roots. Green juice spurted out, blue arcs shot through his chest hole, burning and stopping the squirming. Jiang Chen. Parts are entrusted, live. Bloody knees dragged the mud into the crack, for people squeezed into the black seam. The black water filled the lungs and crushed the pain, and the green veins of the stone wall pulsated and squeezed like the belly of a giant beast tightening. Jiang Chen's fever subsided, his remaining soul was breathing steadily, his red eyes were slightly opened, and the phosphorus sutures in the chest hole were sizzling to stop the bleeding. He scratched the wall with his remaining arm to carve a totem, pointing to the dim light in front of him. Sheng. God of sewing. Goddess of war super engineering. The crack vortex is close, oxygen tubes are ready. The voice bubbles shattered in shock, trembling and staring at Qingqing Shen quick hands. Qingqing warrior, the girl awakens and the soul of sewing is immortal. The four people struggled to crawl through the cracks on the bottom of the sea. The remaining tentacles were smashed into pieces with a bang, and stone chips flew and scratched the skin. The green pus mist choked the black water, the oxygen bubbles blocked the lungs like fire, and the sea pressure increased the cracks in the bones. After Sheng was cut off, she harpooned and danced in the wind. The blue light rushed through the meridians and the electric grid burned the hallucinations. Every time it stabbed, the green core exploded and the blood mist slowed down the pressure. However, the river of blood on her knees was dragged by the will-o'-the-wisp, and the skin on her shoulders was burned and the flesh was dripping with fishy mucus. She gasped coldly, the rhythm of Qingqing is steady. Jiang Chen's capacitor is ready to explode, Luo Li's altar rode. Suddenly, Luo Li trembled, and the hem of her skirt fell off. The broken diary floated in the black water, and the sticky ink on the paper pages twisted like runes. Sheng picked up the blood with his hands, knelt down on his knees, licked the phosphorus mud and had the will-o'-the-wisps licked his knees to soak them, and scanned the words with the dim light of the green flame. The elevator curse originates from the resentful spirit of the old building in the city, and the broken mirror on the top floor of the apartment summons the Qinfeng mirror spirit to transform into a sea demon, drowning in reincarnation forever. The source of reality needs to destroy the broken mirror core, and break the portal with a blood sacrifice to break the cycle. Gatekeeper Luo Li, the intruder proves the bond, or becomes an heir. The handwriting is vigorous and bloody, and the whisper is like movable type running across the page. Luo Li's legs were pulled and healed slowly, her pale face was covered with bloodstains, her long hair swept through the phosphorus mud and swayed with will-o'-the-wisps, and she smiled slyly with exhaustion. The grey face was sewn into the internal organs. The white collar harpoon cut off the roots and the pursuers slowed down. But Jiang Chen's mutation has not been eliminated. Whisper the etymology of the heart of the forest altar rune engraving, waiting to be cracked? Qingqing's eyes widened in admiration, her grey face exploded and she pushed Jiang Chen. Sheng. Luo Li's diary is a godsend. You have hot knees and you are still reading it. The god of war has an iron brain. The mirror in the apartment where the resentful spirit comes from is destroyed. Let's escape from reality and rush to the top floor to break the core. The Iron Mother leads, the warrior sisters follow. She roared optimistically as she sewed Jiang Chen's hole without shaking. But the good news came instantly. and the sea pressure vortex broke out in front of the sea. The black water suddenly turns wildly and rumps like a giant beast swallowing its mouth. The sound of the underground breathing accelerates and sucks the soul. The four people float and sink, their legs are cracked and cracked, the oxygen bubbles are completely cut off, the trachea blocks the lungs and the broken glass grinds. The vision is full of black shadows and rain, and the hallucination explodes. The hands of drowned corpses are clear, and Jiang Chen's red-eyed beast grabs his throat. The remnants of the tentacles took advantage of the whirlpool to catch up, the thick waist roots were whipped with water and snap, and the green pus-locking suckers on the legs drilled into the flesh and hissed. Jiang Chen's remaining eyes widened in shock, and his face turned pale with admiration. Diary parts clues. Sheng, goddess of war, read the superego project 100 times. The source of reality is destroyed, and the way to survive is open. The internal organs were sutured securely, and the red thread retreated, but a whisper emerged. Luo Li looked back, her pale face slightly stiff, and she smiled slyly at the game. The remains of the diary prove its value? The altar is close, and the runes are deciphered and whispered. Sheng fiercely bit her tongue and blood rushed to her brain. She stabbed the green tendons on the wall of the vortex with a cold grip. Phut! Her pulse flowed slowly, her bloody knees used the force of the vortex to rush forward to pull the crowd. Combined force. Qingqing 0.8 resists suction. Jiang Chen's capacitor explodes. Luo Li points to the glimmer hole. Blue Talisman moved her arm to burn the power grid to resist the pressure. Her harpoon stabbed 3 times in a row to touch the green core, exploding the blood mist and rushing into the vortex to slow down. With clear courage, she hugged Jiang Chen's remains with her iron arms, and shouted several times with grey face and red face. 1. Gulu stops swirling. 2. Sheng stabs the wall and blood blasts into my face. Iron Mom's divine precision saves the soul. 3. Blink through the glimmering hole, escape from the cave. She pushed Luo Liwu's legs, and quickly tied the oxygen tube to Jiang Chen's chest seam. Jiang Chen glared at the harpoon dance, grabbed the handle of the capacitor with his remaining hand and discharged the blue arc, doubled the explosive power and threw the root bomb with a huge wave of green blood. The 4 people barely squeezed into the shimmering cave. The black water was only knee-deep, the phosphorus mud was thick and ghostly fire was floating low, the air was sultry and corpse steam was steaming, but the oxygen bubbles were filling the lungs with sweet rain, and the sea pressure receded and the tinnitus was weak. A strange altar stands in the cave, an ancient tree with a hollow giant core stone platform, an elevator apartment mirror totem carved on the wall, a crack, a black mouth and an abyss, runes, veins and green veins pulsing in sync with 0.8, and the whispers become clear and raw. Resurrection. I am Qingqing, the reincarnation is deep. The reflection of the broken mirror in the center of the altar distorts the face, the blue and white ghostly eyes blink, and the phosphorus mud pile looms with the broken keyboard of the elevator. Luo Liwu wrapped her legs and rushed toward the entrance of the shimmering cave, her blue eyes trembling. Cave altar. Whispering runes are carved. Enter. She screamed and was sucked into the whirlpool and her legs were torn apart, causing blood mist to spray out. Qingqing sat beside the altar with soft legs, her grey face optimistic, and she admired Sheng Qingqing. The vortex absorbs souls and cracks bones. You harpoon the wall of the vortex and explode the roots of blue electricity to slow down the flow. The god of war leads the sea to escape from the cave. The altar runes are crawling as if alive, whispering the name Qingqing. Cracked? Brother Jiang Chen sewed the red silk tightly and retreated. We realized the source of the destruction of the mirror. She touched the runes with her fingers, quickly dug out the phosphorus mud and tied an oxygen lamp to stabilize the green flame. Sheng knelt on the altar with a stick and pestle, gasping for breath. She smashed the phosphorus clay with her bloody knees and popped the green flame. She tore off the shoulder cloth and wrapped the blue talisman with the harpoon head to stop the bleeding. She coldly scanned the runes and said, "Take inventory. Count the rhythm of the talismans. Jiang Chen's capacitor is prepared." Luo Li's whole view. The mirror of the source apartment is destroyed, reincarnation. Broken. But the eardrums were roaring with 0.8, and the shadows were raining at the edge of the hallucination. Jiang Chen's chest seam was crawling with red threads, and his eyes were murmuring, "Come into me." The green veins of the altar swelled and knocked on the wall. Qingfeng roared close, and the black mouth blinked the beast's shadow. The fear of the unknown is overwhelming. Is the altar cracked or a trap? Jiang Chen's mutation breaks out and swallows everyone? How to pierce Qingfeng, who whispers his true name? The oxygen bubbles are sweet and bloody, the black water swells slightly and ghost fires escape, and the laughter of reincarnation echoes in the abyss. Jiu Sheng's bloody knee smashed into the phosphorus mud with a snap sound. Green flames jumped up and licked the knee, burning new blisters. The fishy smell was like boiling bone marrow. She harpooned the stone platform of the altar with a harpoon across her chest. The blue talisman's handle rushed into the meridians like a fire snake biting her arm, barely resisting the click sound of the sea pressure squeezing her ribs. The broken mirror in the center of the altar twisted and reflected her pale face. The blue and white ghost eyes blinked and whispered, "Qingfeng, resurrection." The eardrums buzzed at 0.8 Hz like countless iron needles drilling into the brain, and the edge of the hallucination rekindled. The mother's maggot face overlapped Jiang Chen's red eyes, and they shouted in unison, "White collar waste, sacrifice the whole family to drown in the abyss." Blackwater's knees were swollen with ice and his legs were wrapped tightly with ice. Every breath he took, Gulu, sucked the soul, and the oxygen bubbles were sweet and bloody. His lungs were ground like charcoal. The pulse of the green-veined wall in his field of vision accelerated, pop, 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 and raindrops of stone dust hit his shoulders and scratched new blood marks. Jiang Chen's chest seam suddenly made a chirping sound. The phosphorus mud thread broke and black blood sprang out like a fountain. His internal organs squirmed like a swarm of living insects. His red eyes were full of spider webs and locked onto Shen Qingqing's grey face. His residual arm clenched the ground phosphorus mud, sizzling, burning hands, burning soul, struggle, and death. Whispers and roars squeezed from the throat, "Enter me, the guard is resurrected." Qingqing sacrifices the reincarnation. He threw forward his thick body and hit Qingqing's iron arm. Boom! The green pus mist filled the nose with the smell of rotting intestines. Her lungs were piercing her lungs, her oxygen mask was filled with mist, and she was coughing black slurry. Her grey face was about to burst, and she screamed, "Brother Jiang Chen! The roots of the internal organs in the chest hole have to stretch out and whip my legs." The red-eyed beast locked my face and said it was a sacrifice of sisters. The sutures were broken and black blood sprayed on my arms, causing blisters. Whispering to the ears, "The magic mother is drowning. Sheng saves her, how can Iron Mother carry it?" Her legs were weak and curled up in the black water, her iron arms could not push Jiang Chen's mutated body, her optimism was extinguished, and her eyes were full of despair. Luo Li sat next to the broken mirror. Her pale face was cracked with blood from a sly smile, her legs were rotten and covered with green juice, her long hair was covered with phosphorus mud, and green flames were flowing. She pointed at the black mouth in the abyss, and the red-eyed beast blinked. Jiang Chen is fully attached. The guard door is open, whispering inner demons are amplified, the altar rune requires a blood sacrifice to pierce Qingfeng's true name. One person calm down, otherwise the tentacle army will knock on the wall. The bond proves, who will die? She grabbed the mirror with trembling hands, and her sharp voice turned to panic, her eyes locked on Jiu Sheng's bloody kneeling posture. The white-collar leader suppressed the mutation to bear the demons, but the reincarnation laughs, Jiang Chen's son swallows Qingqing. Qingqing cried and howled, her legs trembling and hugging her knees, floating in the black water, her grey face twisted into a mask of despair. Sheng. Jiang Chen's claws of the beast with red silk eyes scratched my throat, black blood dripped from my face, and my nose was rotten, my internal organs screamed, my legs whipped and my bones cracked. He murmured, sacrificing my sister for reincarnation and drowning. The rain of tentacles hit the glass grinding machine with green pus choking the lungs. Our optimism is gone, we are finished. The seabed Iron Mother kneels down. She scratched the phosphorus clay willow fire with her fingers, the green flames licked off the armor, and the blood boiled and evaporated. The oxygen tube was clogged and the black water clicked like maggots crawling into the trachea. Jiu Sheng's heart sank into the abyss. Her knees were bleeding and the ghost fire was scalding her bones. She was whispering in her head and yelling, "Sacrifice, resurrection me. Leader is broken? Partner rebels? Abyss swallow?" She bites her tongue and blood rushes to her brain, her mind breaks free, her bloody eyes scan the veins of runes and the green veins pulsate, and the vigorous carvings are like living snakes. The broken shadow of the elevator mirror summons Qin Feng, the rustling whispers of the inner demons amplify. Reincarnation requires a blood sacrifice to pierce one person's heart, and then break the door to escape from reality. Who should be sacrificed? Jiang Chen is possessed and half dead. The Qingqing awakening warrior must not be left behind. The mystery of Luo Li's gatekeeper is suspicious. Himself? White-collar workers exchange their lives for all sentient beings? The inner game is like a knife twisting. Tenacity and bravery hide fear. How can I become the god of war when I go to work as an ordinary person when the elevator falls? But Qingqing Chongyang, Jiang Chen entrusted Burning Soul, and Luo Li played for each other, leaving no one heartbroken and laughing in reincarnation. Cold sweat mixed with blood flowed down her face. She murmured, "Steady, break the situation with wisdom." The blue light of the harpoon's handle suppressed the trembling hands. Jiang Chen leaned on the altar to breathe, with phosphorus stitches on his chest to stop the creeping. The red threads of jealousy faded away, and he woke up from the fever. He stared at Jiu Sheng's knees in shock, the female war goddess. Diary fishing for the super god of thorns. Upgrading the altar parts? But the whisper is drilling into my chest. The mutation is close to explosion? Luo Li sat on the broken mirror, her pale face lowered with a sly smile. The altar cracked the whisper. The blood sacrifice rune pierced the heart. But Jiang Chen guarded the door, resurrected and knocked on the wall. She pointed at the movement of the Black Sea abyss. Jiang Chen's red-eyed beast roared in the cave, and his body was smashed into the clear iron arm with a snap and broken bones. Her grey face spurted blood and poured down the phosphorus mud pile. Her legs cramped and curled up in the black water, gulu, to suck the soul. The roots of his internal organs stretched out whips to lock throats and hissed, "Suckers." Green pus burst out of the skin. Qingqing, enter the guard. Reincarnation. The whispers were synchronized with 0.8 buzzing brains. Everyone's heartbeats were racing, their ears were ringing and their ears were tingling. Hallucinations broke out. Jiu Sheng saw the whole family's maggot corpses sinking, and Luo Li's corpses scattered with green juice. Black clouds of despair were overwhelming. The green ribs of the altar swelled and popped like a giant heart exploding. The wall was cracked and a large mouth was sprayed with stone knives flying and slashing the sky. Phosphorus clay ghost fire jumped high and licked the ankles and soaked them. Black water rose up to the waist and the ice bit the bone marrow. Oxygen bubbles and intermittently blocked the lungs and shattered them. The red-eyed beast shadow in the black mouth of the abyss blinked. Qin Feng roared underground. Resurrection, heirs are coming. The tentacle army knocked on the wall and accelerated with a dong-dong, and the green pus mist filled the putrid borehole and distorted the vision as a rain of creeping shadows. Clearing her throat, her grey face was swollen, her eyes were wide and terrified. and she yelled, Sheng. Jiang Chen whipped his throat. The sucker drilled into his flesh. It was hot and painful. Green pus filled his lungs and rotted. My sisters are dead, I screamed in a low voice and sacrificed my whole family. God, I can't save you. Her iron arms struggled with the whip and her finger marks burst with blood. Her optimism was shattered and she burst into tears. Jiu Sheng's mind is in a state of turmoil. Sacrifice Jiang Chen? The burning soul is entrusted to a super engineering partner, and the chest hole is cleared and the way to survive is quick. Clear? The undersea sister Iron Mother awakens. Who will follow her if she loses her leader? Luo Li? A guide to the value of a mystery diary, a trap for wrongful killing and laughter. Make a blood sacrifice yourself? The dreams of white-collar workers are broken and trapped forever, and the mother maggots scream trash. But the whispering inner demons are amplified, and the runic veins need to be pierced by one person to calm them down, otherwise they will be reincarnated forever. Hesitating for a moment, she held the blue talisman with the harpoon handle in her bloody hand and burned the electric grid to resist the illusion. She locked Jiang Chen with cold eyes and red eyes. Jiang Chen, burn the soul and wake up. Clear away 0.8 points of demons, and I will break the talisman. The demons in her heart were overwhelmed by fear, and her tenacity exploded. The leader does not kneel. The god of sea war plots wisely, suppresses desire before advancing, and sacrifices to outwit. Just when Jiang Chen's roots were whipped to clear his throat and the green pus exploded, her grey face rolled and her eyes twitched, the black water swirled around her legs and cracked. Luo Li's phantom suddenly appeared in the mirror, a blue and white ghost with blinking eyes, and a green voice whispered like a silk thread into Jiu Sheng's head, blood opens the altar, stabs my heart, guards the door, and whispers to escape the shadow of the elevator in the abyss. Jiu Sheng's blood pupil shrinkage needle, psychological game peak, Luo Li Huan? Really guarding the goal and sacrificing to open the way? Diary certificate value game to win? Letter. She violently tore off the rotten skin and bloody cloth on her shoulder. The river of blood flowed along the harpoon handle and the blue talisman ran to the altar and the green tendons sizzled and burned. The rune veins lit up the blue and green grid. The giant hollow core on the stone platform trembled and boomed, with green flames rising into the sky. The broken mirror shadow distorted and shouted, Qingqing, ping. The wave of whispers weakened by 0.8 and the intermittent tinnitus subsided. Luo Li's body trembled and the mirror shattered, and her grey face screamed with exhaustion, blood sacrifice. The white collar hesitated. Jiang Chen swallowed Qingqing's bond and broke. The altar started, stabbed Qingqing Mingping and whispered. But her legs were torn and cracked, blood sprayed out, and she smiled slyly, Guardian, the intruder proves or air. Clearing his throat, whipping his grey face and coughing black liquid, his eyes widened and shocked, he hugged his neck with blood stains and trembled in a broken voice, Sheng. Blood opened on the altar, blue electricity burned the rune veins, green flames shot up to the sky, and whispered softly. Jiang Chen whipped the green pus and stopped spraying. My throat, the pain is relieved. The god of war, Iron Mother, is sacrificing his sanity with blood. What do you think? The rune brightens and pierces Qingfeng's heart, and we live? Her optimistic fire rekindled, her face turned red and she admired Jiu Sheng, kneeling in the blood, her legs trembling, and she climbed on the phosphorus mud to hold on to the oxygen tube to soak in the rain. Jiang Chen's red eyes flashed back for a moment, his internal organs crawled slowly and the phosphorus threads in his chest closed and the black blood stopped. His broken body knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. Sheng, blood sacrifice super parts, whispering weakly, I earn. But he muttered, resurrection. The red silk threads crawled slightly again. The good news was instantaneous. The altar wall cracked and a big mouth exploded, and the army of tentacles poured in. The waist-thick roots are flung out and burst with water and pop. the suction cup opens and closes, hiss, locks are locked, bloody green pus rains down and flies against the stone, the green core blinks and the shadow of a beast with red eyes appears, the outline of Qingqing's true body is looming, the smell of putrid seaweed is looming, the sea pressure increases again, the tinnitus buzzes and the phantom pain explodes, the broken glass of the lungs grinds the bones and cracks, click, the black water swells up the chest and the ice sticks around the lungs, gulu, the soul-sucking oxygen bubbles are blocked and coughed up plasma. When the descendants heard the blood, they were resurrected and knocked on the wall. The earth shook. The phosphorus clay ghost fire was half expired by green pus, and the black shadow crawled in the hole. Luo Li's body jumped out of the mirror, her pale face with a sly smile turned from admiration to real fear, her long hair was wrapped with green veins and her pulse was pulsing, and she pointed at her black mouth, the blood initiation is successful. The whisper is temporarily suppressed, the rune reveals the real name Qingqing's weakness, pierce the mirror core, blood sacrifice, break the wheel, but touch the army. The shadow of the elevator next to the abyss, real or fake escape. Her legs were covered in blood and mist, and she pushed the altar stone with a shivering voice, white-collar hesitation wins the blood game, proof of bondage. Qingqing's grey face howled with fear, her iron arms hugged Jiang Chen's broken body, and she roared optimistically, Sheng. The big army threw green pus, rained down on the legs, slapped the legs, and blinked the green core, blinking and locking us with red eyes. The sea pressure made the ears ring, and the magic mother maggots sank. But your blood sacrificial whisper, the god's brain iron mother led the breakout. Sowing the god, I prepared an oxygen tube, and Jiang Chen's capacitor blasted the road. She dug the phosphorus mud quickly with her fingers, tied the harpoon to prepare the blue arc, her eyes widened in admiration, and she shivered. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he grabbed the capacitor with his free hand and charged it with blue light. The red thread on his chest was half retracted, and he roared through the illusion, the blood of the female war god is 1,000 times better than the project. If you touch the forest, I will blast my roots to open a road to the abyss. The voice bubbles shattered and solidified, and he stared at Jiyu Sheng's harpoon dance with trembling admiration. Luo Li wrapped her legs and threw herself at the black mouth, her blue eyes locked onto her shadow in panic, the phantom of the elevator on the edge of the abyss blinked at the keyboard, the real exit? Break out. Guard the door to attract the pursuers. She screamed and shook the green pus with her hands, pointing at the whirlpool of light. Jiyu Sheng's psychological aftermath game, finding hope in the danger of blood sacrifice, Luo Li's illusion? But the whisper is weak and reverses Wei's success. The god of war does not kneel down and make sacrifices to outwit the enemy. She roared coldly like thunder and blasted the hole, breakthrough. The clear number is 0.8 and the magic is stable. Jiang Chen's capacitor exploded before touching. Luo Li drew the shadow of the Haiyuan elevator. I broke the harpoon and stabbed the green core. Rushing forward with bloody knees, the harpoon's blue electric grid stabbed the handle and touched the root. The four people squeezed into the black water and rushed to the back of the altar. The black water was warm and sticky and wrapped around their waists, sucking the soul with every step. The sea pressure squeezed the ribs and cracked them with pain. The rain of oxygen bubbles intermittently filled the lungs with sweetness but became bloody. The green pus mist choked the intestines and the vision was distorted and touched by shadow rain. Touching the army to pursue, thick waste whips, water bursting, booming, and gravel chasing, suckers hissing, locking legs, drilling into the flesh with heat and pain, Qingqing's roar, rolling to the ground, and all the beasts roaring. Qingqing's iron arms pushed Jiang Chen to crawl forward, her grey face and her courage were fully activated and she shouted, 1. Gulu, stop the sea pressure. 2. Sheng harpoon stabs the green core blood mist into my face, salty poison slows down the beast. 3. Luo Li's legs are broken, and the elevator shadow blinks closer. She quickly sewed Jiang Chen's new whip marks on the phosphorus mud thread. Her hands did not shake and she burst out in admiration. Iron Mother cut off the harpoon after cutting off, and the net burned and touched Lin. Retreat. My sisters will always believe in you. Jiang Chen's capacitor throw touched the root and boomed with a huge blue arc explosion and a wave of green blood that shook the sky, swirling and slowing the descendants. He widened his residual eyes and shouted in shock, "Clear all the super parts of God's seam. The Sheng explosive core is 100 times more than mine. The female god of war leads the way." The red thread faded away and burned the soul. Luo Li's body was smashed by the root whip, and blood sprayed out. She screamed in pain and shimmered in front of her finger, by the abyss. The phantom keyboard of the elevator is on, the door to reality? But Jiang Chen muttered again. The sacrifice is near. Sheng, with an O-shaped face, glared at the harpoon of 5 green cores that exploded in the fog. His sly smile turned to trembling admiration. White-collar workers are soaked in blood and do not kneel down. Can we win reincarnation through bondage? Sheng's harpoon dance was performed by blue light and the electric grid was burning to resist the illusion. Every time he stabbed, the green core exploded to slow down the pressure. However, his kneecaps were bruised and bloody, and the back of his arms was burned and dripping with fishy mucus. Her mental toughness overwhelms fear. The sacrifice is successful, the reversal is reborn, but Jiang Chen mutates and explodes? Is the elevator movie real or fake? Whispering weakly, hiding a knife, the inner demon's hesitation is instantly extinguished, and he gasps coldly, "Be prepared. The ocean is close, take inventory of the oxygen capacitor." At the end of the seam, the edge of the abyss appears, the black waterfall rumps, the giant beast swallows its mouth, the sound of the waves breathes and sucks the soul, the phosphorus mud on the edge is thick and green flames are flowing low, and the phantom of the real elevator stands. The old door is half open, the blue light of the broken keyboard blinks, the broken reflection of the mirror on the inner wall distorts the face, and a rustling whisper, "Escape, reincarnation." But the red-eyed beast at the edge of the shadow blinks, the remaining party faintly knocks when touched, the oxygen bubble is sweet but bloody, the sea pressure causes ringing in the ears and phantom pain peaks, bones crack, lungs break, and the heart breaks, the demon roars, trap sinks. Qingqing's legs were soft and she knelt on the mud, her eyes locked on the elevator and her eyes widened with fear. Sheng. The real exit of the elevator? The keyboard glowed like an apartment, but his red eyes blinked and whispered weakly about reincarnation. Jiang Chen's chest squirmed, sacrificing the moment? The Iron Mother's brain is determined. She blushed and hugged the oxygen lamp and trembled in admiration. Jiang Chen's eyes were red and he was murmuring, "Enter." His remaining hand grasped the iron clamp of the elevator door, his guts growled and whispered, "Sheng, the door is really. I'm dragging." Shock turned to despair as he stared at Sheng. Sheng harpooned his chest and knelt down panting, his bloody knee hit the edge of the phosphorus mud with 8 pop green flames, the psychological game finally exploded. Jiang Chen sacrificed? Burning soul is entrusted with a way to survive, the real door of the elevator appears, and the layout is reversed. She locked eyes with the crowd coldly, and the blue talisman ran across her arm to burn. Jiang Chen. Burn the soul to entrust me, the capacitor blasts the door open, I stab your chest whole, cut off the roots and whisper. But she was afraid of swallowing, killing your partner by mistake in reincarnating? Tenacity roared, "Come in." Qingqing pulls Luo Li, "I'll crush Jiang Chen too." The fear of the unknown is overwhelming. Is the elevator really an escapist reality and the source of mirror destruction? Jiang Chen sacrificed himself to destroy the guards and devour everyone? The whispers and rustles are rising again, the shadow of the red-eyed beast in the abyss is blinking, the door of reincarnation is half hidden in the abyss of laughter. The black waterfall roars like a devouring beast, the sound of the waves is like the soul shattering with every breath of the abyss, the thick floating green flames of phosphorus mud lick the ankles and scald new blood bubbles sizzling, the blue light of the broken keyboard blinks like a dying heartbeat, the phantom door of the elevator is half closed and the broken shadows of the mirror on the inner wall are distorted and reflected. The sea pressure squeezes the chest, the click-click sound of ribs grinding is heard, the oxygen bubbles sweet blood rushes into the lungs, coughs up black slurry, click-click maggots crawl into the trachea, the green pus rain hits the shoulders, the smelly rotten seaweed drills into the nostrils, the vision is distorted and the touch is squirming, the black mouth touches the army behind the dong-dong, knocks on the wall, speeds up, waist-thick roots stand in a row, throws water, explodes. Pop-pop, flying gravel, and scratches the blood mark. Jiang Chen's broken body was pressed against the door with iron pliers. Green flames flew out of his hands to burn his soul. His eyes were burning, and red threads were covered with white kernels like exploding spider webs. His chest seams protruded, and his internal organs and roots were crawling wildly. A fountain of black blood rushed high and clear, and his face was grey and blistered. A whisper surged from his throat and roared, "Enter me, the god is resurrected, sacrificed to clear the reincarnation of his descendants." His tall body suddenly transformed into a rotten body, exposing the god's true form. The chest was half open like a rotten melon, and the green core red-eyed beast inside was blinking in sync with its heartbeat. The tentacles stretched out from the seams of the ribs and the whip hissed, the suction cups opened and closed, the locks cleared the iron arms, the waist was thick and the legs were broken, the phosphorus mud exploded, the green pus mist filled the air, choking the lungs, and the smell of rotten intestines rose to the sky. The skin peeled off and the bones were exposed, maggots crawled up and the red-threaded eyes beast roared to shake the cave, resurrect Qingqing, tear the sisters apart. He frantically pounced, cleared his throat, and drilled deeply. Phut! Green pus exploded, and a huge wave of blood mist pressed over the top. Her grey face was swollen with purple tips, howling, and her legs were curled up. The black water swirled. Gulu! The soul was sucked. The bones were cracked. Crack! Luo Li wrapped her waist and threw herself at the door. Her pale face was stiff. The real door is open for blood sacrifice. But Jiang Chen was guarding the door and exploded, piercing the heart. The black mouth touched the army and bombed green pus rain. Luo Li wrapped her waist and threw herself at the door. Her pale face was stiff and cracked with blood, her legs were rotten and cracked, and green juice seeped out. She screamed in exhaustion and panic, locking Jiang Chen's rotting body. The guard's true body exploded. Jiang Chen's heirs are all here. Qingfeng with green chest and green core is resurrected and knocks. The heart pierced by the blood sacrifice will be cut off, otherwise the army swallowed the door and reincarnated forever. She flicked the green pus rain with trembling hands, pointed at the elevator and blinked at the blue light. The real door is half open, but the red-eyed trap laughs. The white-collar worker is determined, the bond is broken. The blue-eyed Jiang Chen cleared his throat and rolled it deeply, and his sharp voice turned into despair and trembling. After touching the army, a boom-boom black mouth exploded, a thick waist touched a forest of green cores, blinking red-eyed beast shadow Qingfeng's outline loomed, a giant touch touched the rotten seaweed, the fishy smell rushed to the top of the nose, the roots shook the water and exploded, and even pop-bang, the stone knife flew and scratched Jiu Sheng's shoulder with fresh blood marks. The sucker hissed, locked the leg and drilled the flesh with hot pain and green pus raindrops smashing. The oxygen mask made the fog choke the lungs and grind the broken glass. The black water swelled in the chest and ice stuck to the lungs. The oxygen bubbles were intermittently sweet and bloody. The ocean pressure made the ears buzz and the phantom pain peak. The bones were cracked and the inner demon roared. the whole family of waste white-collar workers are maggots. Jiu Sheng harpooned her chest and knelt down beside the phosphorus mud, smashing her bloody knees with a pop, green flames licking her knees and scalding her marrow painfully. Her blood pupil shrinking needle swept across Jiang Chen's rotten body and he tore madly to clear his consciousness. The black water was warm and sticky and wrapped around her waist, sucking the soul with every breath. Her fingers cut off the blood paste handle, and the blue talisman ran through the meridians and the fire snake bit her arm to resist the hallucination of sea pressure. Leader is broken? Partner guards swallowing sisters? Abyss reincarnation laughter? The fear in my heart is like thousands of needles twisting together. The elevator falls and I am usually at work. My mother is maggot. Jiang Chen's red eyes shout sacrificial waste, perseverance, and bravery hide the fear of the abyss. But Qingqing's strong eyes, Iron Mother, Jiang Chen's soul-burning trust, and Luo Li's game diary lead the way. No one will be heartbroken forever. Urban legends exploded in my mind. The broken mirror on the top floor of the old apartment summoned Qingfeng's mirror spirit to transform into a sea demon, reincarnate and drown the source of the resentful spirit, and reality destroyed the broken mirror's core and blood sacrificed to break the portal and break the cycle. The vigorous blood-spotted runes in Luo Li's diary confirmed. Apartment mirror Qingfeng sea demonic forest heart ancient tree altar hollow core, whispering curse core pierces blood sacrifice and breaks reincarnation. Jiang Chen possesses the body to guard the heirs, sacrifices himself to push the nest and explodes the green core to clear the passage, whispers silently and escapes. The shadow returns to the edge of the forest. The source of reality is waiting in the apartment mirror. Desperate to suppress the peak of despair, Jiu Sheng bit her tongue, blood rushed to her brain, and she struggled to free herself. Cold sweat mixed with blood dripped down her face and she muttered, "Steady, out with the situation and sacrifice Jiang Chen's soul-burning entrustment." She dragged her bloody knees with mud and rushed in front of the rotten body. The handle of the harpoon's blue electric grid stabbed Jiang Chen's chest and green core. Fart. The huge wave of green blood mist rushed to slow down his roots, and his shoulders were rotten. The dripping hot sticky mucus bites the back of the arm and burns to the bone, but the calmness locks the weak point and roars with thunder and explodes the whole. Jiang Chen. Burn the soul and wake up, and trust me to lead all living beings. You guard the children and push the nest to explode Qingfeng Zhen. Clear the number 0.8 to stabilize the illusion. Luo Li opens the door. I stab your green core to open the way. Psychological knife mountain, wrongful killing of friends reincarnation laughter? But the legendary diary proves that the layout is reversed and the god of war will not kneel down. Clearing his throat, whipping his grey face and coughing black liquid, his eyes widened in shock, his iron arms hugged his neck and the bloody sound trembled, Sheng. Harpoon pierced Jiang Chen's green core blood mist rushed into my face, salty poisonous green flames flew into the sky, whispering weakly. His red-eyed beast retreated, his internal organs growled slowly, the rotten body whip did not tear my throat, the rotten odor dispersed, the sea pressure did not reduce the tinnitus and the bones did not crack. Iron Mom Shen Nao decided to sacrifice her partner to outwit her. What do you think? The source of the urban legend apartment mirror, we are reversed. Her optimism rekindled, her face turned red and she admired Suo Jiu Sheng. Her legs were trembling and she quickly dug out the oxygen tube to prepare for the blue arc. Her hands did not shake and she yelled, "Sisters will never kneel, I will lead the breakthrough." The green core of Jiang Chen's rotten body pierced the black plasma fountain and rushed to the cave dome. The red-threaded eye beast blinked out and the red light exploded weakly. He grabbed Jiu Sheng's arm with his remaining hand and clasped it with the iron pincers, burning the soul and gasping, "Sheng, the female war goddess stabs the god, which is 1,000 times better. The soul-burning entrustment, push me to touch the nest and explode Qingfeng's son." Dao. Qingqing live, reincarnation is broken. He murmured intermittently and stared at the crowd with all his jealousy. The roots of his internal organs exploded and the green pus mist filled the air, but he did not attack Qingqing. He knelt on his knees and licked the phosphorus mud with green flames and scalded his ankles. He screamed with determination and admiration, "Leader's wisdom wins, sacrifice is worth it." He cleared his throat, locked his grey face, rolled his eyes and twitched. His eyes widened in fear of breaking into tears and roaring across the sea, Sheng. Jiang Chen's real rotten body, a guarding green-breasted, red-eyed beast, blinked and locked my face. The roots drilled into my throat, hot pain, green pus filled my lungs, and rotten maggots crawled. He tore my arm skin, a river of blood spurted out, and roared in a low voice. "Sacrificing the sisters and the whole family will lead to reincarnation. I and Mother God, if you don't save us, we will be doomed at the bottom of the sea." She grabbed the phosphorus mud with her fingers, and the green flames licked off her armor, and the blood boiled and evaporated. Her optimistic fire turned to ashes and collapsed in despair. Luo Li's body was bruised from the whip, blood mist sprayed at the door, her pale eyes stared at Sheng with harpoon dance. The white collar recalled the legend and decided to sacrifice Jiang Chen to push the nest. The diary proves that the source of the apartment mirror is stabbed and the core is broken, reincarnation is broken, the brain is bleeding and the bond is one. If the army is close, push! She screamed, flicking the green pus with her mist hand to clear the iron arm, and pointed at the blue keyboard of the elevator to light up. The door is really open, the gleaming whirlpool is realistic. The climax of Jiang Chen's tragic death, rotting body, chest, green core, Qingfeng's eyes shattered, bang bang, chain explosion, internal organs, and roots self-destructed, black plasma, green pus, waves crashing into the nest wall, stone cracks, hitting the army's descendants, green cores, blinking out half of them, pop, the suction cups broke, the phosphorus mud was broken, and the ghost fire jumped high. The stench of roasted carrion rises to the sky, the smell of seaweed and rotten intestines fills the lungs and chokes the cough, the green mist distorts the field of vision and the rain breaks, the black hole lair passage explodes, the shimmering vortex expands, the sound of waves, the weak breathing, whoosh, the whisper, the short silence, 0.8 buzz, the tinnitus, the phantom pain, the bones, the loose lungs, slow down. The calm green flames of the phosphorus mud lick the edges without burning, and the oxygen bubbles are sweet and bloodless. The heavy rain stabilizes the sea pressure and stops with a click. Qingqing was grey, his face was red and his eyes were rounded, his eyes were O-shaped, and he was trembling with joy. He roared through the silence, "Sheng Sheng." Jiang Chen pushed the nest, a violent chain of green cores exploded, and Lin retreated. Half-black blood, green pus waves rushed into my legs, salty heat, slow pressure, whispering silence, paused, grunting, sweet oxygen, lungs not broken. Burning soul, entrusting sacrifice, God's death opens a channel, God's brain is iron. Mom is determined to win the reversal in the mirror of the legendary apartment. How can I carry it? The sisters worship you even though they are bloody and rotten, and the sea god of war leads you to live forever. She held the oxygen lamp in her iron arms and climbed into the twilight whirlpool. She quickly tied the harpoon with blue arcs, and she was full of optimism and trembled with tears, and her blood was mixed with Sheng's calm posture. Luo Li wrapped her waist and legs to pieces, the blood mist healed, her pale face turned into a sly smile, and she turned to admiration and screamed, "Sacrifice Jiang Chen, the tunnel to explode the nest is open." The whispers are silent, Qingfeng is cut off for a while, the elevator shadow, blue keyboard, all bright, the smell of reality in the apartment. The white-collar worker outsmarts the bond certificate, and the diary wins reincarnation is near. Jump! She used her hand to clear her rotten arm, pointing to the expanding blue light that filled her nose with the familiar smell of oil and rust mixed with phosphorus and mud. She stared at O-shaped eyes and harpooned her chest with blood on her knees. She trembled and said, "Gods who are bathed in blood will not kneel down. The leader of the gatekeeper is worthy of the intruder." The army chased and exploded, thick roots standing near the waist. Green cores blinked red eyes. Qingqing roared and rolled to the ground, resurrection. Zisatoon. The green pus rain hit the oxygen lamp and broke into pieces. But Sheng shouted coldly, "Push!" The bloody hand stretched across the harpoon to support the lower back of Jiang Chen's rotting body. The blue talisman's electric net burned the roots and hairs and retreated. The bloody river on her knees dragged the scalding will-o'-the-wisp and hit the black mouth of the nest. Boom! Jiang Chen's tall and broken body was pushed deep into the nest. The three people squeezed into the black water and jumped wildly. The booming elevator phantom was swallowed up. The sound of waves cut off oxygen and soaked in the rain. The sea pressure stopped and the click bones were reset. The lungs were loosened. The black water was warm and sticky. The field of vision is distorted and the green mist disperses and returns to the edge of the forest. The boundless and strange deep forest branches and leaves are whispering and tempting. The rotten leaves on the ground are wet and sticky, and the ground is muddy and bloody. The green veins of the ancient tree altar are pulsing weakly in the distance. The black mouth of the fissure is faint and the sound of gulu waves is not suppressed. The air is moist and moldy. The smell of rotten leaves is pungent, and the heartbeat is synchronized with a weak buzz of 0.8 in the eardrums. Sheng's psychological aftermath. Jiang Chen's soul-burning entrustment is worth a tragic death? The passage opens and the whisper of silence reverses the reincarnation, but the source of the legendary apartment mirror is in reality, etc. Qingqing's remnant soul has recovered? The fear of the unknown overwhelmed her strength. She coldly glanced at the blood and grabbed the Qingqing iron arm. Luo Li's wrist shouted, "Leap out of the gate. The Qingqing number is 0.8, and I will cut off the harpoon stab and touch it." The knee bone was bruised and bloody, dragging the mud into the elevator shadow. Luo Li's body materializes with pale face cracks and blood mist scattering, long hair sweeping rotten leaves, ghost fire creeping low. She screams sharply in exhaustion, turning to joy and fear mixed, pouncing to the side of the ancient tree's remnant altar. Return to the forest. Qingqing's remnant soul root is temporarily broken, but the sibilant whisper revives to summon the apartment mirror. The source is the old building's top floor shattered mirror core. Blood sacrifice pierces to break the reincarnation forever. White collar leaps as God leading the crowd. Bonds win the gatekeeper's record. Pale eyes O-shaped glare at Sheng. Fish fork dance in collection pose. Strange smile with admiration, trembling finger to the distant apartment phantom appearing, high building outline, mirror light blinking, reality is near, true or false? But in the forest depths, the crack suddenly, boom, with green veins bulging violently, the ancient tree altar's hollow giant core trembling, Qingqing's remnant soul reborn, red-eyed beast shadow blinking synchronously with sibilant whisper wave roaring, reviving at 0.8 Hz, iron needle drilling brain. Branches and leaves sibilant wildly dancing like 10,000 insects crawling on rotten leaves, raining down, smashing shoulders, drawing blood marks, root tendrils, remnant party from ground bursting. Waist-thick tentacles extending, hiss, locking legs with green pus slightly spraying, foul odor rushing nose. Qingqing's outline appearing with giant tentacles standing, red-eyed core blinking, roaring, revive, our mirror spirit offspring come, our reincarnation apartment source. Illusion attacks. Jiang Chen's rotten corpse with maggots crawling, pulling the crowd sinking. Mother with red eyes closing, roaring, useless invader, shattered mirror eternally trapped. Qingqing's legs were soft and he was kneeling down, with rotten leaves and a grey face, and his face was red and firm. The oxygen mask was foggy, and his eyes were locked. Sheng jumped back and his eyes widened in shock and admiration. Sheng. The sea pressure at the edge of the heavy forest, no whispers, no whispers, no roars. Jiang Chen sacrificed and exploded. The death value of the passage. The source of the apartment mirror is close to reality? Iron Mother's brain recalling the legend, she decisively pushed the rotten guard's nest into the forest, and she was so sure that she didn't kneel down even after she was bleeding. How can we reverse the cycle of reincarnation? Jiu Sheng fish fork across chest kneeling on rotten leaves gasping blood knees smashing, ghost fire scurrying, psychological game peak. Jiang Chen's sacrifice opens the way back to the forest, but Qin Feng's remnant soul reborn reincarnation not broken. Apartment source old building mirror core waiting to be pierced by blood sacrifice? Luo Li's diary values gatekeeper true? Unknown fear pressing top with tenacity and calmness, she with blood pupils locking red-eyed core murmuring low, stable, our source apartment, fish fork pierce shattered mirror break. But sibilant whisper amplifies heart demon roaring, sink, our branches, and leaves rain smashing green pus choking forest shade twisting wriggling shadows, crowd's heartbeats chaotic scurrying ear ringing piercing pain despair reviving. Qingqing grey face fear howling iron arm pulling Luo Li crawling, optimistic roaring through illusion, Sheng. Qin Feng's remnant soul reborn red eyes blinking sibilant roar reviving low whisper buzzing brain illusion Jiang Chen maggots pulling us, root tentacles extending green pus spraying legs hot pain, but you leap as God leading sisters to live, see battle God iron mom leading to stab source apartment mirror. Count 0.8 stable, we charge. Eyes glaring round with admiration on top trembling voice broken. Luo Li Wu legs rotten and cracking again screaming pouncing behind tree, remnant soul knocks. Apartment phantom near top floor mirror shattered summoning, blood sacrifice stab core break, but offspring chasing, reincarnation laughing in deep forest. Pale face twisted in fear fragments locking Jiu Sheng in bloodbathed pose. Forest deep branches and leaves sibilant whisper like 10,000 ghosts murmuring inducing heart demon edge exploding, rotten leaves wet and sticky stepping every step, blood mud splashing ankles ghost fire creeping low licking skin hot bubbling, distant apartment high building phantom standing top floor window mirror light shattered shadow blinking red eyes synchronously with heartbeat, Qin Feng remnant roaring rolling ground branches pulsing, Piu Tong accelerating root party pursuing. Dong, shattered branches flying dancing drawing air. Qingqing iron arm pushing Luo Li forward grey face courage fully open counting roaring, 1. Sibilant weak stop illusion mom maggot scatter. 2. Sheng fish fork stab root blood mist rushing face salty slow beast, God accurate in forest war God. 3. Apartment shadow near mirror shattered blinking, source stab break reincarnation. She with Godspeed phosphorus mudline suturing Luo Li's waist rotten stopping green juice, hand with admiration exploding trembling, iron mom cover rear dancing blue electric net burning forest retreat, sisters forever believe. Jiu Sheng heart sinking into forest abyss, knees blood river dragging rotten leaves sticky hot ghost fire painfully thorough, but leadership fire seed burning exploding cold roaring breakthrough apartment shadow. Qingqing prepare oxygen suture for Luo Li, I fish fork cover rear stabbing red-eyed remnant roots. Fish fork blue light scurrying handle electric net burning resisting sibilant illusion, charging forward stabbing first root, Pu Kai green blood mist slowly pressing, shoulder rotten with new marks dripping fishy hot biting tenacity not kneeling. Unknown reincarnation source apartment mirror core piercing battle beginning, fear thrill reversing birth. Luo Li Wu body trembling finger pointing to apartment shadow blue light, top floor mirror core. Pierce with blood sacrifice, but remnant soul smelling blood reviving, gatekeeper game win near end. Pale eyes glaring at Jiu Sheng consecutively stabbing 3 roots exploding mist pressing, admiring sharply roaring, white collar not kneeling leading God. Forest deep branches and leaves sibilant whisper like 10,000 insects gnawing bone iron needle 0.8 Hz weak buzzing drilling eardrum heartbeat chaotic scurrying synchronous pulse, Piu Tong accelerating, rotten leaves wet and sticky stepping every step, blood blood mud splashing ankles, ghost fire creeping low, licking skin hot, raising red bubbles, ZZ, painfully thorough marrow, distant apartment, high building, phantom standing top floor, window, mirror, light shattered, shadow blinking. Red-eyed beast, shadow ferocious laughing, Qingqing remnant soul roaring, rolling ground, branches, green veins bulging violently, revive, a mirror spirit offspring, swallow invader eternally reincarnating. Root tendrils, party waist, thick tentacles from ground bursting, dong dong, shattered branches flying, dancing, drawing air, blood marks, hiss hiss, green pus spraying, mist choking lungs, rotten intestines, seaweed, fishy rushing nose, vision twisting, wriggling shadows, rain smashing shoulders, hot biting, rotten flesh. Qingqing's grey face howled with fear, her iron arms pushed Luo Li's rotten legs to crawl forward, her optimism and courage cracked at the edge, her throat locked, lingering pain, coughing black liquid, kaka, trachea ground glass, eyes round and locked, Jiu Sheng's harpoon stabbed 3 times in a row, puff puff, green blood mist, huge waves washed over her face, the salty poison scalded her, and the rain on the branches and leaves slowed and rustled. For a moment, she screamed loudly, Sheng, Sheng, harpoon, blue electric power grid, burnt roots, degree Ned, pussy mist, whispered, reduce heart demon, mother's maggot face flashed. But Qingqing's remnant soul, red-eye core, the hollow core of the huge tree altar trembles and roars to life. The shadow of the apartment is close to the top floor. The mirror is broken and blinks to summon us for blood sacrifice. Luo Li materialized into a body with long hair, swept ghost fire, pale face with cracked blood marks, twisted and stiff, screamed and rushed to the altar of the old tree. Her legs were broken and cracked, green juice sprayed out, gurgling, the suction cup marks penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Her foggy hands trembled and pointed at the mirror light vein runes on the top floor of the apartment. Phantom, squirming, the heart of the forest pulsates, the giant tree hides the core of the curse. Qingqing Jing, the spirit sea demon, ancient tree, the hollow core whispers the source. The broken mirror in the apartment projects a blood sacrifice and pierces the broken root. But the remaining souls merged to chase the root party, blinking and swallowing, and the runes were temporarily sealed. The crack in the apartment was close to reality. O-shaped eyes stared at Jiu Sheng, his shoulders and arms were soaked with bloody mucus, and he bit his knees and dragged the blood. He was exhausted and panicked, and his throat was broken. The blood stains in the diary prove that the root of the giant tree is cracked through the real mirror on the top of the old building. The price of reincarnation is unknown. Jiu Sheng harpooned blood across his chest, knelt on his knees with rotten leaves and gasped for breath. Pop! Ghost fires licked the knee bones, grinding the marrow and causing severe pain. The fingers were broken, and the handles were broken with blood. Blue talismans were running through the meridians. Fire snakes bit the arms. They resisted seaweed. The odor was on the edge of hallucinations. The peak of psychological fear was like 10,000 needles. The heart was twisted. Jiang Chen's soul-burning sacrifice pushed the nest to explode. The god's death value returned to the forest, but Qingqing's remnant soul was reborn. Green veins bulged, the root party chased, rustling whispers rekindled. 0.8 buzz, brain-drilling mother, maggot face, Jiang Chen's rotting body roared, waste invader, broken mirror will sink forever. The source of the apartment, the core of the old building mirror is stabbed to really break the reincarnation? What is the true or false value of Luo Li's gatekeeping game diary? Her tenacity and calmness were broken at the edge. Her blood pupils shrank and the needle swept the giant tree altar. The green veins pulsated weakly and whispered, steady, follow the heart of the giant tree of Luo Li, and the rune seals the Qingqing thorn mirror core to reverse rebirth. But the rain of branches and leaves smashed green pus, choking the field of vision. The remnants of Qingqing combined with a huge roar that shook the forest. Boom, the ancient tree altar's hollow giant core exploded, the red-eyed beast shadow blinked and rustled wildly, and thousands of insects crawled, The branches and veins were green like a giant python standing in the forest. The waist was thick, the roots were stretched out. Hiss, the suction cup opened and closed. 3 people's legs and waist were smashed by raindrops of green pus. Pop, the rotten flesh was soaked and exploded. The stench rose to the sky. The hallucination peak struck. Jiu Sheng's vision was distorted and he saw his own harpooned arm, a river of blood spurting out from his chest, green cores exploding, maggots crawling out of Qingluo glass and sinking into black water. His mother's red-eyed beast roared, "My daughter's trash leader will shatter the whole family's reincarnation apartment mirror forever." The inner demon's iron needle drilled into her brain, her ears buzzed, her lungs shattered, the broken glass grinned her knees into softness, her knees smashed with blood, and she smashed rotten leaves. Pop! Green flames shot through the sky, scalding her soul. Qingqing's iron arm pulls Luo Li's foggy legs, her face is purple and swollen, her howling legs are curled up, her black shadow swirls, gulu, sucking the soul, her eyes are round and fearful of breaking into pieces with blood and tears. Jiu Sheng's phantom death preview. Sheng's harpoon crosses the chest, the green core pierces the chest, and the melons are rotten and cracked. The roots of her internal organs squirmed wildly, and a fountain of black plasma shot up and sprayed onto her grey face. The red-eyed beast blinked out in an instant, bursting with red light and shattered her soul. The mother was maggot and her sisters were trapped forever. Her throat was still painful and she coughed green pus. Sheng. The hallucination predicts your dead harpoon, broken arm, green core, exploding blood mist in my face, rotting maggots crawling, and we sink into the mirror of the apartment. Qin Feng merges with the red-eyed giant tree core, roars, swallows the roots, locks the legs, penetrates the flesh with hot pain, and cracks the bones. How can we break the optimistic Huifei sisters and kneel down to the sea god of war to save their lives? Fingers claw at the rotten leaves, ghost fire licks off the armor, blood drops are hot, evaporates, and the iron arms collapse, holding the neck and twitching. Luo Li wrapped around her waist and threw herself at the altar. The stone was cracked, her pale face was stiff, her legs were bruised, and green juice was oozing out. She screamed and panicked. The Qin Feng giant touched the forest. The remnant soul merged into the heart of the giant tree and the core recovered. The apartment mirror blinked with red eyes and roared, summoning a blood sacrifice trap. The rune veins whispered and the action was temporarily blocked, but the foresight led the reincarnation of death. Laughing, the whole family of the intruder was destroyed in the gatekeeping game. She flicked the green pus rain with her hands and pointed at the remaining runes on the altar, which were squirming with blood. She pointed at Jiu Sheng, who was kneeling in blood and stared in shock. The white-collar man died? The root of the giant tree cracked the real door of the apartment, but Qin Fengzi will pay the price for his soul. The root party pursued and exploded. Dong dong. The thick waist touched the branch and exploded. Pop pat. The stone knife flew and scratched Jiu Sheng's back with new bruises. Blood exploded, mucus dripped, and hot bites were tough. The outline of Qin Feng, a green core blinking beast with red eyes, loomed and shouted, "Resurrect the mirror spirit, tear off the leader's throat." The speech was amplified at 0.8. The iron needle drilled into the brain, the phantom pain peaked, the bone split, the heart demon roared, the waist white-collar maggot pulled down the source, the green-veined wall in the field of vision, the pulse accelerated, the rain of rotten leaves hit the head, the brain was swollen, the black water swelled, wrapped around the ankles, ice stuck to the lungs, gulu oxygen bubbles were intermittently sweet and bloody. The 3 people huddled at the bottom of the despair. The stone cracked on the altar, ghost fire and green flames flew into the sky, scalding their souls and whispered, "Sink, a trap." Jiu Sheng bit her tongue, blood rushed to her brain, and she broke away from the vision of death. Cold sweat mixed with blood dripped down her face, and blood ran down her face. The veins of the pupil lock altar runes squirmed and flashed with blue light. She muttered, "Steady." Luo Li's diary runes sealed Qingqing, and the heart of the giant tree stabbed the core of the giant tree and cut off the roots. She rushed to the altar with bloody knees, dragging the mud and harpooning the blue talisman to burn the electric grid. The green tendons sizzled and retreated in an instant. The rotten shoulder bit the back of the arm with burning pain but calmly roared with thunder and exploded. Shen Qingqing number 0.8 Stable Illusion Preview. Luo Li opened the rune-sealing body with her hand. I harpooned the hollow core of the giant tree and the apartment projection mirror shattered into cracks. Psychological knife mountain. Wrong belief in Luo Li's gatekeeper trap? Is Jiang Chen's sacrifice of Qingqing worth it? But the core of the mirror spirit Qingqing High Demon on the top floor of the old apartment where the blood stains in the legendary diary are the source of evidence has outsmarted and reversed the situation. Clearing the throat, the remaining green pus and grey face rolled, eyes twitching, eyes wide and shocked, iron arms hugging the neck, blood stains, trembling sounds piercing the sand, Sheng. Harpoon stabs the green tendon grid and burns the roots. The green blood mist rushes to the face and whispers weakly. Stop the illusion and foresee your death. The maggots are scattered. The runes are unsealed and Qingqing merges. The Iron Mother's brain is decisive and outsmarts the source. The apartment mirror core is stabbed to pieces. We will survive. What do you think of reincarnation? The ghost of death is ashes, but you are still alive. The Sea War God leads the Eternal Sisters. Her optimistic fire rekindled and her face turned red and she worshipped the harpoon. Her legs trembled and she quickly dug out the oxygen tube and shouted, "Count 1. The heart is weak and the demon is reduced." 2. Luo Li's waist was broken, with marks, and blood mist sprayed at the center of the altar. Her pale eyes were filled with fear and joy, and Jiu Sheng's power grid was burned to the root. She screamed from exhaustion to determination. The white-collar Yi diary decides to open the talisman. The blood-stained veins are creeping and Qingqing's action is temporarily sealed. The hollow core apartment mirror projection in the heart of the giant tree pierced the blood sacrifice. The sacrifice is unknown, but the bond wins. The altar stone cracked, vigorous runes buzz, blue light exploded, veins and green tendons shrank, Qingqing's remnant soul merged and roared, boom, the red eyes blinked out instantly, half of the green core shattered, pop, roots broke off, phosphorus mud, ghost fire, burning carrion, the smell of rotting flesh rose to the sky, rustling whispers, short silence, 0.8 bars, all stopped, tinnitus, phantom pain, branches and leaves, rain, slow, ghost fire, low and not burning. The remnant soul of Qingqing collapsed and climaxed. The hollow core of the giant tree altar trembled, the green veins shrank, the red-eyed beast shadow flashed back, the silhouette twisted and roared in despair, mirror spirit, the air is broken, the reincarnation trap is shattered? The thick waist touched Lin Li and self-destructed. Waves of black blood and green pus rushed into the dome and opened the branches. The suction cup opened and closed, hissingly, and broke off. The smell of rotten leaves and ghosts burned the sky. The smell of rotten intestines penetrated the lungs and choked the field of vision. The green mist dispersed and slithering shadows were broken by the rain. The phantom of the apartment on the top floor was broken by mirror light and broken shadows. The cracks expanded and a blue vortex appeared in reality. The smell of oil and rust. The smell of the elevator was pungent and the heartbeat was steady. The outline of the old apartment building loomed. Rune blue light locking body action giant core pulse weak pop slowed down and whispered escape, source, pay Qingqing roared with regret, invader leader, mirror core blood sacrifice destroys my eternal life? The resentful spirit drowns and reincarnation laughs into nothing? Qingqing is grey, her face is red and her eyes are rounded. Her eyes are rounded in the shape of an O shape, and she is shaking with joy and bursting through the silence. Sheng. Luo Li's rune seals Qingfeng's merged green core, shattering black blood, green pus waves rushing towards the altar, stone cracks, the root party retreating half rustling, silent, buzzing, hallucinations dispersed, lungs loose and bones not cracked. Iron Mother God's brain stabbed green tendons, decided to open the talisman, reversed and won. Qingfeng roared, how can you be so accurate in breaking the reincarnation trap of the spirit of despair? Sisters worship you while bathing in blood and running into the blue light. The leader of the sea war god bows to eternal life. She held the oxygen lamp in her iron arms and climbed up to the root of the giant tree quickly to tie the harpoon to the blue arc. She was full of optimism and tears, mixed with blood and firm locks. Jiu Sheng's calm posture was reflected in the red light. Luo Liwu's waist and legs were wrapped in blood mist, and the blood mist healed itself. Her pale face turned into a sly smile, and she screamed in admiration, the operation of sealing Qingfeng with runes is temporary. The remaining soul collapsed and roared, the mirror core destroyed the reincarnation, whispering silence, the root of the giant tree's heart cracked, and the blue vortex of the real mirror on the top floor of the apartment appeared. The white-collar man outsmarted the bond certificate diary and won. Bathing the blood god does not kneel and the leader is on duty to guard the door. Jiu Sheng stared at him with a harpoon and a bloody chest, kneeling with blood and gasping. He shivered and smashed his fingers at the crack at the root of the giant tree. The blue light hit his nose and he was familiar with the smell of damp, moldy, rotten leaves mixed with oil and rust in the elevator. The crack is close to entering reality, but Qingfeng heard the price of blood? Jiu Sheng arm finger painfully thorough blood handle blue symbol burning electric net resisting illusion, every stab pu kai green core exploding branches and leaves rain slow, but knees rotten grinding bone blood steaming rotten leaves fishy, sheep psychologically firmly pressing fear, remnant soul reborn reincarnation continuing, apartment source true stab shattered mirror break? Layout intelligence taking sacrifice of Jiang Chen worth, see battle god leading crowd born reality. Cold gasping, inventory oxygen fish fork, apartment near prepare battle. Unknown fear at peak, thrill burning reversing peak, how to terminate reincarnation? Reality source apartment mirror where hidden knife? On the way, hallucinations struck again. The rustling and weak buzzing were on the edge. The mother's maggot face flashed across Jiang Chen's rotting body and shouted, the leader killed me by mistake, my reincarnation will continue. Qingqing's grey face screamed in her iron arm. Luo Li roared several times. 1. Whispering, weak, stopped, the illusion diminished. 2. Sheng, harpoon stabbed the remaining muscles, and the blood mist slowly receded. God is accurate. Lin Shen. Luo Liwu pointed the way with trembling legs. The core of the heart of the giant tree is pulsating, and the crack is in the apartment. Qingfeng struggled in the rune lock of the remaining soul, his green veins were slightly swollen, his red eyes were weak, and he yelled, Pei, soul is broken. But the blue light suppressed the action and sealed the defeat, and the roar of regret echoed in Lin Shen's despair. 3 people broke through the blood root and reached the root of the giant tree. The towering branches of the pulsating giant tree whispered weakly, and the cracks in the roots expanded. The old building on the top floor of the apartment had phantoms, broken mirrors, broken shadows, blinking, and the red core squirmed. Enter, Pei, mirror spirit blood sacrifice. The air was oily and rusty. The smell of rust in the elevator was mixed with the smell of rotten leaves. The vision was distorted. The outline of the tall building loomed in reality. Jiu Sheng harpooned his chest and kneeled down on his bloody knees and smashed the blue light-locked mirror projection with a snap. He gasped and took stock. The core of the mirror in the source apartment was smashed. But what does it cost to enter reality? The soul blood price Qingqing Fu? Jiu Sheng's psychological aftermath is astonishing and frightening. Qingfeng's remnant soul and runes seal his defeat and roar, and he is reborn in despair. But the root of the giant tree opens to the source of the apartment and shatters the mirror core to really end reincarnation? Paying the unknown pressure and bursting with tenacity, she coldly glanced at the crowd and grabbed the clearing iron arm Luo Li's wrist and shouted, arrived at the root of the giant tree. The clearing number 0.8 stabilizes the new phantom remnant soul. I harpooned the apartment projection mirror and shattered the real door. The knee bone was bruised and bloody, and the rotten leaves were dragged against the giant tree root. The harpoon blue power grid finally burned out the green tendons. Qingqing's eye locks cracked, Lan Zhuan Grey blushed, and she screamed in admiration. Sheng reaches the crack at the root of the giant tree. Reality is approaching. Qingfeng is defeated and roars to pay the price of his soul? God Iron Mother is determined to stab the mirror to break reincarnation. Our sisters worship the leader who is soaked in blood and will not kneel down to live forever. Iron Arms hugged Luo Li and quickly prepared for oxygen. The root of a giant tree cracks, the blue swirl, buzzing, expands, the mirror on the top floor of the apartment is broken, and the projection is clear. The high wall of the old building is mottled, the elevator door is half covered. The mirror on the inner wall is cracked, the green veins are moving, the red-eye core is blinking and whispering, "Come, stab me, pay the leader's life." The remaining black shadow probes from the edge, hiss, green pus spurts to test, but the rune blue light suppresses, sizzling, burning and rotten powder. Jiu Sheng's blood pupil shrinkage needle calmly locks the core weakness, psychological game peak. Luo Li's diary proves that the blood sacrifice pierced the root, but it cost Jiu Sheng's life to foresee death? Qingqing Chongyang Iron Mother Jiang Chen's soul-burning entrustment value? Her tenacity exploded and she roared, leaped through the crack and stabbed the real mirror in the apartment. Qingqing Luo Li prepares for battle. I will harpoon the source of reincarnation. The blue talisman of the harpoon surged through the peak handle, burning the meridians and causing pain in the arm. She clenched her fingers and rushed forward. Luo Litsang's face was cracked, and she screamed with joy and fear, pointing at the core of the mirror, pierced through the blood sacrifice. Give me the soul of the gatekeeper? The end of reincarnation is near. The heartbeats of the three people are synchronized with the blue vortex pulsing, and the peak of unknown fear is reversal, pierced into the source of reality. Will Qingfeng be cut off forever? Clearing the throat, the lingering pain, grey face locked with fear, Jiu Sheng jumped up, eyes widened in O-shape, trembling sound broke through the forest. Sheng jumped at the root of the giant tree, cracked the mirror core of the Blue Zhuan apartment, and blinked to death. Shen Nao decided to stab the source. I and Mom will not kneel down. Our sister the girl worshipped Yongshan High and led the comeback to victory. The optimistic bear pushed Luo Li with a harpoon blue arc oxygen tube. Her hands shook in worship and roared, "Count 3. The whispers broke through the silence of Qingfeng and roared in Yongkong. Luo Li's hand trembled and she cleared her torn arm. She screamed in admiration. White-collar workers are bathed in blood and stabbed in the mirror core. Give up the gatekeeper soul to open the real door. Win the bond and the diary certificate will be shattered in reincarnation." The blue light from the cracked finger rushed towards the three people and was enveloped in the apartment. The phantom swallowed them up. The smell of oil and rust in the elevator was strong, musty, and rotten. The smell of leaves weakened the field of vision and reappeared. The mirror on the top floor of the old building had a huge crack, a red core and a weak pulse. Plop. Qingfeng roared in despair, destroyed, resentful spirits drowned in the sky. Jiu Sheng's harpoon stabbed the mirror core. Fut. A huge wave of green blood mist rushed through the top dome and cracked. The blue power grid burned through the crack veins. Boom! A chain of explosions. The shadow of the red-eyed beast was destroyed instantly. A fountain of black plasma and green pus rushed high into the stone wall, and the mirror fragments, pa-pa, the rain hit the shoulders and scratched the blood, but the whispers of reincarnation were all silent. The rustling roots were broken and the pulse stopped. The phantom of the high-rise apartment collapsed and the reality lights dimly flickered. The elevator door, ding, was really open. The city night breeze was cool and blowing on the face. No rancid smell, no green flames, no will-o'-the-wisps. Qingqing's legs were soft and he knelt on the top floor. His grey face was red and his breathing oxygen mask was foggy. His eyes were locked. Jiu Sheng's harpoon stabbed the mirror core to pieces. His eyes widened in shock and admiration. Sheng. The harpoon stabbed the source of the mirror core in the apartment. The green blood exploded. Reincarnation was silent. Qin Feng roared. The descendants of despair destroyed the eternal sky. The whispers stopped. The illusion stopped, and the lights turned on. The Iron Mother God decided to pay the price of her soul to reverse the victory and not kneel down to lead. We sisters worshipped and trembled for eternity. How can the god of war be so accurate that he held his arms around his neck and roared with tears and blood mixed with determination throughout the night? Qin Feng was defeated in the end. The core of the residual soul mirror, the spirit sea demon, shattered and roared across the night sky with regret. Reincarnation, the trap is empty? The invaders led the blood sacrifice to destroy my son's eternal resentment. The broken mirror drowned him in laughter? The green tendons all shrunk, the roots cut off, the phosphorus mud untouched, the forest retreated, the sound of the black water was silent forever, the hallucinations and inner demons were all dispersed, the mother's maggot face, Jiang Chen's rotting body, the shadow, and the whisper of 0.8 iron needles stopped forever. Luo Li's body turned into a pale face, and her smile became more and more cunning. She looked at the mirror with admiration. The source is broken. Qin Feng was defeated and regretted, and the reincarnation was broken. The diary won the gatekeeper game and proved the value of white-collar leaders. The door of reality is really open. Give up my soul in exchange for eternal bonds. With a pale-eyed O-shaped stare, Jiu Sheng put away the harpoon and knelt down on his knees panting with blood, and with a trembling voice, he worshipped, the blood-soaked god of thorns will definitely not kneel. The night breeze was as cool as silk caressing the blood-stained skin, mixed with the smell of oil smoke from the urban night market and the sound of cars in the distance, replacing the nauseating impact of the stench of rotten leaves and green pus. The elevator door dinged softly, and real light seeped in through the cracks in the door, illuminating the three people's pale, blood-stained faces. Jiu Sheng's kneecaps were bruised and the blood dragged the floor. There was a sticky sound with every step. The shoulders, arms, and back were torn, dripping with fishy heat and biting to the bone. Shen Qingqing, her face turned red and her oxygen mask fogged up. She crawled on her knees with iron arms holding her neck. She coughed with green pus in her throat like broken glass grinding her lungs. Luo Li's body turned into rotten waist and legs, and the whip marks were healing. Her cracked face turned into a smile, and her hands trembled in the mist to clear her rotten arms. Jiu Sheng's arms were sore and bloody, her knees were broken, her bones were bruised, and her blood was steaming on the floor. She was panting and sweeping the elevator door. The city night lights reflected the pale faces of everyone, and she was mentally refreshed and released her fear. Jiang Chen sacrificed the Qing dynasty warrior Luo Li's game value, and the mirror core of the source apartment shattered to terminate reincarnation. But the unknown aftermath muttered in her heart, sure, when the real door of the elevator comes out, Qin Feng will never die. The three people slowly climbed up the real door on the top floor covered with blood, and the night breeze was cool and fishy, and the noisy night market conveyed a sense of comfort that was extremely shocking. With clear eyes locked, Jiu Sheng kneeled in blood, his grey face mixed with joy and O-shaped eyes, and his trembling voice broke through the night wind, "Sheng Sheng." The real elevator door dinged open, the real lights were noisy in the night market, there was no green flame, the will-o'-the-wisp was rotten. The god of Iron Mother stabbed the mirror to reverse the bloody leader, and our sisters worshipped and lived forever. But giant, the heart of the tree is pulsing weakly and whispering again? How come the aftermath of Qin Feng's defeat and roaring in the air suppresses the heart? She pushed the blue arc of Luo Li's quick oxygen tube with her iron arm, and her hands shook with enthusiasm and roared, "Sisters, climb to the real door. The night breeze cools the lungs and there is no black water." Luo Li Tsangyan admired the top lock. Jiu Sheng's harpoon crossed his chest and hit the ground with bloody knees. His misty legs trembled as he crawled to the crack and screamed with joy and fear. The Source Apartment's mirror-shattered chain exploded the red eye, extinguishing the silence of reincarnation. The diary proves that the blood sacrifice pierced the game, and the white-collar leader guarded the door to record the bond forever. But the heart of the tree pulses with talismans. The remaining blue light was unstable. I gave up my soul to get close to the real door. Qin Feng heard the blood again. She pressed her foggy hand on her waist and the bruises stopped, and the green juice oozed out, and she burst into tears and blood mixed with her fingers, and the cracks expanded. Enter the top floor of the old apartment building in reality, but the lingering voice ordered to commit suicide, "Be careful." The three people crawled slowly through the cracks in the roots of the giant tree. The blue light wrapped them in oil and rust. The smell of rust in the elevator was strong and assailed their nostrils. The smell of moldy and rotten leaves weakened the view and the mottled high walls were restored. The elevator door was half closed. But suddenly, the pulsation of the heart of the giant tree accelerated, puff thump thump, like the heartbeat of a giant beast shaking the ground. The remaining runes on the altar shivered with blue light and the green veins swelled slightly and resurrected on the edge. Rustling whispers 0.8 Hz buzzing iron needles weakly drilled into the eardrums. The heartbeats hurriedly synchronized, accelerate, accelerate, commit suicide, stab the throat and sacrifice blood to the heart of the tree for eternity. The aftermath of the hallucination hit. Jiu Sheng's vision was distorted and he saw his own harpoon reversed and stabbed his neck. Blood spurted out of Qingluo's face, his mother's maggot face, Jiang Chen's rotting body, and he yelled, "The leader killed me by mistake and committed suicide." Reincarnation continues in the apartment where the source of laughter is. Jiu Sheng's bloody eyes scanned the real door, and he gasped and took stock of the psychological aftermath. The source of the mirror core pierced Qin Feng's remnant soul, defeated and roared in despair. Reincarnation was broken, but the heart of the giant tree pulsed faintly like a heart reviving, and the black shadow on the edge of the blue whirlpool crack stretched slightly, hissing. Green pus dripped hot and smoked. The sense of accomplishment slowly surged into my heart like a warm current. Jiang Chen, the burning soul, the Qingqing warriors, and Luo Li all survived the game. But the price of the unknown soul was so high that they muttered, "Sure, before the real door comes, cut off the remaining roots." Luo Li's body was rotten, her hands were trembling, her hands were shaking, she was shaking with green pus, Yu Kang's face was cracked with blood, and she was twisted and screamed at the edge of her mouth. The runes are left to seal the tree, and the heart is unstable. Whispering and roaring, suicide, blood sacrifice command, pulsation speeding up, green veins exploring the black shadow, hissing, locking the legs, giving up the gatekeeper soul, I will block the aftermath. The white-collar phantom death prediction? The diary proves that the core of the stabbing rune is broken, but the descendant of Qin Feng laughs when he hears the end of the blood reincarnation. O-shaped eyes stared at Jiu Sheng, his throat was shaking and he screamed, "The leader kneeled down and committed suicide in the apartment?" Jiu Sheng's psychological fear was so strong that thousands of needles were twisting his heart, biting his tongue, bleeding, rushing into his brain to break away from the suicidal hallucination. Cold sweat mixed with blood running down his face, his pupils constricted, and the needle scanned the remaining core of the heart of the giant tree. His pulse was weak, puff, and he whispered, buzzing, the magnified iron needle drilled into the brain, suicide, stabbing the throat, laughing in the heart of the eternal tree. But her tenacity and calmness were on the verge of breaking out. She dragged the harpoon blue talisman from her bloody knees and grabbed the harpoon. The electric grid burned the meridians in the corner of her eyes, and she roared. Thunder exploded in her mouth. Steady, clear the number 0.8 and break the fantasy to commit suicide. Luo Li pressed the core of the rune with her hand, and I burned the heart of the tree and detonated the remaining roots. Qin Feng Fu. Psychological Knife Mountain. Wrong belief in the legend of the apartment where the aftermath of the tree heart originated? Jiang Chen sacrificed Qingqing's eyesight? The aftermath of despair overwhelmed the valley. The three of them smashed the rotten leaves with weak and bleeding knees, and the green flames licked the skin, causing new red blisters to sizzle. Qingqing's grey face rolled, her eyes twitched, her iron arms loosely hugged her neck, her throat locked, howling in pain, coughing black liquid, kaka. How can the Feng Kangdang's green veins swell and rustle and roar continuously? The leader of the Iron Mother is finished, the grey flying legs are soft and the sea god of war is kneeling to save his life. His fingers were scratching and the blood was boiling, and his eyes were wide open, and Jiu Sheng's calmness was shattered. Clear the throat, green pus, grey face, swollen purple, screaming legs, curled up, black shadow swirling, sucking the soul, eyes wide and shocked, iron arms, explosive force, hugging the neck, blood marks, trembling voice, breaking through the whisper, Sheng. Harpoon, blue talisman, burnt rune core, tree heart pulsation reduced, green tendons retreated, whispers, weak, stopped, suicide hallucination, vision powder. Iron Mother's divine brain decided to burn and detonate the remaining parts. How accurate is Bo Ying? The sisters worship you and are immortal. The iron needle reduces the inner demon and kills the weak. Her optimism revived, her face turned red and she admired Jiu Sheng's harpoon dance, and the blue arc of the iron pincer was ready to roar, too. Jiu Sheng's harpoon stabbed the core of the rune. Fut. The green blood mist wave rushed into the cracked blue whirlpool, and the blue electric grid burned through the veins in the heart of the tree. Boom. Chain explosions of green nuclear fragments rained down on the shoulders, scratched blood marks, and bit hot, but the whisper of reincarnation cut off the roots. The pulse stopped. Plop. Silence. The aftermath of the explosion in the heart of the tree, the giant core explodes, the green tendons shrink completely, the shadow of the red-eyed beast is extinguished, instantaneous black blood plasma, green pus fountain spreads high on the stone wall, the smell of rotting intestines chokes the lungs, the phantom top-floor mirror of the apartment shatters and widens the crack, the realistic blue vortex is stable, the smell of oil and rust, the smell of the elevator is pungent, the heart beats steadily, the outline of the city is clear. The whisper finally roared and echoed, suicide, failed, source apartment legend Yong. Qin Feng's remaining soul son Xiong roared in despair across the night sky. Qingqing's face turned red and her eyes widened in an O-shaped shape. She exploded with joy and trembled, roaring through the silence, Sheng. The heart of the fish barbecued rune tree exploded, and the green blood wave rushed to the altar. The party retreated. The whole rustle stopped buzzing. The suicide order scattered the lungs and the bones were not cracked. The Iron Mother's god stabbed the god's decisive decision to detonate the aftermath, and Qin Feng won. How come the legend of the origin of the failure is so stupid? The sisters worship you and you are so bloody that you can't kneel down. The sea god of war leads the reversal and wins the eternal victory. She hugged Luo Li with her iron arms and quickly tied the harpoon on the trembling gap to prepare for oxygen. She screamed with tears and blood, the true gate of the blue vortex is close. Luo Liwu's waist was broken and the blood mist healed on its own. Her pale face burst into laughter and she fell into admiration. She hit the tree with her heart broken. The core of the runes burned down and the heart of the tree exploded. Qin Feng's descendants collapsed and roared that suicide failed and reincarnation was empty. The whispers ended at the end of the legend of the apartment. The diary won the gatekeeping game and fully proved the value of white-collar leadership. O-shaped eyes stared at Jiyu Sheng with blood on his chest and his knees panting. He shivered and cracked his fingers. The blue light hit his nose and he was familiar with the damp and musty smell of the high-rise building. The crack opens the real door on the top floor of the old apartment building in reality, but at the cost. I will guard the door and lock the heart of the tree. After Qin Feng hears the blood, you will not come out again. The blue whirlpool of the crack is buzzing and expanding steadily. The remains of the elevator in the phantom of the old building on the top floor of the apartment are mottled and the green veins are withered and motionless. The night breeze is cool and the sirens are wooing far and near, and red and blue lights are flashing in the corners. Jiyu Sheng's arms were sore and bloody, his knees were broken, and he rushed forward with blood. He glanced at Luo Li's face with cold eyes and shouted, "Luo Li's game value." Qingqing's iron arms pulled me to the real door, and the aftermath of the explosion in the heart of the tree cut off Qin Feng Yong. But Luo Liwu's hand pressed hard on the heart of the tree, and the core was full of blood. Madara squirmed, and finally the blue light locked the green veins, and the waist and legs of the mist were torn apart and the green juice sprayed out, gurgling. The suction cup marks were deep into the bones, and he screamed, "I will give up my soul as a gatekeeper, and I will leave you Jen. The two of you left the apartment in reality, and the source legend is that the apartment is chasing after the old building, reincarnation breaks the bond forever." Luo Liwu wrapped her waist and legs, and stared at Jiyu Sheng with fear and joy as the power grid burned closer. She screamed with exhaustion and determination. The white collar decided to burn the rune core. The blood stains in the diary proved that the heart of the tree contained Qin Feng's lineage. She whispered a suicide order to seal my fog hand and explode it. I gave up my guarding soul to exchange for the real door. Blue light exploded, veins and green tendons shrank, the giant core in the heart of the tree trembled, red eyes and weak shadows blinked and roared in despair. Suicide, blood sacrifice, continuation of reincarnation? The waste was thick and residual, and the waves of black blood and green pus exploded into the sky. Luo Li's eyes were clear, her grey face was gone, her face was red, she was worshipping the explosive iron arm, and Jiyu Sheng's broken arm was trembling, and she shouted, "Luo Li sacrificed her soul to seal the heart of the tree, the god of the aftermath." Sheng jumped through the gap and the two of them came out of the real door of the apartment. The Iron Mother God led Luo Li to pay tribute to the immortal sisters of the god of war. She quickly pushed Jiyu Sheng, bathed in blood, to jump into the blue whirlpool, with his iron arms holding the oxygen mask and his legs weak as he crawled. The night breeze was cool and there was no smell or green flames on his face. The dawn of the elevator wreckage hit the mottled floor of the old building on the top floor of the real building, and the cold and hard blood trailed pop. The two people crawled out of the elevator wreckage stained with blood. Surrounded by police sirens, red and blue lights flashed close to the wall, illuminating their bloody faces. The noise of the night market downstairs could be heard faintly, and the roar of the barbecue carts replaced the black water and the choking green pus. Jiyu Sheng harpooned his chest and kneeled with blood on his knees, panting on the floor, cold sweat mixed with blood and dripping with dust. Taking inventory, his knee bones were worn out and his marrow hurt, his shoulders, arms, and back were burned and greasy, and his fingers were broken. But in reality, the light warmed his body and his sense of psychological accomplishment exploded like a volcano. The reincarnation broke through Jiang Chen and sacrificed the Qing dynasty warrior Luo Li's soul to win and survive. Whispering, sure, the lingering sound of the legend in the source apartment, Qingfeng Yongkong? Qingqing's legs softened and she knelt beside her, her grey face panting, her oxygen mask fogged up, her eyes were round and O-shaped. Jiyu Sheng's calm posture was shocked and worshipful, and the trembling sound broke through the siren, Sheng. Climb out of the wreckage of the elevator, the top floor of the apartment, sirens, red and blue lights, night market fragrance, no whispers, rustling, buzzing, no fantasy, suicide order. Luo Li seals the heart of the tree to give to the gods. Iron Mother's brain burns the rune core after detonating the aftermath. The remnants of Qingfeng defeated the bloody leader. The two of us worshipped and trembled for eternity. How could the god of war reverse the legend of the reincarnation in the apartment? She hugged Jiyu Sheng's neck with tears and roared firmly, and quickly took out her cell phone. The screen was broken but there was no signal. Help! The leader is famous in the city. The stairs were dong-dong, with rapid footsteps. The police rushed to the top floor with their flashlight beams and scanned the wreckage of the elevator in a pool of blood. The mirror was broken into green and withered tendons. The burly police officer's eyes widened and he trembled and took half a step back. Oh my God, how did you climb out of this ghost elevator? The top floor of the old building was sealed for 10 years. According to urban legend, it is haunted and fell into another world. A malfunction was reported last night. Many people were missing. What's the smell of this bloody battle? What is this broken green thing in the mirror? What a monster! His Adam's apple rolled and he pointed at Jiyu Sheng's blood-soaked blue talisman. The policewoman beside her screamed and her legs were weak. The monster's green veins are like a tree root that has been scorched. This white-collar woman kneels with blood on her chest and breathes calmly. Her best friend holds her neck with her iron arms and her grey face is as determined as the god of war. Is the source of the reincarnation curse of the elevator now dead? Jiyu Sheng stood up with a cold breath, harpooning against the wall and smashing his bloody knees to the ground. Pop! Dust flew away. He swept away all the policemen with O-shaped stares in shock. The psychological aftermath was overwhelming but the achievement was overwhelming. The malfunctioning elevator fell into the abyss of a strange forest in an alien world. The rustling whispers in the sea were overwhelming. The Qingfeng mirror spirit guards chased Jiang Chen and sacrificed Luo Li's soul seal. We stabbed the source of the apartment's mirror core tree and broke the reincarnation. Call the police and seek medical attention. Where is the lingering sound of the mirror spirit in the old building? The sound of thunder exploded in the police circle, and the sound of the strong policeman's throat was shattered. The white-collar leader outsmarted the other world and survived without kneeling down? Qingqing was grey, blushing and admiring Suo Jiyu Sheng, leaning on the harpoon, with O-shaped eyes, iron arms pushing the wheelchair and shouting through the police noise, Sheng is bloody and leading. Qingqing covered and repelled Qingfeng's remnants with a count of 0.8. The heartbreaking aftermath of the magic tree won. Luo Li replaced 2 Iron Mother sisters and paid tribute to eternal life. Police Shuyuan. The legend of the apartment is broken, but the lingering sound of the old building is chasing the final reincarnation? The policewoman's pale face is full of admiration and trembling, helping her to clear her weak legs. My best friend is a warrior, fast, iron-armed, optimistic and determined to worship the leader. The otherworldly horror whispers 0.8 buzz and commits suicide. The tentacles of Blackwater are broken now. Urban hero sisters. The ambulance rushed to the roof with its sirens blaring. The doctors and nurses rushed into the pool of blood, their eyes wide-eyed and trembling. They scanned Jiyu Sheng's knee with rotten blood, a river of blood on his shoulder, arm, and back, and pus dripping on it. His finger was cut with blood, and the harpoon was leaning against the wall. The blue symbol was extinguished. This injury is terrifying, like a strange beast on the battlefield biting and grinding the bones, but the female leader calmly took stock. Her eyes were tenacious, she did not kneel down, and her breath was as steady as a mountain. The girl next to her was as steady as a mountain. With a grey face, a cough, black blood, and iron arms, she held her neck in worship, like the sea war god sisters who survived the urban legend elevator curse. The doctor pushed the stretcher with a broken voice and a shivering voice. "Lie down, the goddess." The bones in her knees were exposed, the pain was severe, and she was bleeding, and she was pushed to the ICU. The source of the mirror was broken and the DNA was destroyed. Jiu Sheng's bloody hand grasped Qingqing's iron arm and coldly glanced at the shocked circle of doctors and nurses, psychologically releasing fear and feeling a sense of achievement and soothing warm current. Urban hero at the beginning of fame, white-collar status turned into survival leader, treasure harpoon blue talisman remaining diary blood-stained Luo Li trust value, trivial hospital investigation report. The reincarnation is interrupted but the lingering sound is heart-wrenching. Where did the urban legend come from in the final reincarnation? He murmured, steady. Qingqing sisters are forever. Jiang Chen Luo Li deserves to win. The trembling doctors and nurses carried the stretcher and rushed to the ambulance door in the cool night breeze. The red and blue lights of the police sirens reflected the bloody faces and the noise of the night market faded away. The hospital emergency lights are white and dazzling, and the smell of disinfectant is strong in the nose. The doctor stares at Sheng's blood bed, wide-eyed, and trembling with the scalpel. Oh my God, the knee bones are worn out, the marrow is steaming, the blood is steaming, the back of the arm is torn, pus drips, and the finger is broken and mushy. It's like a green animal bite. Hemostasis, sutures, skin grafting, anti-infection, but the recovery is fast and strong. The nurse's pale face admired her and she trembled in the oxygen mask. The white-collar female leader is soaked in blood, harpoon stabbed into the demon core, and she can't calm down. Howling in pain, my best friend Qingqing is pushing the wheelchair with a grey face and is determined and optimistic. She is like a god of war. Qingqing's eyes locked with Jiu Sheng's stitching posture beside the hospital bed and she stared in admiration. Sheng. The hospital lights are warm and there are no green flames. The doctors and nurses worship you for their blood-soaked leadership. The legend of the mirror spirit in the old building of the Source apartment is so famous that we reap the fruits of victory and become a hero. Hot news in the city. The elevator in the old building is cursed to break the reincarnation. White-collar Jiu Sheng and Shen Qingqing survived after bathing in blood and stabbing the source of the mirror spirit. Jiang Chen Luo Li sacrificed as a hero. The police tested the green and withered tendons in the alien world and confirmed that the terrifying rustling whispers in the sea pressure the black water. Netizens were shocked by the barrage. The sea war god Jiu Sheng harpooned the blue talisman and burned the tree. The leader of the heart did not kneel. Iron Mother Qingqing covered and repelled the remnants. 0.8 Stable Fantasy Warrior Sisters paid tribute. Where is the old building in the apartment where the urban legend originated? Where is the lingering whisper of the final reincarnation? The cracks in the foggy body of Luo Li's pale face expanded and turned into grey smoke that dispersed into the veins of the heart of the tree. She screamed with regret and joy, white-collar leader, worth. The figure remained silent in the heart of the tree, and the lingering whispers continued, where is the source of the urban legend? Jiu Sheng's heart was filled with joy and fear was released. Luo Li's gatekeeper soul was replaced by two people who survived, and the explosion of the heart of the tree broke the end of reincarnation. A few days later, he was discharged from the hospital. Jiu Sheng leaned against the door of his house with a crutch and a harpoon. Qingqing held his shoulders with an iron arm and smiled optimistically. Sheng is lined up for interviews with the famous urban hero. I am the director of the design company whose status has been promoted. The treasure harpoon blue talisman diary and the blood spots were destroyed for verification and the evidence of reincarnation was turned over. However, the aftermath whispers that the legend of the old apartment building where the nightmare originated is being chased. The night breeze in the city was cool and the smell of barbecue was fragrant. The crowd pointed and admired their eyes with O-shaped stares, sisters of the sea god of war. Puncture the source of the curse in the elevator and soak in blood without kneeling. God is the leader. The sense of accomplishment was as soothing as the warm sun releasing fear. The world changed and no one fell into another world again, but Jiu Sheng's psychological aftermath was, where is the source of urban legends? The mirror spirit deep in the old building finally reincarnates? But late at night, the wind blew outside the ward window, and there was a faint rustling whisper of 0.8 hertz, a weak ringing sound that lingered in the ears. The source, urban legend, the mirror spirit deep in the old apartment building finally reincarnated and laughed. Jiu Sheng's blood-shrinking pupil needle was tenacious and calm, and whispered steady, pursue the source forever. In Qingqing's sleep, he clenched his iron arms and clenched his fists with a grey face and murmured firmly, the Iron Mother God leads eternal life. On the night of the investigation of the old building, the red and blue police lights illuminated the ruins. Jiu Sheng stepped into the ruins of the elevator on the top floor with a harpoon, blood on his chest and slightly painful knees. The mirror was broken and green and motionless. The air was mildewy and smelly, but there was a faint pulsation. Plop, and the lingering sound of, come on. The ultimate source. Qingqing's iron arms and eye locks Jiu Shengzi worshipped and trembled, Sheng pursues the source and Iron Mother is decisive, our sisters will always win. The police team retreated in shock, the hero leader outsmarted Jiang? Deep in the basement of the old building, the hidden veins of the mirror core squirmed, red eyes blinked weakly, Qin Feng's final remnant soul roared in despair, reincarnation. The source of the urban legend is that the apartment was built in the ancient tomb, and the sea demon spirit drowned the mirror spirit and smiled forever. Jiu Sheng harpooned the blue talisman grid and burned through the final core. Qingqing's O-shaped eyes widened and she roared through the ruins, the final source of Iron Mother's thorn is completely cut off from reincarnation. Sisters pay homage to the eternal sea god of war and his fame will be known throughout the world. The night wind wrapped around Jiu Sheng's scars like cold threads. The red and blue police lights outside the ruins of the old building were rotating and flashing, reflecting her pale side face leaning on a harpoon. There was a dull pain in the healed knee area like the bite of a green tentacle. The burnt scars on her shoulders, arms, and back glowed with oily pus under the shadow of the lamp. Qingqing's iron arms tightened around her waist, her grey face was rosy and her optimistic smile was like a blazing fire. She coughed out the last bit of black liquid with a lingering pain in her throat and made a crackling sound. She breathed in the smoke from the barbecue stall mixed with the scream of the sirens, replacing the eternal gurgling of black water and green pus choking her lungs. The wave of green blood after the bomb explosion of the remaining veins of the mirror core in the basement has dried up and turned into a black mass. The sound of exploding chains echoed through the ruins. The shadow of the red-eyed beast disappeared forever. The rustling whisper of 0.8 hertz and the buzzing iron needle finally remained silent forever. Only the smell of moldy and rotten leaves was left in the air, as pale as the tail of a ghost. The burly captain of the police force had his Adam's apple rolled, his O-shaped round eyes glanced at the remaining blue symbols on the bloody handle of the harpoon, which was extinguished, and his trembling voice broke through the night wind. Jiu Sheng, the god of sea war. The harpoon grid burned through, and the final mirror core exploded with green blood and exploded into the sky. The chain exploded and the red eyes were destroyed. Qin Feng's remaining soul roared the ancient tomb of despair, the sea demon spirit drowned, the mirror spirit was completely cut off, the whispers and rustles will stop forever, the ruins of the old apartment building where the urban legend came from remain untouched. Your blood-soaked leader on crutches outsmarted Eugen's accuracy, and the sisters worshipped us. The police force took half a step back in trembling, this green withered tendon. The DNA demonic evidence is hotly discussed. How can a hero who is famous all over the world have such a brain? He shook his arms and pointed at the dark pit in the basement. The smell of green pus was suffocating from his nose. The young policeman next to him had a pale face and weak legs and screamed, "Captain!" The green veins in the mirror are all shrunk and there is no pulsating black blood. The smell of phosphorus is weak. The white-collar hero has knee pain and leans on the harpoon to calmly take stock. His eyes are tenacious and not kneeling. His best friend holds her waist with an iron arm and her grey face is firm and optimistic. She shouts that the sisters will always win like the god of war. The curse of the elevator will never end. We will conduct an autopsy on Jiang Chen and Luo Li's remains in another world to confirm. Sheng's blood-stained eyes swept coldly into the depths of the ruins. There was no pulse or whisper at the edge of the black pit. The psychological achievement was as refreshing as the embers of a volcano, soothing the peak of fear, but it was faintly suppressed like the aftermath of the sea pressing down on the abyss. He whispered, "Steady. The source of the ancient tomb mirror spirit Qin Feng is completely destroyed. Reincarnation is broken. Jiang Chen's soul-burning Luo Li is worthy of winning, but is there a pulse deep in the hidden forest under the sea of city lights? Verify that all the green tendon mirrors were destroyed, report the truth about the hero but block the lingering sound of the legend. Investigate the location of the apartment building to trace the source of the ancient tomb where the sea monster drowned forever." The voice was as steady as a rock. The police team's O-shaped glare exploded and the throat lock sound shattered and trembled. The young police officer knelt down in admiration. The goddess leader soaked in blood without kneeling and assassinated the ultimate source of reincarnation and victory. We will follow the autopsy to block the ruins and be famous in the urban police world forever. With clear eye locks, Sheng leans on the harpoon pose and stares in an O-shaped circle, worshipping the top. The blue arc of the iron-armed oxygen tube flashes, the grey face is red and the optimism is roaring through the siren, Sheng. The harpoon mirror core finally explodes with green blood waves and chains, Qin Feng roars in despair, whispers of eternal silence. The Iron Mother's brain is determined to pursue the source of the ancient tomb deep in the old apartment building. Sisters Chu Yujining and Quan Sheng worshipped and trembled forever. The police uncle verified the remains of Jiang Chen and Luo Li, the hero of our recovery interview. The sea war god is famous. She pushed the wheelchair with her iron arms and supported Sheng's waist. She breathed in the cool night breeze and barbecued the fragrant lung pine without green flames. The fire of optimism locked the police circle. The ambulance roared again and rushed to the side of the ruins. The strong medical man's eyes widened and trembling, and the stretcher scanned Sheng's knees, scars, and arm marks. Heroic goddess. The old wounds healed quickly, but the aftermath of the marrow pain pushed the ICU for investigation. The destruction of the harpoon blue talisman and otherworldly electricity confirmed the source of the pus-green DNA demon. The ancient tomb sea magic mirror spirit. The nurse said with a pale face in admiration and trembled, changing the dressing cotton. The bloody leader is cold. Jing is not crying, her eyes are tough, her best friend is iron-armed, she is optimistic and determined, she is like a sea-fighting sister who wins the urban legend of reincarnation. Sheng glanced at the medical circle with cold eyes, and a warm wave of psychological relief surged into his heart. He became famous and was promoted to director, and the blood stains in the treasure harpoon diary were handed over to evidence, and trivial matters were recovered to investigate the source of the ancient tomb, but the edge of fear was looming. Steady, there will be no lingering sound. A few weeks flew by, and the city's sea of lights was as bright as the stars. The bustling traffic outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the director's office of Sheng Design Company, the smoke from barbecue stalls and the incense from the night market penetrated the gauze curtains, replacing the black water, green pus, and nausea. She leaned on the table with her crutches and harpoon at full speed after her knees healed. The scar on the back of her arm was as pale as a silver line. Her broken finger was healed and she held the pen steadily. Her blood pupils scanned the hot search news projection. The god of sea war Sheng and Shen Qingqing stabbed the elevator to pieces and destroyed the ancient tomb mirror spirits that were the source of the curse. Jiang Chen Luo Li sacrificed his life as a hero. The green veins of DNA in the ruins of the old building confirmed the end of reincarnation, and the urban legend whispers that the sea presses the black water and is eternally silent. Netizens commented wildly, the goddess leads the bloody fish and roasts the tree heart, and the mirror core god is accurate and does not kneel. The Iron Mother clears the iron arm to cover the number 0.8 and the stable fantasy warrior sisters salute. The remnant soul of Qin Feng roars in despair. The ancient tomb sea demon drowns the mirror spirit, and is famous throughout the world. The young secretary girl opened the door and smelled of coffee. Sheng calmly took stock of her posture with O-shaped round eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Director." Fans worshipped the god of war, the hot search for explosives in the talk show, and the design project of the new building without elevators in the city was cursed with safety certificates. The status of heroes is eternal, but the investigation report of the ancient tomb has no aftermath from the police closure. Your knees, the rapid recovery of her arms and her toughness as a leader made our team weak and worshipful. Her Adam's apple rolled and her hands shook as she poured hot coffee on the table. The male employee next to her turned pale and screamed, "The director's harpoon and blue talisman will finally stop the reincarnation and whisper forever?" Jiang Chen Luo Li deserves to win the urban hero legend, and we will not kneel down in blood to make decisions. The assistant to the director of Qingqing burst in with an iron arm holding a pile of documents, a blushing face and a cheerful smile. His eyes were round and he admired Sheng, who was leaning on the table and shouted through the office, Sheng. The company was promoted to director and my assistant was hotly searched for. The live broadcast of the interview with the Sisters of the Sea God of War. The Iron Mother's thorn finally won the victory with the green blood blast. The reincarnation will end forever, but the aftermath of the nightmare whispers 0.8, the weak ear-piercing ancient tomb sea magic mirror spirit finally roars? The sisters will worship you forever and lead the world to become famous, and no one will fall into the other world again. Her iron arm quickly prepares the oxygen tube and the blue arc is extinguished, and she pushes the chair with great speed, and the interview is steady 0.8, the lingering sound of suicide. Sheng felt refreshed and soothed to the highest point, and his tenacious sneer swept away the team's shock circle, muttering, "Stable." The investigation of the location of the apartment at the source of the ancient tomb is forever. Jiang Chen and Luo Li's bond is worth changing the world. But suddenly, the office air conditioner buzzed and hummed like a 0.8 Hz iron needle weakly drilling into the eardrum. The night wind blew faintly outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and the faint sound of leaves was heard in the field of vision. In a twisted moment, she saw her own harpoon reversed and pierced her neck, blood spurting out and clearing her face. Her mother's maggot-like face, Jiang Chen's rotting body, and Luo Li were dispersed and shouted, "The mirror spirit in the ancient tomb of the wrong source is restored." Suicide reincarnation continues in the sea of city lights. The aftermath of the hallucination suppressed the depression, her pupils shrank, biting her tongue, the blood rushed to her brain to break free, cold sweat dripped on her forehead, and she grabbed the corner of the table and popped, sawdust flew. The team secretary rolled his face, rolled his eyes, twitched, knelt down and screamed, "Director!" The night wind rustled outside the window, whispering, buzzing, iron needles drilled into the brain, Visions, harpoons stabbing throats, and blood spraying in our faces? The aftermath of the ancient tomb. See demonic mirror spirit overwhelms the resurrection order and commits suicide. How come the legs are weak and ashes fly away? After the leader of the sea god of war is finished, he worships the broken edge. Destiny. The male employee's throat trembled and he pointed at the black shadow outside the window. Hissing, green pus dripped on the glass and smoke appeared, and Jiu Sheng's eyes widened in fear. Director, Qin Feng's descendants are at the end of the blood reincarnation trap. The pulse of the ancient tomb under the sea of lights? The world has truly changed, the curse of the elevator has ended forever. Shen Qingqing embraces the cool night breeze and the sea of urban lights. The climax of achievement is shockingly released, and the legend of the hero spreads. Qingqing's grey face was swollen, her iron arms were loose, her legs were curled up, she was screaming, her eyes were round and shocked. Sheng. Whispering with 0.8 complex buzz, suicide hallucination, vision of harpoon stabbing in the neck, maggots, and sisters sinking into the ancient tomb. How can the leader of the Iron Mother be so worried after the aftermath? Optimism, grey flying, steady fantasy, save life. She scratched at the rotten armor with her fingers. After clearing the throat, the pain persisted, the face turned red and the O-shaped eyes widened in fear of bursting with joy. The iron arm hugged the neck with explosive force. The blood-stained voice trembled and whispered, Sheng. The blue talisman of the harpoon handle burned the window glass, the green flame subsided, the pulsation subsided, the weak words stopped, the suicide hallucination was dispersed. How can the Iron Mother be so accurate in her decision-making after the burning aftermath? The team admires you for being brave, and the leader of the Sea War God is one of the immortals. The Iron Needle reduces the inner demon and kills the weak. She regained her optimism, blushed, and admired Jiu Sheng's harpoon dance, and quickly pushed the secretary to retreat and yelled, 3. The aftermath of the ancient tomb pulsation lock. The secretary's legs were weak and he crawled to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and he stared at Jiu Sheng as the power grid was approaching. He screamed with exhaustion and determination. The director decided to burn the blue talisman's peripheral glass. The hot search proved that the magic mirror spirit seal in the ancient tomb sea was unstable. He whispered a suicide order to suppress our team. We must pay for the pursuit of souls to exchange for heroes. She pressed the broken page of the document with trembling hands. Buzzing, blue light exploded and the green shadow shrank. The pulsating giant core outside the window blinked and roared in despair. Suicide, blood sacrifice, round of recovery? The glass cracked and black blood and green pus surged into the night sky. The aftermath of despair overwhelmed them. The three of them smashed their knees to the office carpet and sucked blood. The green flames outside the window licked the glass, causing red blisters and causing phantom pain. Jiu Sheng's psychological fear was overwhelming, but she grew up with tenacity. She grabbed the blue talisman of the old harpoon handle in the desk drawer and cast the power grid in her peripheral vision, burning her meridians and causing pain. She roared out of the floor-to-ceiling window, steady. Clear the number 0.8 and break the fantasy to commit suicide. The team retreated out of the window, and I burned the aftermath of the ancient tomb mirror spirit to restore roots. Outwit the layout and reversed the situation without kneeling. The team secretary's face turned red and her eyes widened in an O-shaped shape. She exploded with fear and trembled with a roar that broke through the silence. Director. The harpoon handle burned glass and the remaining nuclear explosions broke the green blood wave and shattered the roots. The party retreated and the whole Sha was stopped forever. The suicide order scattered the lungs and bones without cracking. Iron Mother's god stabbed the god and detonated it with precision. Yu Bo wins, Qin Feng Hu fails and the legend of the ancient tomb is so stupid? The team worships you and is so bloody that you can't kneel down. The sea war god leads the reversal and wins the eternal life. She hugged the man's legs and crawled to the window, quickly tied the blue talisman and yelled, "The city's lights are stable." Jiu Sheng's harpoon handle stabbed the window glass. Phut! The green blood mist rushed into the office. The blue power grid burned through the remaining veins. Boom! A chain of exploding green nuclear fragments rained down on the table, leaving blood marks and hot bites, but the whisper of reincarnation was cut off. The pulse stopped and silence. Outside the window, the phantom of the ancient tomb on the top floor is broken and expanding, and the black swirl is stable. The outline of the city's sea of lights is clear and there is no green streak. The whisper finally roared and echoed, "Suicide, failed, the ancient tomb of the source forever." Qin Feng's remnant soul roared in despair across the night sky. The male employee's foggy eyes, waist, and bleeding self healed, and his pale face burst into laughter. He threw himself at the window in admiration. The remaining cores are burned and exploded. Qin Feng's descendants collapsed and roared that suicide failed and the reincarnation was empty, whispering the end of the source of the ancient tomb, confirming the leadership value of the director of the winning hero game. The white-eyed O-shaped stare Jiu Sheng harpooned his chest and kneeled with blood and gasped, and with a trembling voice, he pointed at the black vortex outside the window. "Open the city's sea of lights to be real. But the aftermath, the team will never pursue the source." Qingqing's iron arm pulled Jiu Sheng's dead arm and trembled. "The team pays for the pursuit." Sheng jumped out of the window and the two of them stabilized the city, and the aftermath of the tomb legend chase, reincarnation breaks the bond forever. But Jiu Sheng's heart was filled with joy and she released the fear of breaking. The team worshipped the grown hero, and the aftermath broke the tomb's eternal silence. Half a year later, the floor-to-ceiling windows of Jiu Sheng's new building director's residence were filled with endless lights. His knees and arms were fully healed, and the blue symbols on the harpoon display in the corner were extinguished, and his diary was framed with blood stains in memory of Jiang Chen and Luo Li. Qingqing held wine in his arms, his face turned red and he was optimistic and smiling. His eyes were locked on Jiu Sheng's calm posture and he worshipped Sheng. Legends of heroes spread that no one fell into the elevator and cursed. The company's market value exploded, and the new design of the city's sea of lights has no lingering sound from the source of the ancient tombs. The sisters will worship forever and the bloody leadership will win the world. The aroma of wine is fragrant, and the night breeze is cool and non-smellless, which is the ultimate psychological soothing. On the streets of the night market, crowds of people gathered in an O-shaped circle and worshipped, and passers-by screamed, "Sisters of the god of war. Stab the final source of the ancient tomb mirror and stop the reincarnation of the spirit, bathe in blood and not kneel." The quasi-leader is famous. The girl's pale face shivered with joy and stuffed flowers. Director Jiu Sheng Taimama paid homage to eternal life, rustling and whispering, "The sea pressure is eternal, the city is safe." Jiu Shen Qingqing embraced the cool night breeze and the sea of lights. Her sense of accomplishment was like a warm sun releasing her fear. But late at night, the wind outside the window was faintly pulsing and humming, and the rustling whispers at 0.8 Hz were like the whispers of the new forest abyss portal. The source, another elevator, urban legend continues. Jiu Sheng's blood-shrinking pupils stood up tenaciously and whispered, "Steady, chasing the new source will cut off forever, and the god of sea war will not kneel." Qingqing iron arm clenched his fist and murmured, "The leader of the Iron Mother will always win." Under the sea of city lights, the hidden elevator dinged, the door to new reincarnation quietly opened, and the heroic legend continued.